I've not been known to be foolproof on it, but like I'm generally pretty good.
Uh,
Shame, I
I
live close to the gay neighborhood of my city, and sadly, I don't have gay guys buying me drinks when I'm out, and I'm a cheap bastard. So like, I like free drinks.
oh yeah. Well, men who like men like manly men, so they never really bought me much in way of drinks either.
Well, they either like that or twinks, depending on which one. You know, I don't know. I've been told by a lot of gay people, I just give off a straight vibe, and I'm like, damn it, like, because at times that can be like very helpful to have like a gay vibe going on, because like you want to get free drinks. Like I have
Yeah.
very rarely I don't get drinks bought for me unless it's from my friend.
This whole thing of what is it? You're not a gay man, you're a straight woman, whatever. Come back at me with. So it's like, oh well, not getting any drinks at this bar, am I? Yeah.
Yeah,
Better wait for the mixed crowd because the chasers show up in those.
yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't even know. Like I don't like I try not to hit on people in bars because that's not you don't meet interesting people at bars. So I can't even imagine your situation because it's multiplied. Not only do you have the type of people who are kind of uninteresting, who you end up hitting it on in a bar, because I'd say it's like a rate of maybe like 1 out of 10 people is like interesting to talk to, and but you have the added compounded factor of that people are like really not understanding, which is fucking retarded in my opinion. You've already heard my opinion on that, but
Yeah, there's a little bit of trickiness, but there are people with strong enough interests that you know I know where to go. I can find it.
that's the key to everything in life, I guess. Where's everyone? Why aren't they coming over here? It's being lame.
I still have to put the link in the description and everything else. Oops. Okay, YouTube comments. Do description last. Event comments. I'll put out the internal invite too. Yeah, might be that not enough people are awake.
Could be. I keep forgetting that I'm so used to being like East Coast or Midwest that now that I'm West Coast, I keep forgetting what time it is.
Oh, I've been like so screwed up on my schedule. I fall asleep at all kinds of weird times, and so I'm only awake at weird times. Oh, you're hearing my clicks and everything else, aren't you?
Huh?
You're
I'm
hearing my
hearing
clicks and everything
clicks.
else, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm hearing clicks and I'm hearing some vibrations.
Yeah, I better turn off notifications on something here. Okay, killing notifications. So, in the meantime, fingers crossed, word will go down.
Here, let me go see what's going on in the other hangout, and I'll be back here in a second. Okay?
Oh, there is another one? Or is it the one we just left?
The one we just left. Oh, never mind. But it seems like people are starting to. Well, I guess it's Benaberry and Simon. Uh, Xbox is in here. Let me
What
just
more do
check
you
the other.
need?
Oh, we're just waiting for
Yeah.
people to come so we could get conversation because it's just right now it's just me and Nadia talking.
Yeah. That external text chat with Benna might be good to paste a link into.
Okay, no worries.
Oh, hi Benna.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, we've got 2 at once going. I got some broadcasting both this time. Whoops. I flooded and edit, but not that harmful.
Well, Benaberry, did you see Tommy Hall, shitting stupid all over the place and in Xbox's hangout that we just came from?
No,
Snap
but I
Pete.
assume it wouldn't be any different than any other time.
No, it was just him. But he was a little bit different. We were able to nail him down that he was just sort of playing a word game, which was interesting.
Who's playing the word game?
When
Tommy
when
Hall.
Tommy was playing the word game.
That, by the way, I sent you a message on G+, and I made a couple different comments, but that little exchange, what you had to say about randomness, and then their response was just really something. It was really something. I don't know if anybody else is going to appreciate it the way I did, but I thought it was really cool because the way you were talking about randomness in Xbox's Hangout just now, I mean, I've been to college and stuff, but I haven't taken the same courses as you, and I've never heard it described that way, and I really liked what I was hearing. And they were just blowing it off and just looking for opportunities to attack. Tommy was just looking for any reason to attack you, and they weren't trying to learn a thing. They weren't even trying to learn a thing. I was listening, and I was like, damn, that's pretty cool, I mean, their reaction was nothing like mine. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And then Tommy, I don't know Saint Tommy, is that right? Saint Tommy was like being super sarcastic with Sam. He was like, "Oh, well, thank you for letting us know, sir. It's good that you let us know this, sir." He was just using this Did anybody else pick up on that?
Oh yeah, I knew he was doing it.
Super like mocking tone, but it's like you were actually. I can understand. Sam, you come off a little bit braggadocious at times. You tend to kind of puff yourself up, and so I can understand people's feelings of aggravation with you just for that reason alone. Your life seems to be going really well, and a lot of people who might be participating on G+, their lives aren't nearly as nice. So, hearing that everything is so good for you is probably difficult for a lot of people. Okay, I mean, so take that for what it's worth. But you were really relaying a lot of good information, and they should have been able to, take it, and I did. So anyway,
Thanks. I mean, I'd say I'm happy. I wouldn't say my life is by any means perfect. I still make a graduate student salary, which is not very big, but
your prospects are excellent, and you're young, and you're smart, and you have a life that many would envy, and you talk a lot about how your life is enviable, and so I can understand people who are maybe going through. I mean, I don't know how much you follow the lives of people here on G+, but sometimes they talk about it openly, how they're going through sometimes, divorces, deaths of children, some of the hardest times of their life. And they've got this guy who's not only much smarter than them and much more informed than them, but also just his life is just better in every way possible. So, I mean, that person is just going to be a difficult person to deal with. So, like, when someone said just now, oh, St. Tommy, he's trolling. No, I don't think he was trolling, not in the least. He absolutely meant what he was saying because he was feeling a certain way toward you. And, I'm just trying to explain maybe why he might be feeling that way. And so, but I mean, other than that, the information you were giving was excellent. And so, I was about to try to reshare that video. I hadn't shared it on my G Plus or whatever, but I'm definitely going to, because I think what you had to say, the scientific stuff was really, really good, really good. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I totally get it. It always seems funny to me because, like, I am my own biggest critic. So when I'm like, people are like, Sam, you're really cool. I was like, no, I'm not. Like, what are you talking about? You're wrong. Like, so for me, it's always surprising when people say stuff like that because I'm always like, nah, no, I don't believe you. So that's what I mean by it. I don't mean to say. I've been trying to, you know, among many things I'm trying to improve is not necessarily being like, well, you don't know what you're talking about, and I do, and like being that, because I know that I can. It's been a problem since I was young, but like it's something I've certainly gotten better at. But being as much of a know-it-all, I just try to say these are the things I know, these are the things I'm qualified to talk about intelligently, and here's the information, and I'm trying to do that better. You know, I think Fiona is someone who I look up to in that respect, and I'm trying to get better at it, and I at least try to think I notice in myself that I'm being better. But thanks. I mean, I just try to explain randomness. I mean, I guess I have a different perspective on it because I can see how biologists talk about it, and then I can see
I mean,
how,
really, what you were saying was brilliant. I mean, that's when you were saying it, I was like, yes, of course, that's what they mean. I mean, random. You know, what the fuck is random? I mean, it's not and I've heard that before about random number generators. Like, I don't know about any of you guys, but I've played a lot of internet backgammon. Like, I basically learned to play backgammon online. And anybody who's played backgammon online has wondered at some point if these dice are fucking with you. Right? But, I mean, that's not a good reason to question randomness, but then I read up on it, and basically the answer I came up with was that there's no provable sort of algorithm that you could show was giving you true randomness. You could just sort of, if you saw patterns at a rate that was too frequent, you could show sort of elements of non-randomness, but you couldn't show, like you were saying, perfect randomness. It's sort of an idealized thing, this idea of perfect randomness, right? I mean, that you roll the perfect dice that doesn't exist anywhere in the world. It hasn't even been rolled once, because as soon as you roll it once, it's going to have a little bit of friction on one of the edges, and then it's not a perfect dice anymore because a few particles were brushed off. I mean, so everything is perfect about this dice, and you're going to get that 1 in 6 result. The perfect 16.66 repeating. But nowhere else in the universe does something like that really exist. I mean, it's like there are other factors to be considered almost always. So, what you were saying, I thought it was great. And the thoughts I'm saying now are thoughts that you've spurred on by saying what you've said. So I mean, and I also want to say, Sam, is that a lot of people who are in your wonderful, beautiful, privileged position to be young and smart and talented and educated and all that don't normally come on YouTube and share their knowledge. They're just doing other stuff, and so it's cool that you'll take some time to come on. And I mean, watching you kind of play with Tommy Hall was kind of sad in a way, because it's like it's like a guy play fighting with his kid, and the kid doesn't realize like the situation he's in or something. I mean, that's kind of what it looked like. He just it was kind of sad, but anyway. Sorry.
yeah. I mean, I don't want to be that mean, but yeah.
That's exactly what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
terrible.
also, but also like I don't know. It kind of comes down to, I've been thinking about this a lot, especially since like there's a podcast that I subscribe to called Heavy Hands about the finer points of face punching. But it's about technical breakdowns of fights. It's a really fascinating podcast.
Is
and
this
I'm
a metaphorical or a physical face punch?
No, like physical, like breaking down UFC and boxing fights.
Yeah, I've heard you say once before that you've taken some MMA training. I've done that also. It's something else. It's if nothing else, it's some incredible exercise. And you know, well, I mean, we can talk about this. I don't know if you guys have a topic or whatever, but it's what's really cool about it is that you feel physically, you just feel different. You know, once you sort of you've learned how to defend yourself and how to you know, and how to move in certain ways. I mean, like you just the differences are beyond the physical. It sort of trespasses into the psychological, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
So,
definitely. But what I was going to say is, yeah, I actually have a video of me doing jujitsu on my channel because Eve wanted to see it. That was kind of weird, but okay.
How many times did you get choked unconscious?
In that tournament, in that division, none.
That's good. That's the number you want. That's the number you want to end the tournament with.
Yeah, I tapped the first guy, which is the video I have. I tapped him with an armbar from guard. And then the second guy, I tapped him with a high elbow guillotine from half guard. And then the third guy, I won on points. I swept him.
That's cool, man. How long have you been training?
Yeah,
I was going to ask Sam, where do you train?
I don't want to like doc drop myself, but
No. Just how long have you been training, or you know?
Probably about a little bit over maybe like a year and a half or so.
That's cool. Yeah, I did about a year, like 7 or 8 years ago, a while ago. But it's really it's good. I mean, I kind of want to get back into, if not the whole thing. The gym I was at trained kickboxing and jiu-jitsu. I want to get at least back into maybe some jiu-jitsu. It's like a science. It's sort of like a physical science of you know, the way the body moves and how to. I'm sure you kind of, from a scientific mindset, just from the way you live your life anyway, probably look at it that way. I mean, thinking about the joints and the muscles and the tendons and the way. I mean, you've studied all the biology and everything, and so now it's like this is a way to put that into action, really, kind of, right? I mean,
a lot of it is just a mindset. I think it's more like computer programming than anything else.
You're saying that jiu-jitsu is like computer programming. You know what? Do you have an account on SureDog? I want to see you write up a thread on the SureDog website. And I swear to God, I think it'd be hilarious. Here's why jiu-jitsu is like computer programming. Honestly, that's if you could write an article like that, it'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, for me, it's because the basic concepts always work. You can do really fancy things, but ultimately, it's how it all fits together. And you build these little modules, like you have, just like you have a function that could maybe compute the sum of a sequence of numbers. You have built-in, you know, if-then statements based on the person's physical reactions. And so, you know, if this person leans this way if I'm playing guard this way, then I'm going to grab their wrist and shove it, you know, so that I can then armbar them or something. Like it's very like conditional, like very much like logic blocks. That's how I view it.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is true, because there are sort of like starting positions, and the starting positions have various ways they could go. But once you're into those other positions, like you're in guard, you're in half guard, you're in somebody else's guard, you've got certain objectives from that point. I mean, you could call them objectives. That's not computer language, but no, that's, and then as the positions narrow down, the sort of the options narrow down in a way. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, that's sort of how I see it. But what I was going to, before we got on this huge tangent,
right? No,
which is a very interesting tangent. I'm always down to talking about
this hangout. If it's like most of Nadia's hangouts, this hangout will be going all night. So I don't think we're probably distracting from.
Oh yeah.
One central topic. Usually they meander quite a bit.
Yeah, but what I was saying is fighting style. On Heavy Hands, they say fighting style is indicated by your personality. So, like, you can actually kind of tell a lot. You can kind of almost psychologically analyze someone based upon how their fights are.
Yeah, for sure.
And so like when I'm at my best is not when I'm like being very aggressive, but rather when I'm just, being relaxed and technical and waiting for someone to make a mistake and then pouncing on it.
Hey, were you trying to go away from this tangent?
But
No,
no,
before you go away from the tangent, I wanted to say one or two more things about MMA, but
okay,
go ahead.
Go for it. Well,
No, you go.
no. I just wanted to complete my thought earlier. But so
which one? Go ahead.
it's sort of like a counter. What it's called is like sort of like counter fighting or counter punching. And the problem is what that tells you about your personality is you have a little bit of a mean streak if you like to counter fight, because you're sort of like you want to prove that you're just better than the other person. And so
I
you're
don't
just
know. I
waiting
think
for an
it's just a
opportunity.
strategy, isn't it? Isn't it just a strategy? I mean, it's a good strategy. Look at Anderson Silva spent most of his career as a counterpuncher, counter striker, and knocked pretty much everyone out. I mean.
No, it's a very effective strategy.
So I mean, that's what matters, right? If that's what matters, then go with what works.
Right. No. So it's just very interesting that. So like that's what I've been trying to have, that like peace of mind. So I felt like sometimes in debates, like I could be really aggressive, or I could sort of just sit back and counterpunch and just let people, make their own technical mistakes. And so that's kind of what I've been trying to do in my own little way, because I got to be a little bit more patient, and I know that's a little bit more entertaining for the listener.
Patient and also choosy. I mean, if you're just responding, if somebody's just attacking you, let me see. Yeah, if you're counter striking, you can let someone talk, right? You can let someone talk for a while and wait for something they say that you don't like, and then go, hey, wait a minute.
That's usually what I do as well.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of people they feel like they have to just quibble with every little thing, like every little thing that happens that they don't. I mean, like almost kind of like Tommy. Tommy's kind of like that. I mean, I don't normally call people out by name, and I'm not really trying to call him out. But today with you, I mean, it was like, you could see it on his face, in his tone of voice. He just didn't want to agree with you about anything because you just know this stuff more than him, and he really can't defend his ideas with what you're saying. But he'll just quibble. He'll just quibble with like little things, inconsequential things that don't really matter. Even if he points that even if he were to win, wouldn't really win him anything. I mean, it's like that kind of thing is just a huge waste of time. I mean, that's how I see it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I've been changing how I deal with Tommy, because I'm, part of it is yes, he's just a troll.
No, he's not just a troll. He's not. I mean, these guys, it's easy to use a word like troll and just write them all off and say no. But no, they many of them mean what they're saying. Tommy, I think most of the time means what he's saying. It's a matter of his approach. Sometimes he does say things just to instigate people to try to get a reaction. I get that. But his position, I think, is genuine. His tactics can be questioned. But to say he's just a troll, I think, is a step too far.
Yeah, well, he definitely does do that from time to time, no doubt. But his
and
position
same with the other guy, the other Saint Tommy, the Saint Tommy guy. He's
so.
mostly genuine, I think, but occasionally does the over-the-top thing also.
But the thing with that position that people like Tommy hold is that they have the top-down view instead of the bottom-up view. So everything's got to be purpose-driven.
Yeah, well, I kept on asking him what's a purpose, and he didn't ever provide a good answer, in my opinion.
Sure, well, of course, because the only answer he can say is, well, it's designed from the top down, which is, the only logical position you can take in that thing. And obviously there are disproofs of that, and if he comes straight out and says that's the reason, then you just go, okay, it's a presupposition of God, and then you're on to another argument again. You see what I mean?
Yeah. That's definitely what I see with him. It's hard to say. I mean, I've been thinking about this a little bit with dealing with Tommy, and I've dealt with him a couple times, is that he likes it, and it's something that I'm realizing is now becoming kind of popular with the ID crowd on YouTube, is that they like kind of playing these like gotcha games, like, oh, what's this scientific terminology you don't know? Oh, look, proof of design. And so a lot of like his favorite subject is like epigenetics. Well, it turns out that that's also one of my favorite subjects. So, but there's a difference.
Does he even know what epigenetics is? I mean, like, I don't know if he knows what it is.
I made a video to him as to what it was. I don't
Okay.
whether he retained the information is questionable.
That's
But yeah.
diplomatic.
Huh?
I said that's diplomatic.
Well, yeah. I mean, epigenetics is such a buzzword, and it's really a shame because it's really an interesting, exploding field right now that is changing how we think of evolution. Like it is. That's the truth, because there's undeniable evidence that it has implications for heredity that we just didn't know about. But by no means does it overthrow what we already know about genetics. It only adds to it and clarifies the picture.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's I just try to be clear with how I describe these things. I don't try to. I'm just trying to explain my goal whenever I have, whenever I'm in one of these hangouts or I make a video now. My goal is just to, okay, I've whether or not this comes off as sort of snooty. The way that I see it is, like whether it's by whatever combination of good genetics, good environment, good work ethic, I've gotten myself into an educational position where I know a lot of things, and I have some obligation to share that with the world. I mean, my mom my mom did not let me get into her business, said she would disown me if I got into her business because it'd be a waste of my time and I could actually be helping people. I don't know what that says about her and her career choice, but...
Well, I think it's a fully intellectually honest position to have, and probably the only fully intellectually honest position. I think it is beholden on those that have the knowledge to try and spread it with those that don't. My goal is always to simplify. That's the kind of get the clarity of the misunderstanding that they're making to them.
Well, that's another thing that I've been working on because I have to do teaching a lot as a part of being a graduate student. It's part of my job. So I want to be able to explain. Richard Feynman said, "You don't understand something until you can explain it to a freshman taking an introductory class." So that's kind of something that I try to do, and it's also because most of the people I meet, I try not to only have friends who do science. I have a lot of friends that do science, but even more worrisome is I have a lot of friends that they do science and they have no friends that don't do science. And that's a kind of a lonely way to live if you're narrowing the population of people you can spend time with to people who have technical training.
Well, yes. I mean, I get that you're extremely rounded in a lot of aspects to life. But then when you try to attain the heights of some of the intellectual disciplines that we now have, it is very difficult to maintain a high standard when you're constantly meeting and having to deal with aspects of normal life, shall we say. I think that's borne out by the people like Alan Turing.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. There's been studies that what psychologists call general intelligence transfers between fields fairly easily for the most part. You might have certain aptitudes for certain fields, like let's say you're more artistic, like I can't draw worth a damn. But if you're artistically intelligent, you're also going to have other types of intelligences. And so I think a lot of that has, at least from what I've read of psychology, granted I'm not a psychologist, I just date one.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, she's too smart. But it's just, can you apply yourself? So I've always kind of, I guess, been well-rounded because I was always shoved into sports. So I was like the person who was in advanced placement classes who also was a varsity athlete, going to the state championships and stuff. I've always had that sort of almost like multi-faceted I guess, multifaceted sort of grasp of what I want to be doing. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does to me. I mean, I've also developed along similar lines in some respects, but not to the level you have. In that, you know, I knew that I wanted to study kind of 4 basic subjects from when I was quite young, and I just concentrated on those. So I didn't take the well-rounded approach, so to speak, but rather than the more, you know, strict. But then because I did an art subject, music, that leads you to be social and try and understand the social aspect of life anyway. So I guess I got it through a different way, you know, the confidence to be intellectually honest, which is not easy, even if you're very, very smart, you know.
Oh, absolutely. It's not easy for anyone.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so I went to a college where you could graduate as long as you had a major. So I had no requirements. So I actually did not take many non-science classes. So most of the stuff where it's non-science, a lot of it is just stuff I've taught myself. So a lot of, so like, although it may seem like I'm well-rounded in terms of my education, I'm really one-sided towards, you know, computer science and biology. But, you know, I sort of, I'm obsessed with, you know, sort of just learning and accumulating knowledge. So for me, it's almost like well-rounded, like you said. It's sort of like almost like a force of circumstance to some extent.
Hmm. A lot of that is to do with motivation as well, of course. I mean, that varies between humans a lot, and you know, I think that's always the key to success in anything. You know,
Yeah, I
just
mean,
that self
my
motivation.
dad certainly. My dad is like, he's my inspiration for that. His family was, you know, he didn't come from money, not necessarily that I do, but when he was growing up, he didn't have a bedroom because they didn't have enough room in the apartment that they lived in.
Sure.
So he came from literally nothing into, you know, a comfortable life in the suburbs.
Enough
So
to be
that's,
able to give you a good education. You know.
yeah. I mean, he was quite happy when I got a full scholarship for my master's degree. But yeah, I think motivation's a big thing. Just discipline. I think that's good habits, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah. Again, that harks back to actually the point Tommy was making about routine. That's why they believe. It's because it's routine.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I think that, you know, at a certain point, you know, you've just been told something your whole life, and I think to them it's like very emotionally pleasing to, whether that's unconscious or conscious, to have that. I have to believe, because I can't imagine, you know, even the most unreasonable of people on YouTube are that unreasonable in their personal lives. Some of them are, but a vast majority of them are probably just functionally normal people. Like,
Well,
you know,
yeah.
Tommy has a wife, he has kids, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know, you know, you can't be a complete wackadoo nutcase and have, you know, you can, but for the most part, you know, I doubt it.
I mean,
So I mean,
I
I
kind of.
think it's just sort of one area where they're emotionally attached.
Yeah, and I think that attachment actually comes from, I think Nadia might, if he would speak to it maybe, it's that contemplation of infinity, and it makes everybody uncertain, you know. And until you get some grasp on that principle, you know, it's really hard to put your faith in anything. And I think, you know, one of the things as an atheist is that I have no fear of that unknown.
Yeah, let's see, what was I going to say? There was some really interesting studies that came out a few years ago that looked at like the major psychological differences between liberals and conservatives, and I know that's not a direct analogy, but
Hmm.
they said that the biggest difference is that liberals are more okay with doubt than conservatives. And for the most part, the people that we're dealing with this YouTube community, if you want to call that, are conservatives. They're right wingers.
Right.
The way I hear it phrased is as intolerance of ambiguity, attributed to the right wing.
Could you say that
Yeah.
again for me?
Intolerance of ambiguity.
Right. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Well, it's definitely hard to be uncertain about things, you know. I mean, I'm a very like as much as it may seem strange to people, and it often does, is I'm a very self-doubting person, and I gotta tell you, it doesn't make life like. I know people who are extremely self-assured. It certainly doesn't make life easy. That I'm constantly like, oh fuck, I'm not good enough, or does this person actually value me, or like But
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't mean that it's not the correct stance to take in certain aspects.
But do you feel worried by doubt? I mean, does it actually concern you that you have to live with doubt, or are you
No,
comfortable
no.
just going, oh look, there's shit I don't understand, so
Oh, you know what?
let's work with what we've got.
I'm motivated, but I'm inspired by it. I'd say.
I'm going to take off in a second here, but
Excellent.
can I say one thing to Sam before I go? Is I don't know if you've ever done a video on your channel that was like reading those questions that atheists get all the time. And I think it would be kind of cool if you did one of those from your sort of professional, academic perspective. If you were to say, here's why I feel this way. I mean, I think it'd be kind of interesting. Questions like, does it bother you that you're all alone in the universe, or does it bother you that this is all there is, or don't you feel like you need a meaning and a purpose in your life? I mean, like those kind of questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's interesting to hear people who are very educated in the sciences discuss those questions versus just like random ass people. So I mean, people might enjoy it, and if you're looking for sort of videos to put on your channel, that would be something at least I would want to see.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about it later for sure.
Sure. Okay. All right. Well, good night.
Good night, Benny.
Thanks.
Was it? Where was it you saw that characterization in terms of doubt?
Huh?
I saw. Where was it you saw the characterization of the, I guess, conservative mindset in terms of doubt?
Yeah, I'm
Like
interested in
George
that as well.
Lakoff's,
It was a news segment from the Young Turks. It was years ago, so I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I also saw it as well, actually. I heard it quoted by somebody, and I went to look for it.
Sure.
But again, it was years ago.
I saw George.
I
I
find
George
that odd.
Lakoff's. Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying I find it odd because I'm fairly conservative and I doubt fucking everything.
I happen to be conservative as well.
Right.
Well, again, it was an American study, and I wonder how they actually classed conservative.
Yeah, I would wonder that as well. Because I consider myself conservative, but there's a lot of people that are also conservative that disagree with me a lot.
So
I think it was
probably
along political
like
lines.
real, hardcore Christian right. What America views as conservative and the rest of the world views as fucking crazy.
I think that a lot of conservatives view that as fucking crazy. At least as conservatives that I bump into. And I'm in the South, so, yeah. I'm just in Atlanta, so it's kind of the magical fairy hole of the South.
I think it was done along lines of political conservatism and financial kind of relating to financial conservatism. So.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I mean, that would be me, so.
Yeah, okay. It wouldn't be me. Although I'm conservative. I still vote to the left.
George Lakoff had a
right.
characterization in terms of what you call the right-wing cognitive frame. It's in.
I have no idea. I'd be a moderate in the UK. I'm like extremely left-leaning in terms of the U.S., which is kind of crazy. I'd be a moderate in the UK.
I wonder what I
Yeah.
would be. Shit, because I'm right-leaning in America.
You would be probably right-wing conservative in the UK.
Oh, great.
I'm a kind of right-wing Labour, which is liberal, really, right-wing liberal.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to figure that out, what that means.
It's
You're
really hard to
right-wing
mix.
Labor.
Yeah, it's really hard because they mean different things. The same words mean different things in both our cultures. So it's really quite difficult to go, oh yeah.
I mean, I have a
I've had-
limited understanding of what the Labour Party is, but anyhow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a socialist party, basically, you know.
Right.
So, democratic socialist, I suppose.
It's basically somewhat
Next
of what Republicans in the U.S. actually fear the Democratic Party is. But in reality, our Democratic Party would be the Conservative Party, or even more conservative than in the UK, which is just really sad for American politics.
It's true.
Extremely narrow spectrum.
To cheer you up,
I'd be.
the left wing still sold us out anyway.
Yeah, it's
on
not much better.
I'd be on the relatively far left of UK politics, but I wouldn't be entirely beyond the pale. Of course, in the US, I'm like off the left side of every cliff.
Off the charts.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like there to be a day when, like, you know, gay people can get married in every state and people can just pull out a joint, you know, wherever they want. But
Well, so far, gay people get married in more than half the U.S., so that's good. And as far as pulling out a joint, it's a couple states now. That's probably going to be the next thing.
yeah, no, I know it's an eventuality, just demographics wise, but
You can
I
get,
think
you can
that
get a
it's-
gay marriage in Alabama now. Alabama.
yeah, that was so embarrassing for the
like to-
longest time that the U.S., the land of freedom, didn't allow gay marriage. That's just really embarrassing
The
to
trick,
me.
of course, is the various kinds of non-discrimination provisions in the Civil Rights Act of 1964 are effectively unenforceable. And, well, LGBT people are not included among those. So it gets rather tricky.
Thankfully, it's all going in one direction. It's you know, policy isn't becoming more homophobic, which I think is at least some
Not in
glimmer.
in the Southwest. It's going the other direction. Like in Texas, for example, which is held up as our fairly ignorant state. It's, I think that you know how the judges in many of the states have been knocking down gay marriages the ban on gay marriage is unconstitutional. In Texas, it went the other way. It was upheld as constitutional. So, by the Texas Supreme Court.
Yeah, Texas is its own little political world.
There's a number of states. If you go to hold on a minute. freedomtomarry.org. It has a map. Let's see. If you go to /states, you can see where some states have had different rulings. Actually, this is saying that Alabama you're not allowed to get married right now. So I need to check up on that. Let's see.
I just think it's amazing that in the year 2015, it's still an issue. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what an argument against it really is. Like, I'm from Canada, so up here it's not even a political talking point anymore, right? So, like, what is the argument? Like, what?
Buttholes are icky.
I guess.
Oh, for,
I mean, I just
As far as I can
same-sex
tell.
marriage.
Same-sex
you know?
marriage, argument against it? Or argument?
Yeah, like for example, like it was a constitutional issue they argued in Texas. You were saying?
Oh wait, no, I'm seeing. Actually, Texas has gotten. You might be able to get a gay marriage in Texas. I was probably wrong. Let me double check on this.
The only argument is that the parts don't fit. That's the only gay marriage argument that really exists.
Well, the argument that's against it is historical. That prior to the past like 25 years, marriage has not meant between man and man in any civilization in history.
Well,
Even ones that were
some
open
of
to
them.
homosexuality. Like in ancient Greece, which was, homosexuality was very accepted, but marriage between men was considered strange. It was just not something that would have occurred to them. Marriage was between men and women. That's the argument.
I think it's actually a variety of them. And there's a kind of general slippery slope one too.
Yeah, there's
Especially
the other
that,
one that's like, oh, if we allow gay marriage, we allow bestiality.
Polygamy. We allow
And
polygamy.
stuff like that.
Because there's no argument against polygamy once you allow gay marriage.
And pedophilia, of course.
Well, pedophilia, you still have a consent issue. Polygamy, you do not.
They still
Polygamy and
charge out.
bestiality are consent issues.
Right.
I actually don't really have a
But-
problem with polygamy.
See?
If people want to do it,
You're proving the point. Because
I mean, I have no problem with it being legal. I don't want to do it. I think it's a really dumb way, empirically, in terms of how women are treated. But I don't think
no, it's not.
it should be, strictly speaking, illegal. Because, I mean, if marriage is just a contract, which is all it basically is in common law.
I mean, I've practiced polygamy before. It's fine with women, as far as their treatment is concerned.
It's more. It's a little bit more than a contract can do on the basis of child custody affairs and such. That guardianship is not something that's really entirely part of contract law.
But yeah, it's its own field. But in basis, I mean, then you can also, I mean, it just depends if on principle do you want to make law. Like the whole polygamy argument would be is can you make laws on it? Do you need to make the law on principle, or do you make it pragmatics that, polygamy as an institution as it exists discriminates against women?
It wouldn't, because polygamy, you would be able to have multiple husbands as well if you wish.
Yeah, but the traditional argument on pragmatics is that that just does not exist.
It does.
I mean, I've never not in modern society.
Yes, in modern society. I mean,
What's an example?
Women will retain more than one boyfriend at a time.
That's
It's not as common,
well,
but it happens.
we're talking about marriage, though.
Well, given that it's illegal, you're not going to find it.
Well, I mean, having a boyfriend is different than having a married commitment. Like, I don't know.
Hey,
I
What
can't
I'm saying
think
is
of.
that it happens.
Well, what you're describing, though, is sort of like, oh, she has multiple boyfriends at the same time, not
that are all
some sort of
consensual,
committed.
all ready to, whatever.
If-
And that it's
If somehow I could piece my life back together, I'd be happy to get, maybe 10, 15,000 husbands.
Like
sweet.
a committed relationship, though? Is that, like, because what you described is sort of like, oh, a girl is just dating several guys that don't know about each other.
No, that's not what I mean. I would mean that they're aware of each other, and It's fine. You see it in polyamorous communities all the time. Women with more than one consensual boyfriend that are all aware of each other, and they're all fine with it. And it's illegal currently for them to actually put it down on paper, but they still do it. Just like homosexual couples that in states where it is illegal for them to be married still live with each other and are functionally married.
Yeah, again, I mean, as long as it's not an oppressive situation, I don't really have a problem with it. It's not necessarily
I would argue
something
that
I'd
polygamy
want
would
to
not
do.
be oppressive. However, when the arguments that are in favor of gay marriage, you can usually put them in favor, the same arguments in favor of polygamy. So then the argument would then be, once we allow gay marriage, then it will move on to polygamy. And it's, are you okay with both? If not, then you probably shouldn't allow one.
Yeah,
And
like I
stick
said,
with what has been historically, traditionally in marriage.
again, like as long as it's not oppressive, I'm all for any type of marriage.
Well,
like
we take
it's
we
whatever
take the
people do.
we take the both horn.
You take the both horn? Yeah, I do too. But a lot of people don't.
Yeah, I mean, I just see marriage as a contract. I don't really see anything special about it personally, but like if I ever get married, it's going to be for legal reasons. It's not going to be, you know, I don't see why I would need to be in a committed relationship and need to be married. But, you know, if you have kids and you want, you know, financial benefits of marriage, then yeah.
I don't know how it is in America.
Yes,
but
another.
In this country, the marriage is in fact a legal contract. It's not anything to do with the church.
You can go to the courthouse and get married. Here, you can just see a judge and he'll pronounce you marriage, sign the marriage license.
I think that the original invention of marriage was kind of for that reason, in terms of it was a legal contract.
There's another one of the arguments they tried out that it's essentially specifically to promote or foster or whatever child rearing and reproduction.
What?
That is specifically intended to promote child rearing and reproduction.
But yeah, that's at the basis of why, you know, puritanical people are homophobic. It's because they don't like the idea that people have sex for fun.
Well, in the case of reproduction and families and promoting that, the polygamy should be fine. I don't know why it's not.
People.
There is an aspect there of the. There is the aspect of, you know, sex for fun and so on. They really talk about it in sort of the negative, like it doesn't have consequences and such. And of course, you know, as a consequence of not having the consequences, there's all kinds of promiscuity, which is, well, bad somehow per se, and arguments about disease and such. But they also have the notion that essentially the gender nonconformity aspect is repulsive.
Yeah, I mean, it's there are a lot of things at heart. There's the old Puritan work ethic thing where, you know, if people are, you know, thinking about sex, they're going to be less productive. That's the big thing at root of it. You know, for me, I don't have the time to really care what other people are doing with their naughty bits. It really, I'm more concerned with like what I'm doing with my shit. So like why, like that's my position always on it, is like if it's not affecting me, I don't have to deal with it. Go ahead, do it. At
I
least
wanna
when it
just-
comes to
I'm more
that.
concerned with getting a surgeon to slice, dice, and julienne mine.
I just wanted to throw something quick out there just to hit on something you guys are kind of talking. Oh, someone's mic's open. Oops, sorry about that. Just to kind of go back to a point you guys were kind of talking about before. I think we can all agree that, I mean, you know, what people want to do, if as long as it's like a victimless thing. I mean, if two people of the same sex want to get married of consenting age, like, who cares? If personally, I'm not into polygamy, but if it's not an oppressive situation, I think that it does afford the same freedoms. That being said, do you think the church, say a church or a certain religious sect or whatnot, has the right to refuse a religious ceremony based on their beliefs?
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's fine with me. I don't care. I mean, it's I'm more concerned with, can a gay couple go down to the courthouse and obtain a marriage license the same way I would be able to with you know, whoever I'm dating at the moment.
I would say marriage is almost irrelevant. The real dirt is employment, housing, healthcare, public accommodation, justice, discrimination. Getting both some kind of enforcement or paradigm with teeth, and getting sexual orientation and gender identity on the books is a protected class.
Well, it's definitely a multi-leveled issue. Like, I mean, that's a good point, though. Like, I mean, it's just one small piece of the puzzle, right? There's a lot of issues that go beyond just the state allowing marriage, I guess. But I agree with you guys too. I think if a particular religious institution, you know, has a certain belief, whether I agree with it or not, I do think that we have to afford them the same freedom as well. But you know, Nadia brings up a good point. I mean, there are bigger issues. You know, what's next after we conquer, or I guess you guys conquer, same-sex marriage? You know.
Well, I think it's one of those things where, you know, it's a lot of what it does is once we normalize same-sex marriage, we're going to see, oh, like that takes away a lot of it's going to just raise consciousness. It's going to take away. I don't want to say it's going to take away homophobia, but just by raising consciousness that these people, you know, are just people that love each other the same way that, anyone, you know, any couple loves each other, you know, but it humanizes them, and it also brings their issues as, you know, a class of people to, you know, in some sense to the public consciousness. And I think that's very important in and of itself, because it's just one step on getting equal rights. I mean, it wasn't like the Civil Rights Act, you know, that just came out of thin air. There were other advancements in civil rights before that.
Hey everybody, what's the topic?
For
Gay
a while,
people.
been
Oh,
gay
well, I
marriage,
should
yeah.
fit in then.
Gay sex, of course.
Gay sex. Oh, I don't know what that is.
Usually there's a butt involved and a penis.
It's been so long that I don't even hardly know what these terms even mean anymore. But that's just me. I don't know.
Do you remember BalRico.com's article, "Gay marriage being the end of gay sex"?
Gay marriage being the end of gay sex. That's just kind of funny.
That's funny.
Well, it's like Pat Robertson already said that we're just going to wipe ourselves out because we can't reproduce. So
There you go.
When will that guy just admit that he thinks dicks are delicious?
I'm just waiting for him to die. That's probably the best use he's been in the last 80+ years. He's been on this wretched rock that we call home. That's really the only thing left he could do a benefit to humanity, I think.
Jeez.
I mean, he's to me just a useless windbag. I mean, the thing is, what's bad about him that bothers me more is that some of the things he has come in support of make perfect sense. But then, on the other hand, he goes to the absolute batshit crazy fringe as far as he can possibly go. And I'm just like, how in the world do you still have a relevant voice is amazing to me. Luckily, Jerry Falwell already bit the dust several years ago. We just need the rest of them to follow suit. I'm totally Christopher Hitchens when it comes to things like that, because he had no mercy or sympathy for Jerry Falwell, and neither did I, especially considering my mother graduated from his school. And so, no, I don't, people like that, fuck them.
Now, is he the one that got, he had some kind of money invested in, like, diamond mines over in Africa or something like that?
Pat Robertson, yeah. Yeah, that's something, the company that was, he actually came more in favor of some African dictator at the time in the place he was wanting to mine. Well, they were essentially blood diamonds. And there was some talk, of course, I think this was in the early 90s, of, U.S. military intervention over whatever crises was going on at the time, and he was speaking out against it. Well, later come to light that he may have some personal stake in this. So, yeah, I have no sympathy for people like that. So
there was something too that he was something to do with like vehicles, like planes or something that he bought, rode off through his ministry, but he was like selling to like, I don't know. I want to say warlords, but it's been so long since I read the articles on it or something. But
surprise me. It really wouldn't. Nothing surprises me with that old wrinkled prune of a human being.
Sorry, what it was something, if my memory serves me right, he had a plane, like a cargo plane, or these vehicles that he rode off through the ministry, but he was using it to transport for this diamond business in Africa or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm referring to as well. Yeah, pretty much. That's something that could be a whole other topic in of itself, is when are these religious organizations and churches finally going to lose their 501c3 tax exempt status? So much tax revenue is being, when are these people finally going to lose that status to where they have to pay taxes just like any other racket? I mean, business.
They're non-profit organizations. Why would you tax them?
Do what?
They are non-profit organizations. There's no reason to tax them.
I actually like the fact that they're not taxed, because if they are taxed, that means that they can get involved in political lobbying.
Right.
They already
that's
do.
That's a horrible consequence. As long as they're non-profit, they're not allowed to get into political lobbying.
Through somebody, they already give them.
I want to say non-profit organizations can, but 501c3s cannot. There are some non-profit codes that a church could probably get, and if they have a code that is not 501c3, then yes, they can. But if they have a 501c3, they cannot get involved in
no, they can't directly. You're right.
Directly they cannot.
No, but they could proxy somebody, and they have been doing that.
Well, yeah, they can absolutely do that, because individuals have the freedom of speech. Or do you want to try and legislate something against that?
No, not at all. Not at all. No, okay. I'm just saying.
Then what's the problem?
At least if they were going to cause a bunch of trouble, we could at least get some money from them. Anything else?
I think that's ridiculous.
I don't.
Routinely violate this prohibition on political whatever it is. Pastors, preach to vote for whatever candidate for the pulpit. They're off camera, so hey, nobody busts them. And the American Family Association also writes their little voter guides. They send out to good 50 million plus, probably more like 100 million voters every year. And they practically do granny farming the way they.
And if that happens, and if they're caught, and then they should be prosecuted. But unless they are caught,
it's not a criminal offense anyway.
I can see where religious organizations could keep a 501c3 status would be if they were actually providing a service that was more of a community-based service, whether it be through housing or meal distribution or something like that. Then I could see a legitimacy.
A religious institution is a community service.
Okay. if you want to call it that.
That's
You're
what
more
it is.
entitled to.
It's a community. It's where a community gathers. It's a church.
Yeah, it's considered a community service, and also the other issue is that the government is not allowed to interfere with the practice or establishment of religion, and that's a law that we have called the First Amendment. And if we start taxing churches, that sort of takes a lot of the First Amendment things that protect politics from religion, and those go down the drain. And I think that those are more valuable than the tax revenue that we would gain, because politically our system would become even more of a mess than it is now, because then you have church money going in.
Right.
We could also put a lot of them out of business too. That's at least the smaller ones. Then again, I guess it would.
Well, the smaller ones still wouldn't be taxed because they don't make enough money. The big ones would be the ones that would get taxed, and even then, great. So then you've just opened the door for churches flooding money into the Republican Party.
Am I missing something, or has that not been going on for decades?
It has not been going on at all.
All they're allowed to do is say, well, Christians should vote for the candidate that won't support abortion or something. They're allowed to say stuff like that. Or they say
abortion is a sin, but once they start talking about who you should vote for, that's when it breaks 501c3 status.
They're allowed to be really, really vague, but they're not allowed to actually endorse anyone or any they can just say wink, wink, don't vote for this issue, on this bit.
They can't do that. Okay, let me be clear on what they can and can't do. They cannot, if you have a 501c3 status, you cannot donate money to any political party. You can supply the only thing that you can do as far as political parties are concerned is you can allow a political party to use your facilities as a church if you then send the same offer to an opposing party or any party. That aside, a pastor cannot say anything about voting on an issue. On the pulpit, the only thing that he can say is if he can talk about what a sin abortion is or something like that, but he can't say you should vote against abortion, or that this guy supports abortion, therefore you should be against him. Those things would be illegal. However, a pastor can say on his own time outside of the church, not representing the church, in an interview with somebody, that he is voting for person X and that he thinks people should vote for person X if he chooses to do so using his own freedom of speech, as long as he is not representing the church at the time. Church paraphernalia cannot have anything about voting issues, even though sometimes that happens. But if it is proven to happen, the church can lose its 501c3 status.
And so he could still do this stuff while fully being a pastor, as long as he steps outside of the building.
He can't do it in the church.
So all he has to do is just take one step out the door and off the property and basically say, hey, I endorse this candidate, I encourage you to vote for him.
If he does it while he is not representing the church. He cannot represent the church in that point. If he steps outside the door and yells it into the church, he's still breaking the law.
Well, but he can still do this even if he's not representing the church, but still holds the office of pastor.
If he holds an office as a pastor, like somebody like Mike Huckabee isn't a pastor right now.
I understand that, but if somebody is a pastor that is giving voter advice, even if they're off church property and other things, this doesn't matter either.
If somebody is running, they do not preach at the same time.
I am not talking about the pastor per se, the one running. I'm talking about endorsing another candidate or candidate.
Endorsing another candidate, they can do it outside of the church if they are not representing the church.
Even if and of course, they still hold the office of pastor, obviously, whether they're in or out of the church.
Right.
It's a very superficial difference, but I guess that's how the law is.
It's like if you are a pastor, you still have the First Amendment right.
Exactly. But it just seems that it's kind of interesting, though, that is so. I mean, it seems so thin, and I mean, I don't know.
It's a line that's been drawn very clearly by the IRS. If you want to speak outside the church on what your personal views are, that's fine. But you cannot do it from the pulpit in a church to a congregation, or you cannot do it at a church station event as a pastor at the church station event.
It's funny because I wonder why that law is even in place then, because difference of whether it's spoken or not really makes no difference. Because, I mean, probably from the monetary point of view, obviously the 501c3, but I guess when it comes to the idea of not having, well, besides the obvious thing, the separation of church and state, is that they want, when it comes to money and revenue, but all he has to do is step outside of the building, or the person's, standing outside the building and saying, I endorse blah, blah, blah. So that's awful nice and fun. Maybe I can get
there is a pamphlet that the IRS provides on the founding of 501c3s that states very clearly what the rules are and provides examples, if you would like to look it up.
I wonder if in this pamphlet, if I could sort of Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster and get my 501c3 so I could have a house in Malibu, like, the lake.
But if you wanted to found another chapter of it, or a denomination, or whatever it is, you could probably do it. But atheism, you would have to have atheism or the following of the Spaghetti Monster be a recognized religion according to the United States.
Oh, I wonder how in the world you go about the process of legitimizing something that can't be quantified or measured or in any way demonstrated.
So what?
Interesting. How in the world does one religion actually gain any type of legitimacy? What's the criterion for that when it comes to a 501c3 status? That's got to be an interesting.
I don't know,
list.
but occasionally a pagan religion gets kind of shafted out of it, but it depends.
That's hilarious. I mean, to me, that's comedic gold to me.
How so?
Oh well, basically, I know more people don't do it. To be honest, it's like it could be a gold mine if you know how to manipulate. I mean, yeah, I have Eve or something to that effect. It could be about worshiping the giant pickle, or in a sacrament could be going to Hooters and having barbecue wings or something, and that could be a mock Eucharist. I mean, and then of course you could get tax, get 501c3 for.
No, you have to get approval.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, what's their process of legitimizing a religion? That's the thing that. I mean, legitimizing religion, it just sounds.
Well, it has to be a religion that is on the books.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what it takes to get on those books. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because it just.
Wicca's been around for about 50 years, and it just recently got there.
Do what?
Wicca has been around for about 50 years, and it just recently got there.
What I'm saying is, what type of criterion has to be involved for your religion to get on this, both to potentially get this 501c3? Because I've worked with nonprofits in the past, but my emphasis wasn't on the business end, and it wasn't on the religious end. I worked with the religious organizations because I thought they were doing some good in the community. Well, they weren't. They were just using it as another catalyst to promote the gospel of love or whatever nonsense. And I quickly left a lot of them. In fact, all of them now. But yeah, it's just funny how religion gets its special status in this country. It's when it comes to the monetary issues. It's hilarious to me.
Oh, the First Amendment stands behind it.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, does it make it? It's funny. I don't know. It's funny to me. I'm not against anybody free worship of whatever deity they want to believe, but I don't see why in the world it has to be this seemingly nonsensical when it comes to the whole tax idea. I mean,
so that they don't have open field on politics.
Right. Like I empathize with the point you're making. I mean, I look at these mega churches and even like these big guys like Benny Hinn and this, what was, revealed what they were pulling in annually, and you want to say, well, geez, man, these guys, how are they getting away with it? But the reality is, it's about checks and balances, and I mean, up here, like where I live, you can actually choose to have a portion of your taxes donated to the Catholic school board.
Oh,
boy. Like that's.
There's another criminal organization that's legitimized.
But I mean, it's they make a valid point. I mean, you don't want these guys because if they have a legitimate right to directly get involved in politics, if their money is going there, and that's just the way it is, just like anybody else, agree with it or not. it's about checks and balances. I agree. It would be great if we could tax Benny Hinn and all these guys, you know, and it would
I think the
help at least
individuals
in
are
some way.
actually
But
taxed.
sure. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the organizations themselves.
Yeah, if
And
you
I
were
definitely
talking about the churches themselves, which
right.
if you start taxing them, you actually don't pull in a sizable amount of money when you compare it to the rest of the federal budget.
Well, exactly. That would
It's
be
like
my
enough
next
to build a
point,
new
right?
cafeteria, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't even put a dent in it anyways. But you know, I think
It
the
wouldn't help
benefits of keeping them separate far exceeds. That was my ultimate point. You know, is that the benefits of keeping them apart from politics far exceeds any kind of monetary gain you're
Well,
going
it
to get
seems that
from
even
grabbing at them.
failing in a large extent. They may not be getting directly involved, but indirectly they are. Well,
Indirectly is legal.
it is illegal. I mean, I don't think it makes it ethical or moral, but yeah, it is legal.
What would be immoral about it? Especially for this is coming from somebody who says that they should be taxed, which means they would be able to be involved directly if they wanted to.
Well, so that's the thing. I was mistaken on that point because I hadn't thought of it that way. But yeah, I think it's dangerous for them to be so well organized and things of that nature. I do. Especially when they have such an indirect monopoly on the culture as well. It goes beyond just politics for me. And that's, I find it disturbing.
Oh, yeah, people have their religions and people follow the rules in them.
It's, it's scary to me. It's very scary. It'd be nice if,
yeah, here we go. I was just looking at a article on TurboTax where ministers are indeed taxed. They can, there are certain deductions that they can take based on where their income is actually coming from and what it's being used for, because it considers their the rent isn't fully deductible, but it has some. Like say it says a church pays this person an annual salary of $60,000 with $7,000 designated for utility costs. That means they get to deduct that. They wind up paying $53,000. They're reporting their income as $53K.
It would be wonderful if there was a way that money could be, there would be a legal precedence to where money could not even be an issue within religions in terms of donations, in the sense that there is no monetary input or output for these organizations. That would be wonderful, because I don't see how that would be taking anyone's right to assemble and worship. There would just be nothing monetarily involved. There would be no organizational structure.
Wait, say that again?
It would be nice if there was a way to suffocate them monetarily with a legal precedent, which I know will never happen, to where there would be no input or output, monetarily speaking, and that when none of these organizations, these movements get formed, people would obviously gather, have a free voice, vote their religious conscience or anything,
but
people have the right to organize and the right to peacefully assemble, so you would be violating that.
No,
exactly. I mean, to be clear, like, just, churches aren't actually breaking the law. Like, just, whether you agree with what they stand for or not, the fact of the matter is they don't break the law.
The repercussions of a kind of law that you're talking about would be extremely bad for freedom of speech.
How would it be really bad for freedom of speech if I'm not advocating disbanding freedom of speech? I'm advocating the idea of keeping money.
You're advocating a ban on donation of money to organizations and then by proxy the right to assemble.
No, they could assemble perfectly fine without the type of buildings and organizational structures they have. I've done it many times in different situations. They don't have to have one of those things to assemble.
No, you're just taking away one of the options.
It keeps money out of things, keeps corruption out. I don't see the problem.
Great, do that with the government first.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. In a lot of ways, it would be.
Yeah, I mean, you can't.
Now you're an anarchist.
Yeah, you can't just make like a blanket law saying, if a bunch of people that are like-minded want to build a place to go and meet once a week and pool their money together, that they can't. And then if you specify it towards just like religious, yeah, man, like that's like I said, like they're not breaking a law. So I mean, there's
Again, I reemphasize, I'm not saying they're breaking the law. I am not making that claim whatsoever. They are not
But
breaking.
you want to make it so they are breaking the law. You want to bring a law in so that it suffocates them financially to cripple them. You're like, yeah, because you're like specifically targeting them. Like that's discrimination when they're not really breaking a law. They're not really doing anything.
Yeah, right now they're not breaking the law. Yeah, you're correct.
Well, until you change it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess we all agree.
Sorry, I missed that. I was reading the article. But
I would have
posted
on religious organizations that actually provided a utilitarian service.
They do religious services.
Okay. I guess definition of utility is different than mine.
Well, people have spiritual needs, and churches fill those.
That's nice and well in theory, but practically not based on the evidence I've seen. There's other ways of collectively gathering and having spiritual expressions and experiences. If you want to call what happens in these services spiritual, you're more welcome to do that, obviously.
I'm saying this as a non-Christian, so.
Saying it as a former Christian, former dogmatic, fundamentalist Christian.
I was pretty religious too, but as a Christian. But I am not a Christian anymore, and I can still say that churches, even Christian churches, do provide fulfill a spiritual need for a lot of people. And I'm fine with it.
You can see that is totally beyond me. I really do not see how any of that could ever be considered spiritual in any way, shape, or form.
Just because it's lost on you doesn't mean that you need to force your perspective down the throats of others.
I'm not forcing it down anyone's throat.
Well, you're talking about eliminating the
money
right to, yeah, exactly.
Not the right to assemble. No, I'm not talking about eliminating that right.
Even if I do give you that you're not trying to eliminate the right to assemble, it's the elimination of the right to use their money is a violation of free speech.
How's in the world is it a violation of free speech when I'm doing nothing?
FTC versus Citizens United. Payment of money is considered free speech.
Oh, so in this case, Monsanto can be considered a free speech advocate, and they can be considered a person. Yay.
Not quite. It has to do with putting your money towards causes.
Even ones that are imaginary.
To you.
Yeah. They are imaginary. Otherwise...
Again, caveat to you.
Okay, I guess it's all relative. But no, I don't know why anybody thinks I would want to take away their right just by taking their money.
Say that. Oh God, that was a sentence. I'm not taking away your freedom. I'm just taking away your financial means.
Your financial. Build a building and sit in a pew and.
How would you actually do that? Like, how would you be able to legislate that? It seems ridiculous to me.
Well, it may be ridiculous and it may be totally impossible. I mean, I don't really care. I'm just saying it's an idea. It's a pipe dream. I'm not saying it has any real flourishing in reality. It's just a lofty dream I like to think about.
I mean, if you're going to hold it, then you should be able to defend it at least somewhat. If you're going to be holding it like this.
No, so actually, I'm not entitled to hold, defend, or hold anything unless I want to. Of course, I could try to articulate it if you want me to, but I can hold any belief, whatever that I want to, in any capacity, whether I defend it or not. I don't have to defend it to you or anyone else unless I just feel the need to do so. I'm not obligated to do that. But since you asked, I would actually have the churches and ministries and organizations, after this thing was passed, hypothetically, it would actually be turned over to genuine community services that actually go about trying to rebuild the community rather than suck the life out of it, and providing an actual useful service, whether it would be helping with people on the lower end of the income bracket, which even though we have some systems in place that do help, they are not perfect, and a little bit of help would obviously not hurt. Things to where, unfortunately, we still have a healthcare problem in this country, and that could also be used, those facilities, to help mediate that, where the state cannot fill in the gaps. And so, you know, that's how I would have it look. And the people that were formerly involved in these organizations or rackets, they would be perfectly fine to assemble and do anything else to express their views anyway. But just because they don't have a building that's centralized under an organizational banner or whatever doesn't mean that they haven't lost their right to say what they want, think what they want, assemble in the way they want. It just
You're
means...
picking up music.
Do what?
You might be picking up music.
I'm here at work, if that's what you're saying, because they're always blasting it here. But yeah, but that's, I mean, like I said, the legislative process of it, I can't articulate it. I'm getting kind of woozy here because it's almost time for me to go home, but I'm getting kind of tired. But like I said, it's just a pipe dream. I know it's not going to happen. I just wish it could.
Hi, Hazy. Hi, Rev.
Well, I think it's kind of a moot point anyways, because I don't know about where it is where you guys are, but I know around here the churches, like the small ones, are slowly dying out anyways. I mean, church attendance is not like what it used to be, at least. I remember a few years ago, actually, I'm probably going back four or 5 years ago almost, like the Catholic Church was in such a decline over in the UK that they're actually paying to have television ads, trying to be all hip and cool and getting celebrities to, like, what's that?
They're doing that here.
Yeah, well, that's why. Like, I mean, like, yeah, sure, we're seeing the megachurch and that, but I can't speak for where everybody is, but I know around here, I mean, the churches are dying. Like, I mean, the attendance is mostly blue-haired ladies, you know, on their way out, trying to make friends with Jesus before they die or whatever, and
well, this last year,
what the fuck does blue hair have to do with knowing Jesus?
I think it's one and the same because it's such a common thread. I think it's something you just eventually mosey into. It's funny. But yeah, I've seen a lot of those. They're funny. But the thing here, the reason I have such a harsh view on organized religion and organizational structures like I do, is just last year the League of the South had a rally in the town I live in, and for anybody who doesn't know what the League of the South is, they're a neo-Confederate organization that wants to take us back 150 years. And all this is, of course, most of it, if not all of it's justified on organizational beliefs. They may even get a 501c3, I don't know. But they may probably not, because they're considered a quasi-political movement, I don't know. But they want to bring back... at the very least, they want to bring back segregation. Any rights that women have gone, basically, have gotten the last century, that's pretty much, they want that curtailed to a great degree, and they want the death penalty instituted for anybody that's LGBT. You know, so yeah, I mean, there was a rally like that happened in this town. I didn't even know about it. To one of my friends that writes for the local paper told me about it, and this entire event went totally unconfronted or opposed. And you know, that's the type of extremism that still exists, even if it is a very small minority that exists in the area I live. And I've even had people from the Ku Klux Klan try to recruit me several years ago in the town I live and some adjoining cities next to me. And the basis for everything these people say, of course, is that we want to restore a Christian nation, or it's some variation of that. And it's possible that being surrounded by these type of people has tainted my view a tad bit. when it comes to organized religion, especially, fundamentalist Christianity. But seeing the things that I've seen and knowing how perilous this could eventually be, it does kind of raise an alarm about these things, even if my views could in fact be short-sighted. So there's a little background to the way I'm thinking and trying to understand and interpret the things that I say and do in regards to this.
So you disagree with extremists? So do a lot of people. So do a lot of Christians.
Well, not where I live, apparently. I know that not everybody, even where I live, agrees with that, but that's predominantly where I live.
What state do you live in?
I live in Tennessee.
Just out of curiosity. You live in Tennessee? Oh, okay.
I'm in South Middle Tennessee, in fact.
I'm in Georgia.
Oh, well. Yeah. I'm originally from Appalachia, though, in East Kentucky. I'm not from Tennessee originally.
Ocean, you rule, bro.
Right.
Do what?
Oh, he, Rev, I guess, complimented me and then took off.
Well, he might have got dropped. He seemed like he was in the middle of a sentence.
Who knows? But, yeah, that's, I don't think I've ever had any family that was in the Ku Klux Klan. I could be wrong. But the International Clans of the IKA, what's it called? The Something Clans of America, was headquartered not far from where I lived.
Oh, you're from Tennessee, so there's a lot of that around there.
Tennessee, again.
Or you're in Tennessee, so there's a lot of that from around there. But in Tennessee, Kentucky.
What I was saying
I just
is
want to say,
Almighty.
hi, LD. I've never met you, but I've seen you on Nadia's chats recently, so it's nice to meet you.
Oh, likewise. But what I was saying is where I am from in Kentucky, in the Appalachian Mountains, there, the IKA is headquartered not at all far from where I live, or where I'm from. And in Tennessee,
right.
Yes, there's a high percentage of clans, because this is where the state grew up in Pulaski, which ironically has a lot of African American. But yes, I mean, it's...
When you lean back like that, your mic doesn't catch your voice very well.
Yeah, I'm also not projecting it very loud, even though I can, but I don't want to distort anything.
But when you're like that, it's fine.
Yeah, it's just less comfortable, but see if I can adjust it. So yeah, I mean, my views when it comes to monetary restrictions on religious organizations, it may be seemingly extreme, or you may view it as stifling free speech or whatever, but that's where some of the basis of my views come from, is with these experiences and having been in the Christian music ministry, for several years. Well, in addition to being in their schools and all these type of things, is I'm very aware of.
The way that I view free speech is that in order to protect reasonable speech, you should also protect unreasonable speech. Such as I fully support the right of the Westboro Baptist Church to do as they please, where they please, as long as they are obeying state ordinances about protesting a certain distance away from funerals, which I'm not even sure if I agree with that.
So Ocean, what do you think the Supreme Court's ruling on that currently is?
I don't know. I know that the Westboro Baptist Church has won a lot of their cases, if not all of them.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation in which it is relatively subjective. It essentially depends on whether violence ensues or is being encouraged.
Right. Yeah.
See, I am for the right of the Westboro Baptists to say and do as they please, even though I'm somebody that they directly hate. I just don't think they should have any monetary in and out. So that's another example.
Would you be willing to fight and die for their right to do that?
For the right to do that? Fight and die for it? Well, my ancestors...
Are you talking about me or are you talking about LB?
He's talking about me. No, I wouldn't fight and die for their right to do that. No. There's not many
See, I
things
would.
I would fight and die for. I mean, it's not just them. There's very few things I would die and fight for.
If somebody tried to shut down their right to free speech, I would be definitely involved in the protests and sued afterwards. Because
I am against free speech on principle.
Completely wrong. Oh, well, thank you, Nadia. I have to hate you now.
Well, free speech is also not an absolute right as well. So, I mean, there's some caveats even to the First Amendment, as there are to the Second Amendment and others. So,
Why do you say that? Don't you believe in a natural right? So you should be able to say and do whatever you want. There might be consequences, but consequences be damned.
Oh, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, for example. That would be one.
You can, but there's consequences.
Well,
Schenck versus United States.
I'm speaking with respect to legality, not with respect to functionality.
So,
even if the laws are...
You believe in natural rights, and how are they derived? Where do rights come from?
I don't know where you're trying to go with this. Are you going in with a theistic argument?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
So I'm questioning, how do we derive rights?
well, if you want to know what I think,
I look at rights from a perspective of legal functionality and, legal functionality.
So they're derived by the state. They're not inalienable.
Well, the state is derived by the people. So ultimately, we create our own rights, and we have the rights that we can fight for.
Okay, so my question was in regards to natural rights and whether an individual has inalienable rights.
I mean, that's certainly the argument that's put forward in the Declaration of Independence. I don't necessarily care about that angle. It doesn't matter to me.
Why not?
What, LB?
Well, here's my humble opinion on it, and I'm going to state this very crudely. Our rights, and I'm not even going to address the issue of inalienable rights as he's talking about apart from the state, but our rights ultimately come from the person who has the biggest gun. To put it crudely, is that. And the reason I say that is not because of any endorsement or willingness for that to happen, but your rights and what you're able ultimately going to do, however they can be enforced upon you. And that comes through many different things. And so, you know,
it comes from Chairman Mao.
I hate that.
You got your little red book there, Nadia?
I hate the reality.
Ocean, I wanted to apologize. I was just trying to forward the conversation in an interesting way. I know it's a volatile conversation, so I appreciate your patience.
No, you're fine. My view on rights is more about on the social contract, essentially.
Rights, I think
people collectively kind of decide what their rights are.
Rights are ultimately just a synthetic thing. I mean, they're just something. It's just like society and civilization. It's just constructs that we create, and do they exist wholly apart from that? I don't think they do. I mean, I would like to think they do, but I just don't.
No, I don't think so either.
It really goes either way outside of that context.
Yeah, it's a fascinating topic. So right now, there's the libertarian agenda, and it's essentially split between secularists and believers. So the believers will say those rights are based on the Creator, and they will assert Thomas Jefferson. But there is a new brand of secularist libertarians that are saying essentially it's based on our humanity, and it is a kind of agreement, but that it is part.
Libertarian capitalist, which is to me a funny phrase, but are you referring to those?
No, not specifically. It's a much broader kind of sense. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're using the term libertarian in broad sense because most American ideas of libertarian are somehow synonymous with laissez-faire capitalism or something, and that's not.
No, I don't agree. I would say that there's an equal representation within civil libertarians, but I understand where you're coming from.
Right.
And I appreciate your view.
Okay.
I would.
Okay.
I would very immediately question, if these things are constructs, then toward what end? What are these constructs intended to actually to do? What's their purpose? What were they supposed to help us go on? Music is gonna get my.
Oh, sorry. I think that's me, actually.
Yeah, that studio's probably already been.
Ocean is rocking out to some trance music.
No, it's my roommate. He's watching a thing.
Oh, great movie. That's awesome.
Ha! No, not the thing. He's just watching a series. I did not name it. I think it's a Korean
ahead, Nadia.
drama. It's one of those Korean soap operas.
Yes.
You were watching. God damn it!
Did you read the thing I sent you?
No, what did you? Hold on. Wait, my roommate is. Let's see.
All right, guys.
I
Well,
think Shakespeare was reincarnated as a Korean drama writer. Anyway, sorry.
I'm gonna go back to watching Spartacus or something. So.
All right. See you, LB.
So LB, I just wanted to ask you. So I'm sorry I missed some of your earlier conversation. Do you consider yourself a Christian?
No, I do not.
All right, man. Thank you.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed part of the earlier conversation, but I have seen you in Nadia's Hangouts before, and I just didn't know who you were. So I appreciate you, sharing your views, and I'm open to all of them. So thanks, man.
I bumped into you first when you were trying to have a reasonable conversation with Neff, and he wasn't having it, and you left quite reasonably so. So I was happy to actually have a conversation with you this time.
Yeah, you guys were having a conversation about like Protestantism and Christianity earlier, so I just didn't. I came in halfway through that, so I'm sorry for any misunderstanding.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all fine and wonderful. Now you all know that I'm an intolerant bigot when it comes to religious organizations. So.
Right. Yeah, I gathered.
Right on, brother. Hang in there.
Yeah. So. Oh well. Well, I've been called worse, so it's all good.
Cool.
Everybody.
See you around.
Well.
Hi, Desert. Nice to see you again.
Desert and I are in the same room again. I don't know how much longer I can stay.
Oh, hell no, that damn pagan's in here. What's going on, everybody?
Wait, Desert's
I'm
a
all
pagan
for
too?
the pagans. What's wrong with pagans? Come on, man.
Wait, Desert, are you a pagan?
No, I'm actually, I lean more towards deism, I think.
Okay. Because I am a pagan. It would have been hilarious if Ocean and Desert were pagans. That would be just fucking hilarious. Please become a pagan just so that we can do that.
Yeah. There you go.
I don't know, it sounds pretty tempting.
Hey, Trud,
So do you consider yourself a pagan or heathen, Ocean?
Heathen would be a Satru, wouldn't it? The Norse.
Perhaps. This is part of the problem, right? It all comes down to semantics and how people identify themselves. So it is interesting that terms like pagan and heathen, people have adopted. In the same way that people have adopted terms like, I don't know, queer, I guess, and turned it around to say, yes, this is what I am.
Heathenry. It's not a term I'm going to adopt as far as that. I might say that I do have some Masatru inspiration, but I Druid.
Yeah.
Hey, Hazy?
Yes,
Hazy?
sir.
What would you say you are? Are you an atheist?
Yeah, I consider myself an agnostic atheist.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were.
I recognize within atheism, a lot of people say, you shouldn't, qualify it with agnosticism, but I think it makes sense to me to say agnostic atheist because there's a lot we don't know and can't say anything about.
Yeah, I can see that.
If I'm to, I could definitely. I hold the position that saying agnostic atheist doesn't make much sense. I guess what you identify as comes down to whether or not, like as theist or atheist, is whether or not you accept the idea of a god, or to reject the idea of a god, or hold no position on it. And you don't have to have proof against in order to reject. You can just say that I find it to be less likely than it is likely, and reject it on that basis.
Exactly, and to that end, I agree 100%. That's what I am.
Okay, cool.
But when it comes to the big unknowns, yeah, I don't know.
Well, yeah,
and
of course,
as far as
paganism
and heretical beliefs and heathenism, I'm all for it. Naturalism, animism, panpsychism, no problem.
Panpsychism. I've heard this. I think it's the third time I've heard that. I still haven't looked it up.
Oh my God! Yeah. Well, this is one of the new terms to kind of try to connote, I guess, our contemporary understanding of physics with a kind of animist spiritualism, right? So
that's interesting. That is kind of a fancy word for animism.
Yeah.
To an extent, animism would be on a little bit more of a macro scale than panpsychism.
Well, what else are you going to worship, right?
No, I mean, with animism, you would have, like, say, a sacred space might have a soul or a consciousness. Maybe not even consciousness, but that could be guarded by a spirit that may or may not be conscious.
Yep.
Panpsychism seems to be interested more in consciousness, that like a rock would be conscious and an atom would also be conscious, which I would disagree with, but I can see how
well not necessarily
someone might want to come to that position.
It depends, right? It depends on a definition of consciousness. So if we suppose that the universe is a codependent phenomenon and that all things are a manifestation of the universe and that they're operating in a codependent way, in a cause and effect kind of way, that they're all one ultimately. So, you know, that there could be differentiations of consciousness that people could arbitrarily arrive at. And certainly historically in a lot of the animistic traditions, they ascribe a certain degree of consciousness to what we would consider inanimate objects or to other forms of life. So I agree with you. I mean, it's one of these. Yeah, it's a semantic kind of new broad definition of how we're all one, and the universe is alive and intimately related to itself, and we're all a manifestation of that.
I can dig it, but I'll still disagree with it on certain levels. I would have to bump into somebody that is a panpsychist so that I can poke and prod them a little bit.
Fair enough. I'm not an expert on that or the terminology, but I see it thrown about a lot. But so I was interested in talking. I'm sorry, I guess he left. What's his name? Was it LB? So LB.
Yeah, he's gone now.
Earlier, in you guys were talking a little bit about Christianity, and I just listened to an old, like 1967, Joseph Campbell, the mythologist, lecture, and he was describing the difference between the Levant and their perception of essentially salam and submission to a godhead versus the spirituality of the traditional Greco-Roman sphere that seems to have had some import into old Europe, ancient Western Europe, and that we are kind of still juggling these things in our psychology. So on the one hand, you had the Greco-Roman sphere and paganism of Northwest Europe, which supposed that the gods had kinds of personalities, but they were very anthropomorphic, and that humans had their own individuality, and in essence, they kind of assumed their own status, their own sphere of power, their own individuality, their own psyche, versus the Levant, which was pure submission to some godhead. And that we're still juggling that, and that the early years of Christianity were fraught with heretical sex, and this was kind of this balancing act that was taking place between the idea of individuality asserting itself versus being obedient to some godhead and the rules that had been derived from it. and that essentially part of that heresy was Protestantism, and Protestantism won out. So we still have this kind of psychological split between paying obeisance to God and saying, well, we are special, I have my individual will, and I know what is right and wrong, and those kinds of things. So so I thought it was an interesting psychological take that seems to be evident in the U.S. at this point, when you have people talking about how they talk to God, or God talks to them, rather. And that we have this split between the idea that, well, we're insignificant, we're like worms, and we have to be obedient to God, but on the other hand, they pray and ask for special favor, and they have a personal connection with God, and they feel personally, individually informed by God to know what's right and wrong and how they should act, and etc.
Hey Rev. Hey Nadia.
I must say, Ocean. This is gonna blow your mind, but listening to you, you've pulled me back, bro. And I'm gonna say this right now. Von Helton, what he says about Christ, he's right. I believe that Christos, Christ, he was the greatest manifestation of all the ascended masters. I know this sounds like I'm gonna go crazy right now, but that's the fucking truth. All of those guys from the past that seem to be like the Messiah figure. Christ was the greatest manifestation of that. Watch the beginning of the Zeitgeist, the first one, the first Zeitgeist. All those.
I'm gonna stop you for a second.
All right, go for it.
That I have seen the first part of the first Zeitgeist, and I absolutely abhor it because it gets its history all screwed up. Where you're talking about the part where it talks about Horus and Mithras and Mithras, Dionysus, and others.
Right, but all of them have elements of what Christ did, and that's what Vaughn talks about. All of them.
Vaughn and I disagree vehemently on this, and the facts are not on his side in that. Zeitgeist is horrible research, and
so Ocean, have you ever read Joseph Campbell or any other mythologists?
I've not read Joseph Campbell. I've read a lot of holy texts, some of them that are associated with the religions that are talked about in Zeitgeist, and the issue that I take with Zeitgeist is that it gets at a lot of things, like take Horus for example. Horus was never a human, so there's no way he could have been baptized at 30.
Right.
That alone, everything else just starts falling like dominoes.
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's outright lies in the beginning of it. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, there are elements of all these stories that connect. Do you know what I mean, Ocean? I mean, there's certain parts of all of these stories that connect back to, the guy I believe in. So
Rev, that's why I was mentioning Joseph Campbell, who's just one of many comparative mythologists. So a lot of the mythology of Christ, it predates Christ, right? So a lot of these themes are extant in other traditions, and that just
also
suggests
not
that they have a truth to them that is metaphorical, not
right?
literal.
But Hazy, listen, are you aware of the Hebrew Mazzaroth? It's the Hebrew version of the Zodiac. Are you aware of that?
Only a little bit, and primarily because you've mentioned it in the past, and I actually looked it up. So please go on.
Well, I don't want to go there because I don't want to step on any toes. But I mean, the gospel really is in the stars. I mean, it's written there.
If you're worried about stepping on my toes,
I
don't.
question that. What does that mean? So I understand in essence what you're saying. So I looked it up because you were talking about it and it was unfamiliar to me, and I appreciate you sharing it. And I would say go for it. So you're with friends. I'm not going to dismiss it, but however, I have to question the idea of a specific culture's astrology. Now, there's a great book called Hamlet's Mill that is about historical astrology and its import to different cultures' mythologies that I've read, and I was interested in the Mayan astrology and that kind of thing. But I don't know a lot about what you're talking about right now, but I'm sincerely interested.
If you can explain a little bit about how I specifically brought you to the position that you're at now, because I know it wasn't through the zeitgeist thing, unless it's just purely my position as a polytheist.
I just kind of get now that it seems to me that there are many paths. These hangouts have taught me a lot, because the majority of you guys on here that don't get it already get it. I'll give you this. In Genesis 5, there's a genealogy. Okay, goes from Adam to Noah, and it spells out.
The meanings spell out something along the lines of sending down a Messiah.
That's right.
Son, yes, right. I haven't checked up on that. I saw that video. I think that you might have. I think even you might have linked it to me. If
I did, I wanted you to see it, man. What do you think about that?
I haven't validated it yet. It's made me curious though, so I'm gonna go figure out exactly what those names mean, and independently from this guy.
Okay.
But if it does mean that, then that's interesting.
All right. Yeah. I think from my perspective, where I'm coming from now, I think the grace of God is going to be a lot more than what most people like myself think. I think I'm probably going to see the majority of you guys up there, and I praise God for that. I'm going to pop that link in from the the Genesis 5 video for all you guys to take.
Oh yeah, do it again. If you can Skype it to me as well, just so I have an easy access to it.
Will do.
Cool. But you're saying that there's now multiple ways to the truth, or are you... Like, what exactly has changed about your position?
I pray that there are multiple ways to the truth, Ocean. Listen, brother, I can't steer away from, I can't. I would be intellectually dishonest with myself if I did that, given my testimonies. I can't steer away from that.
From Christ, you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Right, okay.
But I'm getting a broader perspective from somebody like yourself, and I appreciate it. Big time, brother.
Oh, sure. Happy to provide. I appreciate that, actually. I really do. Let's get teary-eyed and hug now, please.
Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya.
Rev, that's amazing that somebody was able to make you change your stance even just a little bit on things.
Sidebar text chat, guys. Look at that video, please. Genesis 5. In the
I'm
names,
actually going to bookmark this.
it's heavy stuff. The names spell out something, guys. It's hardcore. It's heavy shit. But anyway, I I think the grace of God is going to be much more than people think. So I thank God for that. And thank you, Ocean. You've broadened my horizons. I am still Christ-centered. And if I were to recommend something to you, bro, perhaps put Christos at the top of it. But that's up to you.
The suggestion that I would toss your way, at least the version of Christianity that I got interested in when I kind of like broke free a little bit of kind of established Christianity, was that I headed toward Celtic Christianity, which I think is really, really interesting stuff. And I'd be interested in hearing what your opinions are on Celtic Christianity, if you want to take a look at it. It is also very Christ-centered. It's not only Christ-centered, but it also has it's also very nature-centered at the same time.
But that's it. Isn't that kind of heretical, right? I mean, what is Celtic Christianity? So are you suggesting that there is such a thing where it's a merging of traditional Celtic belief with Christianity?
Yes. It's about 1,500 years old.
Well, I recognize that Christianity does that in most cultures where it goes, and I understand that there is such a thing as Celtic Christianity. But in some ways, I can't help but think that they're diametrically opposed to each other. In the sense of, what we know about traditional Celtic and Druidic religion, which is very little, as opposed to Christianity as a belief system.
Mm.
So we certainly
you're talking about something being diametrically opposed. I was wondering if you had an example of how, because I think that they're similar in that they have a lot of similar ideas, but
what would you say the Celtic element of Christianity would be?
Of Celtic Christianity, or are you saying of like with Celtic Christianity?
Of Celtic Christianity. So what is the Celt part of Celtic Christianity?
It is a recognition of, and Rev just left the chat, but kind of a recognition of some of the cornerstones of Celtic Christianity, of Celtic spirituality, such as the power of imagination and the divinity of nature. That God is in nature as much as He is master of the universe.
Right, and so you would.
It's basically Christianity, except instead of viewing it from the lens of traditional monotheism, you're looking at it through the lens of panentheism.
Exactly. So that gets back to my earlier point that we have this kind of dichotomy happening within Christianity of heretical sects that were marched out, and yet on one level with Protestantism, that is a kind of hereticism, right? Where the
against the Catholic Church, yes, and Celtic Christianity was declared heretical as well, but because it has, I think they called it the Pelagian heresy.
Right, and I'm by no means am I trying to demean Celtic Christianity, obviously.
Well, I mean, the idea is that if you look at the idea of original blessing, which is the Pelagian heresy, and panentheism, and take those and apply them to the Bible, you can get if you look at it with that lens, you can still have the same religion, except with different foundation properties than is traditionally interpreted by the Catholic Church or by Protestantism.
Right.
So it's not. It's saying it's heretical is going to be from the point of view of the Catholic Church because it's who declared it heretical. But if you look at Christianity as a matter of interpretation from a text and from the Word of God as written on your heart or whatever, however it is that you believe it, then it's not necessarily.
Well, there you go. That's what I was saying. It's just a matter of subjective opinion. That's the individual. That's an individuality where we determine for ourselves what it means.
But within Christianity,
it is high from the Pope.
Well, within Christianity, there is the idea that there is one true answer to this. It's just that the method of finding that is not necessarily refined. So, and Pelagius wrote at one point that if you have a disagreement with the Bible, then it may be that the Bible is wrong. If that disagreement is firmly rooted within your soul. Because he believed that the true Word of God was not the book, but
right. Well, obviously that's where we have a major difference of opinion, right, among
it's a huge difference of
Christian believers in different sects, yeah. But so I have studied a fair amount.
Whether or not it's subjective is kind of up in the air. It's going to be subjective from a what can you prove standpoint, but it may or may not be objective.
Well, I've studied a fair amount of Celtic mythology, and I consider it one of the great gifts to humankind, and it's a beautiful tradition, and it is interesting to see kind of a resurgence of a lot of not just Celtic mythology, but some of the ancient pagan belief systems related to the Celtic and Gaelic traditions. Reasserting themselves in the modern world. I think that's awesome. But I think that they have a lot of challenge when it comes to traditional Christianity. So in terms of, I think that Christianity, it can be operative. I mean, for example, you can have Buddhist Christians, right? And
you can even have Druidic Christians. Or Christian Druids, I think is what they're called.
Yes, exactly. So I certainly understand and appreciate that tradition, but I would say that it stands opposed to a lot of traditional Christianity. But Christianity itself has been filled with heretical quote unquote heretical sects, and one of those was Protestantism, which succeeded. And Protestantism essentially said, yeah, it's the individual over the, political center. It's the individual versus.
It was scripture over the political center.
Well, it's actually more like the individual's interpretation over a central political body.
That was not. Necessarily what Martin was putting forward.
Well, I agree, but that's what happened.
Or Luther, sorry,
Martin Luther thought that everything got out of control. So he was essentially reasserting the over what happened, which was the complete. I'll
agree that he opened the door for it, but that wasn't his argument.
Yeah, I agree.
Individuals are over the.
I agree,
but that is what over the church.
Happened. So he was opposed to what happened in the end.
Probably ultimately, he would probably. I think that he may be satisfied, or he may, if he were to be able to look at Christianity now and see that there's a lot of different conversations happening about biblical interpretation, he would be a little bit more happy with that.
Well, who can say?
Rather than one.
All we know is what he said. It went down. So he essentially reasserted the church in the end. But I don't disagree with you.
Did he have a deathbed thing or something like that? Or was he Catholic? He was put on trial, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, he was Catholic to the end, but
Yeah.
he was Augustinian, I think, to the end.
Well, so are a lot of Protestants.
Yeah, so I don't think he would have agreed with the kind of with what ended up happening with the Reformation, so far as it led to the Pilgrims and the different sects of Protestants. But that's what I think is interesting, is that Protestantism is itself a kind of heresy within the church, which is asserting the individual over a church politic.
Ish. I still think that when you're saying heretic in that particular phrasing, that you are coming at it from a Catholic-centric point of view.
Well, yeah, I'm just talking in terms of the history of Christianity in Europe. So we know that there were a lot of different heresies that came under attack certainly by the Catholic Church or by the Central Church. So, and that was politics. But I'm not personally coming from it as a Catholic per se.
I understand that you're not personally coming at it from a Catholic position, but your wording is, I would term, Catholic-centric from a Christian history perspective.
Yeah, but I would just say that
because a Protestant would say, no, we're following the same Christianity that Christ followed, or that the disciples followed, and that's what we're trying to mirror as much as possible. Not
right.
It wouldn't be a heresy; it would be reality.
Right. So I'm a big fan of James Joyce, and I love the Skeleton Key.
Also, League of the South, for the sake of mentioning, I do not think it has a 501c3. I've been looking at it.
I'm not familiar with that, so what's that?
It was something that, here, I'll post the website for it in the sidebar.
Oh, okay.
It is a wonderful little group that has a lot of white people for some reason. LB mentioned it as something that he was frustrated with as organizations that are able to funnel money around, and that one that has tried to recruit him a couple of times. There's a lot of Confederate flags on here.
Scary.
Yeah. Very patriotic, right?
Yeah, indeed. It's a weird time.
Yep.
Insurrections are really patriotic.
Not to derail the conversation or anything, but Hazy, I think you mentioned Joseph Campbell before. Is that the archaeologist, the Southern Baptist?
No, he's a mythologist. He died in '87. He was a comparative mythologist. He's pretty well known after in the late '80s and early '90s because of interviews
I'd heard
that were
of him.
done with. Go ahead.
He's really awesome on comparative mythology. There's a lot of books from him that you can find in the mythology section of pretty much any bookstore, because he is a huge authority on comparative mythology. But he's also coming at it from a point before a lot of information came out about these civilizations that he's talking about. The data that we have now is much more updated than what he had.
Well, because I'm familiar with the name Joseph Campbell, but there's a famous archaeologist I thought named Joseph Campbell. He was a Southern Baptist minister, and he did excavation. Some of the cities that were mentioned in the conquest of Joshua. I think he did Jericho. It's not the same guy, I guess, huh?
No, it's not the same guy. Joseph Campbell would be the writer of the book Hero of a Thousand Faces.
Right.
And there's several other things. There's a book that I found on him recently, or by him recently, on goddesses, which I have still neglected to pick up.
Yeah. You guys ever read anything by Mark S. Smith?
No.
No.
Please share. I haven't.
It was years ago. I was kind of more into I was just kind of on my own studying different Semitic cultures and stuff like that. And he's a pretty well-known authority. He's a professor at NYU, and he's published quite a few kind of like highly regarded books, but the one that I read was the origin of biblical monotheism. It's a pretty cool book. I'll see if I can find a link. Just give me a sec.
So what does he say in regards to biblical monotheism?
Well, it's kind of a big thing. It's he goes into a lot about the Ugarit tablets and kind of the surrounding Canaanite cultures and more like stuff in the northern kingdoms, and does some comparative stuff. It's really cool. I'll get a link here. I'll better describe it. It's kind of a bit of a mouthful.
That is cool.
Admittedly, it's been years since I've been into it.
In terms of Campbell, for sure, I mean, what Ocean said earlier was, look, Campbell made a lot of references. I mean, he was a product of his age, right, as all scholars are, and he made a lot of references to knowledge and science at the time, and he did the best job he could. But the archaeology has been updated since then, so it's important to add that to the conversation. So the current
80s, though, I'll say, is when a lot of stuff started coming out, and it was when we could talk about the subject that he was writing on in a way that was much more educated. So he did kind of pave the way for having the conversations that we have now. When reading him, yes, you should consider that he is dated, but he's also a pathfinder.
I agree. I consider him a personal mentor, although I never met him. I mean, basically, you could just read the bibliography and go to the books that he resourced, and have the education of a lifetime.
I put a couple links there. One's just a bio on Mark S. Smith, and the other one I think is a review of the book I was talking about. I think you guys would enjoy it, just listening to you talk. I think just check it out, kind of put it in your pocket, check it out sometime. It's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, very cool. Thanks for sharing. That's awesome.
Yeah, they're like rest assured, they're like academic books. They're not like anti-religious books, like trying to say it's all fake. They don't get into that stuff, right? It's written for people that are interested on the topic, So check it out.
So, Ocean, do you participate in any rituals? Do you consider yourself, in essence, a kind of shaman at all?
Druid, and yes, I do.
Awesome. Yeah, that's very cool.
I do
So
participate
you're
in
based
rituals,
here in
but
the
I do not
US?
consider myself a shaman. Shaman is a little bit different. I consider myself a druid.
So you're here in the U.S.?
Yeah.
So where do you derive your rituals from?
Kind of a combination of the modern understanding of paganism and a little bit of historical research on what may have been the rituals. So,
Is there any Anglo-Saxon influence, or do you think it's more of a Celtic tradition?
more of a Celtic tradition. There is a limited amount of, I wouldn't say Saxon, more Norse influence in my religion. The Saxon is kind of originates in Germanic, so
right. So would you?
There's like a little bit of that there as well.
Neo-Druidic?
There's a distinction though between Germanic and Celtic.
Absolutely. So would you consider yourself neo-Druidic?
I consider myself a Druid Reconstructionist, which slight difference between
I mean,
that and
that's the problem, right? Is that there's so little of the historical Druidic tradition that has come down through time.
Right. A lot of what my religion is, heathens and Asatru use this, say this as well, that my religion is religion with homework. So there's a lot of archaeology that I have to read and actually understand. which it helps to be a history major, or to have a history degree.
Would you say that you've received any information in a kind of revelatory way that informs your tradition?
I'm not willing to make any claims. Put it that way.
All right.
But,
well, I don't mind if you did. I mean, that's fine. I think that's perfect. I think that's a reasonable answer. But either way, I mean, so I have spoken to people who claim to be in the Druidic tradition that also assume that they have received essentially knowledge, and that's fine.
I make some assumptions regarding the god's existence, or the existence of the gods. I make other assumptions regarding my relationship with them, and more assumptions still about how that relationship, if any communication.
Yeah. So in terms of your religious beliefs,
because I'm a skeptic when it comes right down to it. So
well, is it a soul? Are you a solo believer? I mean, are you a religion of one, or do you participate in a?
I am a solitary practitioner.
I see. Yeah.
However, I fellowship with other druids occasionally, other pagans.
Yeah.
And sometimes with Christians. It just kind of depends on the...
So I've been I dated a woman who was Wiccan, and a very serious Wiccan, and I've been fascinated with the resurgence of pagan religion, and I think it's a very meaningful. And so I appreciate your views very much.
Yeah, I've got a couple of friends that are Wiccan. I have my own personal kind of issues with Wicca, especially with how inconsistent it is. Like when you bump into somebody who's a Wiccan, you can't really get anything from that. It's just like, oh, yeah. Well, okay, so what is?
Oh,
what do you believe?
agree.
Like, let's get into the meat and potatoes of it.
Yes. And so Druidism, contemporary Druidism, is also of interest to me, because of that, unfortunate break in the tradition where we know so little about its historicity, and yet there are practitioners, but very often they are solo, as you are.
Yeah.
And so trying to ascertain, what the beliefs are, what the rituals are, and what their perspective is a fascinating thing. I mean, I think it is the resurgence and a rebirth of a traditional belief system that died out and is resurgent, and they're recovering the knowledge, essentially.
Mute button. I can't seem to press it. Yeah, no, that is kind of what's going on. There's, as I said earlier, there's a lot of homework that comes with being what I am. So.
Well, so you culturally identify yourself with the Irish?
No. I have cultural identification with, well, not necessarily, no, some. A little bit of Irish, Scottish, and then Norse.
Is there any connection with the Druidism that you understand with what's the name of the group in Spain that have been in a rebellion, where the original Gaelic came from, the original Celtic language came from?
That's a big claim.
Well, yes. Are you get where I'm coming from?
If they're saying that the Celtic language,
the Basque. So the Basque. So I understand that there's some essentially pagan Basque elements or religion, and the Basque were potentially the originators of the Irish.
Potentially, maybe. I haven't read anything about it.
All right. I thought maybe there would mythologically be some kind of historical connection between Basque paganism and Irish paganism, or traditional Druidism.
I'm very unfamiliar with the Basque. Like, very unfamiliar. But if they're Iberian Celt.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I am personally Iberian Celt with my. So I did a. It's called the human. What was it called? You know, I did my haplogroup. I did a haplogroup genealogy on myself, and I'm an Iberian Celt, R1B1A.
Okay. I don't know what the I'd have to do a lot of reading in order to figure out anything about whether or not the Iberian Celts have any relation to the Irish Celts. Like, if we're talking about like people getting boats directly from Iberia up to Ireland, rather than gradually moving into Gaul and then into Britain and then into Ireland. But I mean, in order to validate that, you'd have to go back 30,000 years.
Yeah, if not more. Totally.
When you have people there, and people were moving around all the time. So any claim that it's certainly possible that there might have been a migration at some point from Iberia into Ireland, if people knew how to get there. But to say that that's where the language originated, I think is a huge claim that is completely. There's no way to validate that at all.
Okay, I don't know. I'll have to look it up. I thought that was essentially nailed down, but maybe I'm wrong. But I love your icon, man. That is awesome. Do you have that tattoo by any chance?
People have been asking me that to the point where it's like, well, damn it, I might as well just get it as a tattoo.
Well, it's so cool.
I don't know where I would put it. It looks like it should be a shoulder piece. Yeah, maybe I'll get one symbol on one shoulder and that symbol on the other.
Yeah, it's a great icon.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a good little thing.
I actually have a Green Man tattoo on my left shoulder, with the face, the Celtic Green Man.
I have a Green Man in my
beard, or.
Pardon me?
Or with the leaf beard?
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't been able to nail down where the Green Man comes from mythologically. There's all the like ancient masculine.
Book on it. I'll look it up. Hold on.
Like the masculine gods out of the Celts that I've come across have been mainly tribal protectors, except for Karunos. Forget his name. Where is it? It's the Gaulish horned god.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've read some kind of scattered information on it. I don't know how reliable it all is as far as its origins. I mean, I've read stuff how it's supposed to be the counterpart to the horned god, or it's the, and this and that. I just found it really intriguing how it's like kind of crept through society. Like you find it in like door knockers and stuff, and like old churches in Europe and stuff, and and it's carried over here. I mean, over here, actually, I was telling a girl about talking on Skype, and she's like, "Oh my God!" When she saw my tattoo, she got, I got a rocking chair with that carved in it, and she says, "I never knew like what it was." Right? It's just kind of neat how it's kind of crept into our, spread across into our
kind
culture.
of in the back door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I start seeing.
It's alive and well. It's everywhere. I mean.
Yeah. There's a book, or not a book. A video game, distinctly not a book, coming out called Hellblade, and I've always been super interested in Norse symbology and so on, and I was watching that trailer and I was just like, holy shit, I know what all of this stuff means. It's like there were all these little symbols and everything were everywhere, and it was just like, this is very Viking inspired, but it wasn't like claiming to be Viking inspired. But it's like, oh look, I know that's the Helm of Awe, that's that, you know. So it's fun when you
Monday
are
through
looking at something that's in
Saturday
pop
is
culture and all of a sudden
dedicated to
you're like,
the
I
pagan
know that
god.
symbol, fuck you. I know where you got that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I hear it.
Hey Ocean, are you there?
Yo.
Have you ever played a game called Viking Battle for Asgard?
No, I haven't. That sounds almost heretical to me.
It's a decent game. You should check it out. Since you're a pagan and all, I thought maybe you'd get a kick out of it.
Oh boy. Viking Battle for Asgard.
Yep.
Oh boy. I guess it has to do with Ragnarok.
I
Like,
think
do you
so, a
fight
little bit.
Fenrir in it?
It has Hell in it. I forget her name. Hell's minions and everything.
Hel would be Hel. That's her name.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's been a long time
Monkey's
since I
daughter.
played it.
Yeah. I guess the main thing that you would fight if it was about Ragnarok would be Fenrir and the Leviathan.
Okay. Yeah. It doesn't have anything to do with Ragnarok.
It's when Odin and the army that he's been training in Valhalla will fight Fenrir as he consumes the world.
Oh yeah. I should really read up on that mythology. It sounds interesting.
The funny thing about it is a lot of gods die in the prophecy. Nobody's invincible in Norse mythology. Everyone dies. Odin is killed. Odin, the head of the gods, is killed by a giant fucking wolf, Fenrir.
I first heard about Odin from Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah, he is in Final Fantasy, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's in.
He's one of those Aeons or Eidolons or whatever the fuck they're calling them in whatever game you're playing. Or Guardian.
Or Summon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's a summon. There you go.
Supposedly HBO is going to do a version of American Gods, the book, by Neil Gaiman. Which could be great, because the idea is that the gods only live through human imagination, but they do have real life, and
they live through human what?
Forget them, they die, and so these are the gods that are just barely alive, coming back and reincarnating in human form.
Oh, that's kind of cool. So Odin would be a character?
Yeah, he's the main character.
Nice. Okay. Now I need to read this.
Yeah, it's pretty famous. You could look it up on Wikipedia. American Gods, Neil Gaiman.
No, I'm familiar with Neil Gaiman.
Yeah.
It's actually, my roommate probably has a copy of it because he's a huge Neil Gaiman fan. Neil Gaiman.
Yeah, so like I said, supposedly HBO is coming out with a version of it this year. We'll see.
Right.
But I've been very interested. So, like, I'm 47 years old. So during the late 80s and early 90s, there was a new age, element in which the goddess returned, and then there was also a reinvigoration of interest in pagan mythology, and a lot of that is continued on. So we saw the rebirth, essentially, of Wicca and of a lot of other nature traditions. And I live in San Francisco, so a lot of that is alive and well here. I mean, there are real, significant religious groups that are pagan, heathen, quote unquote, and people who are, philosophically reflecting and assuming new belief systems. So it's a fascinating
I have
time.
I have a tiny quibble with the notion of the goddess.
Well, there's plenty. This was one of the ones who really helped, I think, proselytize some of those archaeological claims, and a lot of her research has come under attack academically.
It's been refuted. It was refuted a few years after it was put out there that it was a possibility.
Yeah.
Because it is the idea of the goddess being an original monotheistic religion is kind of based on a lot of assumptions around cave paintings or paintings in ancient cities, when the original religion was almost certainly animism, because of paintings that existed thousands of years before that. But
well,
whatever.
not just paintings. I mean, there was a lot more than paintings. So, but I don't disagree.
There was pottery as well. But,
yes, exactly.
But it's based on, like, there's a feminine figure, and that feminine figure could be a god, could not be a god. It doesn't. There's no way to validate whether or not.
I agree. Yeah.
What's there?
Are you talking about the pottery
feminine
with Yahweh and supposedly Asherah or whatever?
No.
No.
Okay, sorry.
No, not talking about God's wife. Talking about a cult of the goddess alone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's essentially that the Mycenaean culture cultivated a matrilineal goddess culture that percolated throughout the Mediterranean.
That's that one was knocked out pretty early. It was this was based on what I'm talking about is based on paintings in Catalhoyuk and stuff like the Venus of Willendorf.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. But Mycenaean culture would be like way later.
It is indeed, yeah.
Gotcha.
That goes back to, like, feminism kind of got a little bit involved in archaeology by making a few assumptions that were a little bit uncalled for when that information came out, and because the conclusion of a original, like, there was a few assumptions made in order for there to be the idea that you have a monotheistic goddess as an original religion, and then the sidestep from that was that all of these images of pregnant women, which are being counted as divine, or the female form being counted as divine, then became consideration that women actually invented religion and that spirituality is a very feminine thing. So women are the ones that invented this idea of exploration of spirituality, and that women were the first spiritual leaders, and so on.
Yes.
What is ignored is that just as many, for every feminine figure that you can find, there's about 20 phalluses. So if you're going to be counting these feminine figurines as divine, you should also count the phalluses as divine, because they probably had a similar use.
Well, so what does that say about the culture, though, right?
Well,
exactly. So
it means
is it a
that there was a
or a matriarchal type of? So the idea is that
no way
it's only through the womb of a woman that any life comes forth, and so there's the idea of the sacred object, femininity in the womb, the breasts, the hips, the buttocks, and the vagina, essentially. And so and that takes has a huge import in terms of the archaeological remains of art forms that are, you know, indicative of what people worshipped in terms of the life force and their religious belief. So it's I would agree, essentially the phallus versus the vagina in terms of our concept psychologically of from whence does life come and what are we derived.
That's making expansions and extrapolations based on the data as well. Because like just because we have all these phalluses and we have these figurines of women doesn't mean that they had any association with spirituality whatsoever. It just means they're there. There are questions that can be asked of the data that we have found, such as, you know, okay, we have all of these little trinkets. These trinkets really don't seem to serve any utilitarian purpose. So therefore, the assumption
maybe
after that is that they were spiritual, right? Which isn't necessarily is a reasonable guess, but it doesn't give us any information beyond. There they are.
Yeah, it's prehistory, so we can only guess.
The frustration of anything prehistorical. When you find prehistorical evidence, it's usually, oh, I have found an item that will give me 20 more questions to ask about the civilization that I'm researching, which is the never-ending quandary of a prehistorian.
Yeah, exactly. So
you will find the greatest discovery in the world, and there will be no answers to any questions that are out there.
Yeah, but we can take good guesses, right? So the idea of fertility objects, you know, potentially as fetishes makes sense.
It does. But again, any guess that you make should be qualified as a guess, not as fact on the basis of as a factual conclusion of data.
Yeah, I agree.
Should always qualify that anything beyond here's the object is a guess about that object.
Right. And yet you consider yourself a neo-druid, and we don't really know what the druids believed.
Right. No, I recognize that frustration. That's why I continually put that out there. It's like, no, I'm dealing with this frustration. You have to too. Damn it. But
and you essentially are a religion of one, right? Because you're not.
Yes and no, because I have found other people that have independently reached a lot of the same conclusions that I have, which is always a really fun and interesting experience.
Yeah, fair enough. And
so then it becomes, look, I'm a religion of two that are standing here talking right now, and we may do a ritual or whatever thing together.
And I don't mean that comment in any kind of derogatory or demeaning way, because personally I think that is the way that every individual should approach their own spirituality. So I applaud you.
Well, thank you. And I agree with that, obviously, because I'm fucking doing it. But
yeah,
I was reading another guy that was kind of like was talking about the evidence in relation to modern paganism, and his idea was, this is Ronald Hutton, who I pull from a lot because he's one of the few people that's actually writing about this shit. He was saying that if you have 100 individuals that each kind of came to their own conclusions about religion and were honest about the data that they were looking at, and had them independently kind of come to their conclusions and had a religious doctrine, you might have one of them be the true religion, even though they're the religion that was practiced by these people, even though there was no way to validate that. But what tends to happen with people is that a movement gets started, and then that movement kind of drags people into it. So what you have is something like Wicca, or something like the Federation of Druidry, that sets down a set of ideas, relates it back to the data, may or may not be accurate, and then pulls a bunch of people along with it and popularizes it. And then that's what accounts for the majority of your modern Druids or your modern Wiccans or whatever. Right. Wicca by itself even came out a little too early to be associated with the archaeological data that's been coming out since the 80s. Yeah. Which is when a lot of these discoveries were made. It was the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s.
Right. Well, I think there were traditional witches that existed without falling into the idea that they were or quote unquote Wiccans, right? So there's
Yes,
traditional knowledge that has been, yeah.
but they would not have lineage to the original quote unquote, simply because there's no way for the ideas to be passed down and survive that long consistently, especially in the modern era, post communication age. So, or even post Catholic Church moving into Europe, or in Northern Europe. So there's a lot of like when you have traditional witches that are around the 20s, for example, with like the popularization of seances and the occult in that era, from like the 1890s into the 20s and 30s. Almost none of that has any archaeological grounding whatsoever, but it does serve as a popularization into alternative spirituality, which paved the way for an interest in modern paganism in the 50s and 60s.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, I have a cousin in my family who's from West Virginia, and they're from Scotch-Irish background, and there's a tradition of witchcraft in the Appalachians that that person, identifies with, and I know it's changed a lot through time, and they have their own, their own views of that. But I would say that there has been a kind of continuation that has taken place historically.
I would disagree, but I mean that would be a conversation for me and him to have, because I'm very skeptical of any original tradition being passed down heretically or hereditarily through the ages with any kind of consistency.
Well, fair enough, yeah. I mean, my view on that was that whatever the kind of witchcraft tradition that might have made its way into the Appalachians, it basically started anew there, right? So whatever they may have been called witches, they may have had traditional ideas of herbalism and astrology and those kinds of things, but they were probably far removed from their roots in Europe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying basically. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. It's time for me to do a thing, so I will see you guys later. It's good talking with you, Wolf.
See you, man.
And Xbox and Nadia, if you guys are still around, I bid you adieu as well.
Nadia, you're still there, or are you in another hangout? Send me the link if you're in a different hangout. What's up, Xbox?
Nadia.
I think everybody needs to be woken up. What do you reckon, Dale?
I think it might be time to wake him up.
I think it's wake up time.
They gotta host the hangout. I don't think they want to wake up, Johnny May.
Don't they realize there's an air raid going on?
Mm-hmm. Where's Mark Wilson?
I don't know.
What's the title of this hangout?
Let me go. It's the Gospel of Nadia 4.1.
What will the gospel of Nadia be? Be nice to all the fundies. Let them screw you over repeatedly. Never call them out on their bullshit. Suffer from Stockholm syndrome by the fundies. That's her gospel, right?
That would have to be about it. Be nice to the fundies.
Let them overrun you. Let them yell at you about the Cheerios, right?
Mm-hmm. That's the first time Nadia hasn't muted me for making a racket. I think she's changed her tune.
I think she's still tap dancing.
Maybe I should give her a bit of another blast. What do you think?
No, I don't think she's gonna wake up. Johnny Mai, what time you got?
5:52.
You got a long time to stay up yet.
You're right about that.
I can't fall asleep. Tom said that he was talking to me last night when I fell asleep. He was like talking to me.
Who was Mark Holiday?
No, Tom.
Oh, Tom, yeah.
Well, then you were fucking talking to me. You fucking woke me up, you piece of shit. How long did it take you to wake me up?
Oh, I don't know. It just went on for too long. I couldn't handle it.
You couldn't handle Tom's hangout?
Oh, Ryan just kept going on and on and on, and I went, oh, I can't handle it no more. That's why I left.
But I want to talk to Nadia.
Nadia, wake up. Wake up, Nadia. Come on. You want me to play you some music? What do you think? I should play some music to Nadia.
Let's play some Michael Jackson.
No, I don't think. I think some air raid music. I like that music.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's play some air raid music. I like air raid music. It's the best.
I don't think they're going to wake up, Johnny May.
What happened to Patrick? He left.
Patrick was here.
Mm-hmm.
I like Patrick.
But I don't think he liked the air raid sirens and the bullets and the guns.
You shouldn't have been playing that, Johnny May.
People get really scared of that sort of stuff. See, he came into a war zone. He didn't realize it.
It's war. It's a war on terror.
Mm-hmm. What are you drinking there, Dale? It sounds like you're drinking something, buddy.
Drinking some talking Powerade.
That'll give you a bit of energy.
They're having all these fucking measles outbreaks right now in the States because of retards like Brian.
Well, they won't vaccinate.
They will not vaccinate.
Fucking idiots.
It's causing measles outbreaks and shit like that. Kids could fucking die from that.
Oh, I can't believe it's going on.
Back in 2000, they didn't have a single case of measles. What's up, Hazy? Hazy, what's up?
I don't think you can hear you. I think he's got microphone problems. Yep, I think he's got microphone problems. I wonder if he'd come in to see what all the commotion was all about.
We gotta wake up Nadia.
How are we gonna do that?
We'll call Brett Kane.
Nadia, I've got some Cheerios for you, Nadia. There's no response. What about a nice bottle of Bacardi? Would you wake up for that, Nadia? No. What about a nice packet of cigarettes? No, she ain't gonna wake up for that either.
Chocolate Cheerios.
No, that's not gonna work either.
Hello.
I got the comments.
Patrick, can you wake up Nadia for us?
I'm currently trying to figure out what the flock happened in my other hangout that was with Nadia. I blocked somebody who was basically a conspiracy theorist, and they all tried to tell me that I should unblock her, and I tried. I actually tried to take their advice, but I can't seem to figure out how to do it, and I got into this chat just because of that, and
Did you block Hermine?
no, it was Michelle or Michael, you know, the poodle face. Because conspiracy theorist asshole, and I didn't appreciate her, and all the people.
But listen, Patrick, she's right. Vitamin C cures cancer.
Well, all right. Well, anyway, all the friends that I was talking to in there were telling me that please unblock her, so we can have this conversation. So I tried to take their advice. And I ended up leaving the chat room to try to unblock her, and I got lost in the Google maze. And
she claims to have
still haven't succeeded in unblocking her.
Yeah, well, don't worry about that. She claims to have a degree in nursing, and I want to know what college she went to, because I've never heard anybody in the medical establishment claim that vitamin C cures cancer.
Yeah, I know. This is one of the reasons why I blocked her in the first place. But all these people that I was talking to for like an hour and a half or more, that we were having an actual decent conversation, I ended up blocking her, and all these people wanted me to unblock her. So I tried to take their advice because I respect them. I ended up leaving the room and not being able to get back in, and I still couldn't figure out how to unblock her. I have a feeling that she has me blocked. So I ended up in here because I saw Nadia's avatar.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Patrick, I think you and I are on the same page on a lot of issues.
Down. Yeah. I'm not used to your blackness. I think I know who you are.
Yeah, let me help you out with that. Is that better?
Yes. Yeah, you're the one that sent me that quiet reference to what your dilemma was.
Yeah. What do you think of that story, by the way?
It's very interesting. I can't say, I mean, the last chat that we were in, I can't say that I agree with you 100% or anything like that, but I am on the page that there is a problem in this country with the education and the teaching of reality and the injection of the stupidity that is going on. I'm on that same page.
A lot of evangelical organizations, they do these ministry things, and they target the high schools, and they have specific agreements with the high school to go there and do their stuff, and it's really a detriment to the whole separation of church and state.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with the. I'm probably not as articulate as many others, but I'm going to go with the video that I actually gave somebody that I don't no longer own because I gave it to them. The Dover case. I've been in chats with you in it that people didn't believe that they were actually covertly changing the text and actually sent the textbooks that they changed into their intelligent design.
You're talking about pandas and people now.
They sent it to the schools, and it was one teacher who who happened to be going through the books or something. I don't remember the exact circumstance, but the fact is that they did this covertly, and they deliberately try to inject these books into the school system, and somebody caught them at it, and that's how the Dover case came about.
Yeah, that's the Pandas and People book. I know all about that. Yeah, I know, but the Christian funnies have been bullshitting for donkey's years, and they keep getting called out every single time. You know, carving fucking footprints in the stone next to dinosaur footprints.
It's the
they
book.
do that.
Yeah,
the
it's
books somehow, they're doing it all everywhere.
You know what I mean? It's like they can believe what they want to believe, and I don't have necessarily a problem with whatever they believe. When they covertly and deliberately lie, and they actually have the power, and they actually have the power to change text and to try to deliver these textbooks to the school. We were just so lucky to have I don't know if it was a teacher or somebody who actually recognized, who was diligent enough to look through the book and realize that this was being done. That's how the Dover case came about. I can only imagine. I wouldn't be that person that was so diligent, and I would be guilty of not recognizing it. And I applaud that person who saw it. The thing is that this is what's going on, the bullshit that's going on. Anyway, yeah, it's Brian Cox is the Carl Sagan of Britain. He says it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable that stupidity is being preached.
Well, to top it off, you got people who were anti-vaccine, and a lot of them happen to be fundamentalists.
Yeah, it's the anti-vaxxers, the conspiracy theorists, the stupidity, the religious bull. It's just, when is it going to end?
You know, if anything, they should realize that medical companies lose money on vaccines. They don't make anything off that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find your volume control. Which one are you? Are you John?
No, I'm the Apple guy.
Yeah. I'm trying. The person who was just talking, I want to turn the volume up on that person because I.
Oh, that's me. I'm Jack Nicholson.
Jack. Okay, let me see if I can. I'm looking. I have the toolbox up, and I'm trying to find your volume control so I can turn you up.
Hey Seth, I wanted to address what you said before, that simply because one atheist person that you read said it's okay and rational for Christians to believe in God, he does not speak for the other atheists in the atheist community. So
if you thought that was an implication of what I was saying, then you completely misunderstood what I was saying,
well,
down.
you're trying to justify that I shouldn't call somebody mentally ill for believing in God, and then you give that as an example.
No, that's not what was going on in that conversation, down.
You know what, Seth? I really don't care about philosophy. I care about the here and now and what science advances. Philosophy has not advanced a single technological innovation that I'm aware of.
It advanced science.
It may have advanced science thousands of years ago, Seth, but we're beyond that.
More like 100 years ago.
We're way beyond that now, Seth.
Yeah, I don't think so. And that was the whole conversation we were having, and
we're way beyond that.
I'm not going to dredge that up again. I'm not going to dredge that up again, down. I think Matt Bell made some pretty good points in that, and I just don't think you're going to be able to address them here, and I frankly just don't really care about hearing them right now.
I frankly really don't care about hearing you kiss Matt Bell's ass. I mean, the guy is absolutely off his rocker. He said, I know God is real. When somebody says that right there, I know that they're insane. If he would have said, I believe God is real, that's different. He said, I know God is real. The guy's off his rocker.
Okay, down.
He's off his rocker, Seth. And if you can't recognize that, then you've been brainwashed by the fundies.
If you say so.
I don't know where you pull this crap from. Where do you think it's okay for someone to say, I know God is real? How the fuck would they know God is real, Seth? Analyze that for a second.
A deductive or series of very good inductive arguments for God? That would be
There is
wonderful.
no very good deductive argument to say, I know God is real. There might be for I believe God is real, not for I know God is real.
Right. Well, that's the thing. If you had a deductive argument, you would know that God is real. If it's good, I mean, that's how you know things. They're justified true beliefs.
Can I interject here for a second?
Go ahead.
Seth, me and you have been in a couple of hangouts where I completely disagree with you, and I'm going to try to be an open mind. What is it, taking a look at our current, this is 2015. What do you see? Like, for example, this is the 21st century, and we're talking about, the advancement of science, reason, and morality is my Facebook group. What is your take on that? I mean, I don't actually know where you come from. Can you sort of tell me where you come from? Like where what is your opinion on the current world view?
The current, I don't know. What do you mean by the current worldview?
I'm trying to get a measure on where you're coming from. Like what are your opinions? I don't know if you can give me the Reader's Digest version, because I find myself disagreeing with you often, and maybe I'm just not giving you enough credit, or maybe I'm giving you too much credit. I don't know. Convince me why I should add you to my circles, for example.
I don't care if you had me. I mean, you sound really arrogant, but I really couldn't care less if you had me to your circles. Not looking to be added to anybody.
So you consider me arrogant?
No. I was talking about me. I wouldn't consider it to be so arrogant for myself to think that you should add me to your circles.
All right. So you're in this hangout. So you have a reason to be in this hangout.
Yes.
Can you tell me why you're in this hangout? Is there something that is there a message that you want? You know what I'm saying? Because I found that you were forgive my political incorrectness, but my experiences with you in several hangouts were you're like schizophrenic. You have one opinion that agrees with me, and then you have another opinion that totally disagrees with me.
That's not schizophrenic in any way, shape, or form.
It would be dissociative personality disorder. That's what I would call that.
Not even that. And with any two people, you're gonna have agreements and disagreements.
Seth, let me frame this very simple for you. Patrick wants to know why you will not be vigilant and follow a side and stick with it. I mean, why do you?
What side? What side am I?
Seth, I'm asking you, what is your what is it that you want to tell us? I'm trying to become your friend, so to speak. Not literally, but so to speak. I'm trying to figure out where you're what is it that you're trying to tell everybody? Why are you in this hangout? What is it that you're trying to tell us?
I'm not trying to tell anybody anything specifically. I'm in these rooms to service myself and others in the pursuit of truth.
Okay, what is your truth?
I don't know what you mean by your truth. We don't have individual truths. I guess that's.
I'm asking you. What is it you want to tell us? You're here. You have the floor.
I told you why I'm here. I'm here to service myself and others in the pursuit of truth.
Okay, so what is the truth?
The truth is that I believe I'll have another. I believe I'll have another drink. What do you mean? What is the truth? There's lots of things that are true. Where do you want me to start?
Okay. I don't know. How you doing, Seth? What's up? How you doing? What's
I'm
up?
excellent, Patrick. Thanks for asking.
Seth, he's asking you a basic question, okay? Okay.
What is truth? Are you asking for my theory of truth?
No, I'm just trying to introduce yourself, please.
I'm Seth. What else do you want to know?
I'm asking you to introduce yourself. Like, what are your ideals? I don't know. I don't know how else to simplify it.
That can just it's so vague. I have no idea where to start. Like I said,
Seth, I'll be more specific. What do you think there is to be gained by being sympathetic to a Christian who says, "I know God is real"? What is there to be gained by being sympathetic to that?
nothing in particular. I'm not sympathetic to Matt Bell because I'm after anything. I'm sympathetic to Matt Bell because I kind of like his style, and I like the fact that he's well read.
He is not. Anybody who says they know God is real is not well read.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll make it easier for you, Seth. I'm a son of a bitch, asshole atheist, almost militant, and I'm gonna say to you that take your God and fucking shove him. Okay?
What God? I'm an atheist.
What do you have to say to me? How do you want to fucking tell me to go fuck myself?
I don't want to tell you to go fuck yourself.
This conversation is kind of funny.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. I'm really trying to get Seth to say something.
Hey, Patrick.
I don't know how else to approach this.
Patrick, listen to me. Seth is a brilliant atheist. You should really listen to him.
Any atheist.
I'm trying to get him to say something. I don't know how else to approach it.
Any atheist who says that it's perfectly acceptable and normal for a Christian to say they know God is real, he is not a rational atheist.
So there's a couple of things wrong with that. Number one, what I was talking about in that wasn't that it's rational for a Christian to necessarily say that they know God exists. I was very specific in saying that William Rowe was stating that even if God doesn't exist, it could be rationally based. The belief could be rationally based.
I think you took what he said out of context, and I would love to read the whole work that he wrote. And even if he did say that,
I don't know why you haven't looked it up. It's a very short. It's a very short series of papers. You could have looked it up in the time in between when I talked to you and now. I told you the title of it and the author. It's Some Varieties of The Problem of Evil and Some Varieties of Atheism by William Rowe. You can look it up now if you'd like. It's towards the end. He talks about some varieties of atheism and what he calls friendly atheism, in which he understands that it's totally understandable and even rational for a theist to accept or believe that God exists, even if it's not true.
It's not rational. It's not rational to state I know God is real. You just said a belief. A belief is different. When somebody says they know God is real, it's not a belief.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. All
no, it's not. It's not a belief. It's a fact. There's two things. Fact.
It absolutely is. Knowledge. Most theories of knowledge include a necessary belief.
Okay, Seth. I'm glad you found one atheist out there who wrote that he personally thinks it's rational. He personally thinks it's rational. What does that have to do with you, Seth? Like why is that even relevant?
I agree with him. I think that it's perfectly rational to believe things that are false, as long as you're missing some evidence, or that there are other, I guess, possibilities that could lead you to wrong.
So Seth,
you could be hold on. You could be rational in those beliefs and still wrong. That's why it's important to always seek more information. Hopefully.
So Seth, if I think that, or if I state that I know God is real, and then I state that I know God is telling me to go out and kill people, that's rational?
I may or may not be. It depends on how you count the thing.
What do you mean it may or may not be? Stop playing these fucking games, Seth.
Well, just because you came to a belief doesn't mean that it's rational. Just because the belief in God may be rational doesn't mean that it's always rational.
So is it rational to say that or not?
I don't know. It depends on how you got there.
Okay, Patrick, I think you kind of got a feel for what Seth is. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm trying to type in something. The thing is that I'm literally trying to figure out what Seth, where Seth is coming from, and I actually don't know, because my experience with the last several Google Hangouts, there were some times where he was totally sticking up for me, and there were other times where he was totally badgering me. So I'm trying to figure out where he's coming from, and I'm literally confused. I'm literally asking him. What is your story? That's literally what I'm asking. And I'm not being an asshole about it.
Patrick,
I'm literally asking.
Look at the sidebar text chat. Hazy Wolf posted something very true. It says, Mr. Seth is an intellectual warrior. Pay attention to what he says. I'm telling you.
He might be mocking me.
No, I'm not. He is absolutely
Revelation. To me, you've always been a pain in my ass. So fuck you. I'm talking to Seth. I'm talking to Seth.
In your ass. Okay,
whether or not you're his best friend, I'm talking to him, not you. Let him answer.
It seems like your problem is that I'm not a cardboard cutout that you could easily understand and know what positions I'm going to take on things. As far as I'm concerned, that's fucking beautiful, because I really don't want to be a cardboard cutout of an atheist.
Yeah, the thing is,
hold on, who's just going to support arguments against this, whether they're actually good or bad. I'm primarily concerned with the truth, which means my positions are going to be nuanced, and I'm going to take different positions according to how I feel about them. I'm not just going to defend you in every chance that I get, Patrick, because you're an atheist, and I think that you're ultimately right, even if I think you're not right on a particular point. So yeah, I'm going to disagree with you on some points and agree with you on others.
How is there any proof when somebody says, I know God is real? Explain that to me. You're on here for the truth and for proof, and you've been inconsistent for the past 10 minutes on those 2 points. Explain yourself.
Excuse me, Don. I'm sorry. I agree with you, Don, but I'm just trying. I'm trying to have a conversation. The thing is, Seth, is that you're confusing me. I agree with you. I actually agree with you. And like, we are all individuals, and just because I'm an atheist and just because you're an atheist, that doesn't mean we have to agree on everything. That's absolutely true. But sometimes you seem to be combative. Your language is always combative, no matter what anybody says.
I stride in not being combative, but sometimes I get there.
I'm just trying to figure out. I'm actually asking you questions. I'm trying to be very careful in asking you questions. I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from.
Okay. I don't know how to help you with that.
I will. You know what? Down. I tried, Down.
Well, I try to call him out and make him explain himself, and he still won't explain himself.
Explain what?
You claim that you want the proof and you want truth, and then you go on little rambles that it's okay for a Christian, and it's rational in your mind, for a Christian to say they know God is real.
No, I don't know how many times I have to say this. It's not. Just because it's possible to come to a conclusion rationally, even if it's not true, does not mean that everyone who holds that conclusion is rational in that conclusion. It's just possible that he is.
Oh, so now it's possible the person's rational. So you started backtracking.
Yeah, the belief in God is in principle, possibly rational.
How is it possibly rational?
I don't know. You come up with an argument that to you seems conclusive that God exists, and in the absence of any argument against the existence of God, you'd be rational accepting that.
You already heard Matt Bell state from the very get-go that he has no scientific evidence that God exists. So how's that rational? if he says that he knows God is real.
You could have a deductive argument.
There is no deductive argument. Your philosophy does not explain God. It never will explain God. It has to be done through science and a scientific method. Your philosophy cannot be used to bullshit your way through these little passages in the Bible or whatever the fuck else they want to claim and prove that God is real. Philosophy does not prove God. Sorry.
What about contingency arguments?
Sorry, say it again.
What about the argument from contingency?
For contingency, say it again.
The argument from contingency, right? Assuming that follows through somehow. We can't know that God exists if you're convinced. I mean, you wouldn't say that you know that God exists if you're convinced by the argument from contingency and you had no other argument against God.
I don't know what philosophy mumbo-jumbo bullshit you're talking about, okay? I deal with science.
Down, is there a big word you want help with, or what?
Excuse me.
I'm not going to use philosophy. Listen, I'm not going to use philosophy to explain how an internal combustion engine works, okay? So, I mean, this is bullshit.
Excuse me. Seth, I have to side with Down. What we're trying to say is that, you know, I have to side with Seth because to me it's like word soup.
You mean Down?
Let me ask you this. Here we are in 2015. It's the 21st century. Okay. We all have ideas about what is important in the future of mankind. Okay. This nonsense of trying to decide whether or not God is real is almost stupidity. I mean, to me, you know, I'm a total fucking militant atheist, and like, you know, I'm like the kind of guy that tells you to take your God and shove him, the kind of guy. You know, regardless of that, what is your idea of how we can, as a human race, progress? Fuck the Bible, fuck the religious bullshit. Let me know what you think, what your ideas of morality and the progression of the wellness of humanity, things like that. You know, this biblical bullshit to me is just so dogmatic. It's like it takes us back. It just makes us like fall into the gutter of stupidity. But forget about all that. Okay? If you believe, that's fine. If you don't believe, that's also fine. I don't. You know, whatever the case may be. Where is your stance on how to progress the humanity? You know, how to progress the you know, the happiness of all humanity.
Hey, here's the thing, though. They're not saying they believe. They're saying they know God is real. That's fucking dangerous, okay? Sorry, go ahead. Seth.
I agree with you, Dan.
I don't know what to say to either one of those. I don't think saying I know that God exists, I don't know, because I know, or I believe that God doesn't exist, but I don't see how somebody saying that they know that God exists is necessarily dangerous. Number one. Number two, I don't know how to make the world happy. I have ideas on how to achieve that. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Well, the thing is, I'm sorry, guys. The thing is that while we're trying to have an intelligent conversation, you seem to interject anything that anybody says. You have this propensity to just disagree with them, regardless of whether or not you agree with them or not. That's my problem with you, okay? And you claim to be an atheist, but you haven't convinced me of that. You haven't convinced me of that. I'm sorry.
What was the last thing you said, Patrick?
I said you claim to be an atheist, but like your actions or your words haven't convinced me of that. I'm sorry.
Honestly, I think I'm more of an atheist than you. I think that I believe. I don't
Dude,
think.
dude, you're not more than an atheist than me, okay? I can tell you to fuck your...
Great.
Take your fucking God and shove him up your ass so far that you can choke on him.
I don't think that makes
you
you
are not more of an atheist than I am.
I think that just makes you belligerent, Patrick.
Fuck you. I'm a belligerent atheist then, okay? You are not more of Seth, you are not more of an atheist than I am.
Well, here's the problem. You don't think that we could ever, in principle, know or rationally believe that God doesn't exist. I think we can, and I think I do.
Therefore, you are not more of an atheist than I am.
Well, on the I mean, at the kind of atheist that you are, I would assume you'd put a lot of stock on what Dawkins says, and according to the Dawkins scale,
No.
I am
an atheist according to what Patrick Festus says. Patrick Festus says that at 12 years old he left catechism because the Blessed Sacrament / initials BS / bullshit. I am a fucking militant atheist. You are not. You are absolutely not more of an atheist than I am. So fuck you, Seth. So I want you to fucking stand up and tell me where the fuck you're coming from. So fuck you.
Well,
what is your deal, man?
Yeah, there's no need for those kind of attacks. I mean, I've always.
I'm sorry. I actually said that to be. I did that deliberately. I don't actually talk like that usually.
Well, I'll let Seth
I did that deliberately.
himself, but there's no reason to be so hostile.
I can't stand Seth's fence sitting. I have to. I was deliberately trying to shock him into to tell me something. I was deliberately trying to shock him into yelling at me.
I haven't heard him. I mean, I've only been listening in for a little bit, but I haven't heard him sit on the fence once.
He's sitting on the fence when he says that it's okay for theists to say they know God is real.
Well, it's okay for a lot of different reasons. But I'm not saying it's okay.
No, it's not okay, Seth. You're sitting on the fence when you respond
I'm not sitting on any fence. Of course it's okay for them to say that. They can say anything they want. What do you expect me to try to...
Whatever they want, but to sit here and say that they're rational, Seth, you didn't say okay. You said they're rational when they say that.
Right, well, let's take a step back. Let's say, do you defend the right for people to believe what they want to believe as long as they're not harming other people, right? So do you believe in the right to have your own religious beliefs and your own ideas?
Well, it's not only that, but it's the fact that you could be rational in coming to a conclusion about the existence of God or the non-existence of God within that argument. That doesn't necessarily mean you're right, but you could be rational in that decision.
How is it rational to believe? Okay, so can I rationally believe that?
Yes, I think so, Down. So if we look at mythology and the fact that, up until the birth of science, that people used, their own discrimination to determine, how to format their own societies.
Okay,
and they used pattern recognition. And they filled in the blanks, and they came to
why it's not fucking rational. Salem witch trials, okay? That shit is not rational. Enough of this fucking dogmatic bullshit.
You're going off the rails.
That's one particular example, and we could question whether there's any truths to be found within the beliefs of any of the participants, whether they're Protestants or Wiccans, right? So if we want to talk about metaphysical or metaphorical truths to be found in religion and spirituality versus literal truths that are in conflict with contemporary science.
We want to talk about education in this country. We don't want to talk about metaphysics. Metaphysics is bullshit. Metaphysics is fairy tales.
Maybe I misspoke, and I was suggesting metaphor versus literality, right? So when we want to talk about symbology, when we want to talk about metaphor, maybe there are truths that are metaphorical that can be said to be portrayed in religious belief systems historically around the planet. But that doesn't mean that they're literal, and that their literal interpretation may be incorrect.
Hey, Seth, do you think it was okay for the people who were persecuting other people in Salem to believe that God, or to say that they know God is real? Was that rational, Seth?
Might have been.
Oh, it might have been. Why are you sitting on the fucking fence again? Why are you doing that?
What fence? What are you talking about?
I'm asking you a specific question.
Well, down. I would ask you, do you believe in free will?
I believe that somebody can do whatever they want to do. If you want to define it as free will,
Well, I disagree. So I don't think that those people who made those decisions ultimately had free will. I think that they were confined.
I have a problem with you, Hazy, because you just deliberately changed the subject.
No, I don't think I did, but I can understand where you're coming from. But what I'm saying is that there is a sensibility that comes from understanding the pretext and that people are under when they assume their views. So they are subjective views. They are
No.
That doesn't mean that they don't have any truth within them.
Here's where me and excuse me down for assuming that I might be talking for you. Here's where we're coming from. Okay, there is. This is the 21st century. What we're doing right now on this Google
I understand
Plus,
where you're coming from.
No. Let me finish. What we're doing right now on this Google Plus, we are using technology. This is a scientific instruments that we are using, and I'm from the United States. I'm actually from New Jersey. Okay, there are people in this group or in the groups that I've been in that come from London. There are people that are halfway around the fucking world that we're hanging out, we're drinking beer. I'm drinking beer, by the way. You know, this technology comes from actual scientific understanding, and the creationists and the stupidity of religion. They don't understand that this technology comes from empirical scientific understanding of how things work. And what everybody's doing, let me finish. What everybody's doing here, and what you're doing is like you're talking about, you're going off on tangents about all kinds of I don't know what's. The point is that we're talking about reality. Me and let me get his name again. Down are talking about our realities. And,
okay, but
what science understands and how the world works. And this is what I'm Italian, okay? I'm like you're talking about talking. I get tired of talking about talking. Let's talk about reality.
I'm talking about reality. So the bottom line is that yes, science has come to certain conclusions about reality that traditional mythology hasn't quite caught up with. However, they did ascertain some of these fundamental elements of that reality, which is
come on, this is fucking retarded.
You're using a computer right now to talk
to me. Just give me a break. Give me a break.
Let me ask you this: where are you from? Where are you from?
It doesn't matter. I'm a human being on planet Earth.
You don't have to be precise. You don't have to be precise. But
hey, Hazy, you think mythology is never going to catch up to science? It's not going to happen, buddy. Get over it.
What you're defining as mythology and science are two separate categories anyway.
Do you realize? Does anybody in this room realize that the internet started from CERN laboratories because the scientists needed a way to share their data in a fast way?
Patrick, I'm in
the internet.
Security.
No, shut up for a second. You realize that the internet actually emanated. The actual internet, the idea of connecting the world through a wired network of information sharing started from CERN laboratories. Do you realize that that's where it actually started from?
What does that mean?
And
What's the point?
Here we are talking to each other.
That's what I do for a job.
It means that science was what started this whole fucking conversation in the first place.
You mean people who figured stuff out is what got us to this point?
No,
okay.
I'm saying that the internet.
Philosophy and religion. How do they fucking figure it out, Tom? Think about
well, down. Now you've kind of shot yourself in the foot. What does philosophy have to do with computer science? Everything.
Do you realize, Seth? Do you realize do you realize that the only reason why we are able to communicate with each other right now? I'm in New Jersey. I don't know where you are.
Philosophy.
There are people from London. Nadia is from California. Do you realize that the fact that we are able to communicate and video communicate? I don't have a camera, but if I had one, you would be able to see my actual face.
We're able to communicate.
Do you realize that this started because scientists needed a way? Let me finish. Let me finish, Seth. Scientists needed a way to share their data, and it was CERN laboratories in Geneva that were sharing their scientific data. They created a supercomputer system. That's why we are able to do this.
It's computer science.
This is science. This is science.
Progress, not philosophy.
Right. Are you? No,
Science,
that's adorable, down. But I want to respond to Patrick.
not philosophy.
He does not understand. You guys
do
don't
not
understand
realize
the false dichotomies being made and the connections that exist between the two.
There is no false dichotomy. All
There
you
is a
have
false
hard on
dichotomy,
for
and here's
philosophy. You have a giant hard on for fucking
the
philosophy.
problem with the things that you're saying on how anti-philosophy you guys. Then you want to bring up the internet. Computer science is founded entirely in the last 100 years, even on philosophy.
Well, then, you know what, Seth? Nobody who programs should take computer science courses. They should study philosophy. By your fucking logic, everybody should study philosophy. Why don't you take your own fucking advice and go to college and study philosophy and stop dicking around down here being an armchair intellectual pretending to be a fucking philosophy fucking genius? You fucking moron.
That's not really an argument against my position, down. So
It's not only not an argument, but he's
shove that philosophy up your fucking ass. Go to college and get a fucking degree in it. Come back in here and be all fucking smart to me, you fucking moron.
You're swatting at phantoms that don't exist. That's not any points he's making, and you're getting mad about it. At the same
I'm getting
time.
mad that he's putting this philosophy bullshit in my fucking face. Everybody fucking time I talk to him. The fucking data that science collects means
Down.
nothing to that.
Down.
It's all about fucking philosophy. Philosophy created the whole fucking world. Get
Down.
off your philosophy kick, you fucking moron!
Down. I didn't say a word.
God, down.
Hold on, Tom. This is about me and Down, apparently, and Patrick, I guess, to a lesser extent. But I feel like I really should say something. I've been talking in side chats with people who've been watching this, Down, and I told them the truth. I haven't said it in here yet, but I came in here with no intention to say a word. I was just going to listen in, and you and Patrick kind of dogpiled on me, and I felt like I had to defend myself. I don't know why.
Okay, Seth.
Freaking,
I'm gonna give you this.
Hold on.
Ask me a question.
Hold on. I don't know why you're so freaking angry at me, Down. But
Seth,
you brought it up, Patrick. I'm not done. You're gonna have to be a little patient.
I'm going to say,
I don't care. I'm totally okay with you both jumping on me. I love these questions, but I'm a little concerned when you get as absolutely off the wall as you just did.
Seth, ask me a question.
What question?
I'm saying to you, ask me a question.
Oh boy.
I think you have some confusion, and I want you to ask me a question. I'm going to try to answer it, and if I can't answer it, I'll tell you that I can't answer it.
I don't have anything I want to ask you, Patrick.
I rest my case.
Here's the truth, man. People that cannot understand real science, they do a cop-out play and just say, well, philosophy created everything. Everything's responsible for philosophy. You know what, Seth? You cannot understand science, and that's why you have such a hard-on for philosophy. I mean, that's the truth of the matter.
I don't understand science. Okay.
Seth, ask me a question. It could be ridiculous. If it's ridiculous, I'll tell you that I think it's ridiculous. If it's not ridiculous, I'll try my best to answer it.
You want to know what atoms are made out of, what quarks are made out of,
No, I want you to ask me a question.
You want to know? Hold on.
You honestly.
You want to know the order of the planets in our solar system? What do you want to know, Down? What science do I not understand? I'm really uneducated in science. As uneducated as I would say I am in philosophy. But
how can? Go ahead.
Seth, what I'm
somehow stunted by this more
Seth,
than you or
Seth, what I'm saying to you is
maybe it was.
Well, Seth, what I'm saying to you is that I don't know everything either. What I'm saying to you is that if you think that I might know something that you don't know, and you honestly want to ask me,
Oh, I certainly don't think that, Patrick.
ask me. And if I don't actually know it, I would tell you that I don't actually know it. If I do know it, I will try my best to answer you. But
Hey, I got a question for you.
that I need you to ask me a question.
Hold on a second. Seth was talking to me. I want to respond to him. He was talking to me. Seth, can you explain how a scientist who's never had a philosophy course is able to invent stuff and collect data and advance technologies?
The scientific method, which is founded on philosophy.
Well, also humans think in terms of philosophy without even having.
Oh, so
training.
philosophy's everywhere. Philosophy is up my ass right now as I'm talking to you.
By the way,
it's
scientists
every-
typically don't invent things; engineers do. But
Philosophy is all around me. I can't avoid it. It just stuck to me, man. I've never had a philosophy course, but I'm a big philosopher now, apparently.
Pretty much. I mean, how can one denigrate other means of knowing things? And,
I mean, this is great, man.
Hold on, full
You have a
thought.
term
Full
called
thought.
philosophy, and you can apply it to fucking anything you want to apply it to. Good for you. You're a fucking genius.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm an idiot, but that's beside the point. I want to know why a person can come to the conclusion that empiricism is the primary or the only way to know things without having engaged in some sort of other process that did not include that empirical.
And next you're going to say that math is philosophy, right? Math is all philosophy, right?
Down. In all fairness, in all fairness, Tom has been trying to say something all this time, and I think you've been berating him, and I don't even know where he's coming from. So, please give him a chance.
Well, I just made a point, but I'm getting the feeling that no one's listening. So.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think that nobody's listening to you, and I'm trying to listen to you. Please, I'm begging you to tell me what you're saying.
Well, since you begged and groveled, I'm just kidding. The question was about how a person can come to the conclusion that empiricism is the primary or the only way to know things without having engaged in some other process which didn't have empiricism at its roots. Does that make sense? As a question?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm a little drunk right now. Don't mind me.
Which is like all this steam and heat that I'm hearing and passion.
Well,
to me indicates.
let me ask you this. I'm probably overreaching my welcome at this particular group with somebody else's group, but it seems like I somehow took control. Let me ask you this. Let me say this to you. I want you to yell at me. I want you to tell me that I'm a fucking asshole. Well,
I mean,
I'm an atheist, and I want you. I want you to. I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from. So, do you agree, disagree, or somewhere in between? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you're coming from.
Well, I mean, I was just listening to the conversation. I don't know if you wanted to know my worldview or you just wanted to know what my thoughts are about what is being discussed. And as far as the second thing, that's why I asked that question, is because I think that you guys are shooting past one another and not really understanding one another, or you do understand each other and then maybe what's his name is just not understanding the link with philosophy to all of life.
Do you see what philosophy did to China? Did philosophy advance China, or did Mao advance China? What happened with technology in China in the 20th century? Explain that to me.
It depends on what you define as an advancement.
I think I know where you're coming from. I see. Shit, what the hell is his name? Is it Tom?
Seth?
Yeah. I think I know where you're coming from. You're trying to figure out what the hell this conversation's all about.
Well, I know what it's about.
I gotta tell you, Tom. I have a habit of after I get like you. I get frustrated with. I'm trying to figure out what the hell the people are talking about. So I deliberately put myself on the firing line, and I say, yell at me. You know, I tell people that I'm a fucking atheist and like you can go fuck yourself. You know, in other words, I deliberately try to invoke an argument. And I see you as trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. And I still haven't figured it out yet. So I'm trying to give you the benefit.
Well, I usually try to keep my cortisol levels at bay when it comes to discussing these sorts of things. And whenever it gets hostile, I'm always like either trying to figure out if someone's trolling or.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I mean, we have theists and atheists in here. I'm obviously an atheist. Let me ask you this. Are you? Where are you? Are you an atheist, theist, somewhere in between, or whatever? You know.
Well, I would be one of these supposedly uneducated, moronic, biblical theists who can't, squeeze or rub two brain cells together.
Apparently can't do science.
Yeah, even though I'm engaging in it right now, but I'm on my lunch
There's
break.
no such thing as science. It's all philosophy. Science doesn't exist. It's all fucking philosophy.
Engaging the straw man down.
That is not a straw man. That is your fucking logic and your rationale. Science does not exist. It's all fucking philosophy. Computer science is philosophy. Every fucking science is philosophy, Seth. I'm conceding to your point. Okay, you're right. It's all fucking philosophy. Who gives a fuck what you want to call it? It's advancing civilization. Call it. Put your finger up your ass. Call it philosophy all you fucking want. I don't give a fuck anymore. It's advanced. It's called science, and it's advancing civilization. You can take credit for all you fucking want with philosophy and say it's doing this and doing that. It doesn't change the fact that science is fucking science. So what's your fucking point?
I have to side with down. At the same time, I have to tell you down. Like your angry attitude is not what's the word? Is not positive. I agree. It's funny that I agree with down. At the same time, I disagree with his way of.
This doesn't even make any sense, Patrick. What are you siding with? I've never said that.
I side with his. I side with. I'm pissed off because I'm like down. I am pissed off at the stupidity. I side with him. I just don't side with his methods.
Why does someone's frustration against the ideas of God or whatever the Christians or other
I don't side with his methods
have to do with science?
Because I don't side with his methods.
Okay, a method of I'm saying a method of fact finding or ways of discovering things about our universe. We say, okay, have some sort of structure with what we're looking for. Let's get some data and then analyze it and then see if we can repeat it. How does that have anything to do with the subject of God?
Because I listen. Let me explain this. What Down just did. I don't like what Down just did. Okay.
What Down just did is absolutely asinine, and I really
No. Let me finish. Stop interjecting. I don't like what Down just did because I feel that he lashed out and just started berating. But at the same time, simultaneously, you have to excuse my chiming clock. At the same time, I understand where he's coming from because he's pissed off. He's pissed off at the bullshit, and I totally agree with that. I totally agree with his. He's trying to tell you people, stop the fucking bullshit, you fucking idiots. I agree with that. I just don't agree with his method. That's all I have to say.
Well, I posed this question. A while back to Nadia, and it was that what if a person is just so entrenched in their beliefs because of the way they're raised that they really can't separate from it, and that wouldn't it be better for them if they find fulfillment, even if you think it's totally wrong, that they live that way. So long, they're not like infringing upon any sort of freedoms you have, or blah blah blah. I don't know. I'm just trying to paint
That's the point. That's the point. As long as they're not infringing on anybody else's rights. But the problem is that they are infringing on everybody else's rights. The problem is that the right wing is actually.
How so, Patrick? How are they infringing? So
because they're trying to inject the laws into our government.
I don't know. Have you ever heard of the fucking Inquisition? You ever heard of the 30 Years' War? You ever heard of the fucking Dark Ages? You ever heard of
We're not
in
that time,
where
though.
we're at now. You're gonna cite philosophy from hundreds of fucking years ago. Then I'm gonna cite.
I've definitely heard of the Vatican. A lot of bullshit going on there, Down. I feel you, bro.
Well, I can only speak from personal experience. So my grandmother was a believer, right? She was Catholic, and she found a lot of.
I'm the only atheist in my family. I don't know where you're coming from.
Okay. But Patrick, what I'm suggesting is that, for example, I had an evangelical family that lived next to my mom, and they were nuts, right? And their kids ran around seeing like angels and devils and all this kind of stuff. Tragically, their youngest daughter died in a car accident. But I did see them take a lot away from their faith. They got a lot of comfort from their faith. I thought their beliefs were complete hogwash, but it did serve them and their family for healing. And I have a hard time juggling that.
Delusional. It served them to be delusional. So believe in a fairy tale.
But who cares if someone else wants to believe in a fairy tale?
So the question is, though, should they have the right to believe in a fairy tale as long as they're not?
Yes, they have the right. Yes, they have the right.
Suggested,
yes,
infringing on others' rights.
Yes,
exactly.
but Down,
Hazy, they have the right to believe in what they want to believe, but they don't have the right to force that shit on everybody else.
I agree with you, Patrick.
Excuse me for a minute. I have to take a leak.
Well, I mean, and let's keep in mind too that in the background, a certain level of forcing, quote unquote, is going to have to happen if law is going to be put in place, period, in society. So then where do we derive that law from is the question. And I don't think there's anything wrong with getting certain civil mandates from biblical texts. And of course, you guys agree with a lot of the precepts
What
in
do you mean
Scripture.
civil mandates from biblical
I
texts? What the
disagree.
fuck are you
Like
talking
what? I
Settle
agree
down,
with
dude,
you,
first of
Down.
all.
So we're talking about blue laws,
For
right?
biblical text? What are you fucking talking about? Are you fucking insane?
Yeah, those are like blue laws. Those are mostly gone. So we don't really have to deal with religious precedent informing our laws very much these days.
They still inform the laws. They still do inform the laws. Are you fucking insane?
Yeah, the example that I was hinting at was like, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal.
Okay, so Down. I'm asking where they do. So those are blue laws, and where. So maybe in Texas, but I'm not really aware of that many blue laws.
What do you mean? What do you mean blue laws? What are you talking?
That's the name. That's what they call, essentially laws that are derived from biblical teaching.
Like, for example, there are some states that you can't serve alcohol at all on Sundays.
Well, yeah, that's true. So Utah is still a big
That would be a blue law.
Not just Utah. You've got other states than Utah. I think Alabama's one.
Yeah, I suppose there are some still, but there are very few. So they're going.
They're not very few. Look at it's a 21st century, and only recently are homosexuals able to fucking marry. What's the fucking deal with that? For hundreds of years, they're fucking repressed. Laws were used against them, and you're just gonna look the other fucking way.
Okay. Well, I'm with you. But how far are you willing to go down? How far down that road are you willing to go? So do you think that?
Still being repressed. All these fucking states are fighting this Supreme Court decision even now.
But the brakes got to get put on somewhere is his point. And so where is that line?
Brakes got to get put on somewhere. Why the fuck should we have to go through this shit to begin with? Keep your fucking religion out of my fucking government.
I agree.
Oh, but you're okay with putting your religion in our government, though, right?
I don't have a religion.
No,
well, whatever you want to call it. You're whatever. His philosophy, same stuff.
I don't have a philosophy.
It's not the same thing.
I do not.
Why not?
So secularism.
Term that is overused, by the way.
Secularism is the idea that we don't inform our laws and We don't privilege certain religions. It's not itself a religion or philosophy, at least not in that way.
Yeah, that's true, but that's sort of to miss the
You
point,
can't divorce it.
right?
You can't,
Like, I mean, sure, people, atheists may not have a religion per se, but we all have our own sort of
Talking about
picture of the
atheists,
world.
I don't want atheists to have a privileged position in government or privileged.
Secularist, whatever. I mean, the point is everyone has their own picture of the world, right? And so,
by the government.
Well, what's crazy is in the United States, essentially, atheism has been ruled a kind of religion in terms of having the freedom of belief, right? So,
no, I think that
yeah,
humanism was like termed a religion in some states for, I don't know, like tax purposes.
No, it was a Supreme Court ruling regarding atheists having the ability to get together as a group within prisons. So they ruled it as a form of religious belief in the Supreme Court, which is
the point is the
absurd.
Well, the word, it's not like a magic word, religion. Ooh, the point is a person. I don't see it as possible that you can divorce ethics from some sort of philosophic framework.
Well, it is a magic word.
Not called any sort of philosophical fucking religion. Don't even fucking go there.
It is a magical word in terms of trying to derive how does one officially become a religion. So can I establish myself as a individual religion and say, I have a right to defend myself so I can have a gun, and I have a right to believe that I can marry 13-year-olds and just go down the line, So how do we arrive? And the fact is, in the United States, there is no way to become an official religion other than the tax code. So it's completely absurd.
In America, laws are like who's running the show here? Republican, Democrat, they're all kind of very similar, and the Christian influence is very minimal in government anymore.
Christian influence is very minimal. You're a fucking retard.
Well, I'd say it goes right back to you.
So, Down, what do you think about federalism and the idea of states having their own rights and counties being able to have their own?
I don't want to go. I've already discussed it in a previous hangout. So you might have heard that, and you're trying to piss me off right now. Hey,
I'm not. Honestly, I'm not, and I'm sorry. So that's fine.
Hey, Tom. If religion has a minimal role in our government, how come we have a political party that uses religion as their fucking platform?
Well, smoke screens, right? I'm not saying that religion entirely. I'm just saying the biblical religion is very minimally influencing government in America.
I think that Republicans tend to cynically appropriate, what little cultural prestige Christianity has among certain voting blocs, and they parade it on display every election cycle. But I don't think most, elected Republicans are, sincere in their faith. I mean, I think pretty much.
I don't care if you think they're sincere or not. They've officially put it into the government.
No, like
the same government that. Go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say real quickly that if Bush, say a prayer or thank God, blah, blah, those sorts of phraseries are done tactically so that they can get more people who believe in God on their side to vote for them.
I don't care what the fucking motive is. They're still putting it into government. Why are you blind to this?
No, they're not. Putting what into government? What do you mean? What are they putting in?
Oh, you just gave an example.
What? Somebody can...
I mean, this shit has been going on for hundreds of fucking years. You had McKinley saying that he decided to invade the Philippines because he prayed to God, and God told him to. For fuck's sakes!
Okay, I don't even know if that's... I didn't follow that story before, but...
You didn't follow the story before? Well, I have a fucking degree in history. Go look it up. Fucking fact check me.
No, I'm not trying to deny what you're saying. I'm just saying that even if somebody is saying this is my reason, doesn't necessarily mean it's their reason. They might just do it as... Who the
fuck cares if it's genuine or not? They're putting it into the government. That's the fucking point.
Okay, what was the example you gave again?
President McKinley got on his hands and knees and prayed and said God talked to him and told him to invade the Philippines.
Well, how's that different than George Bush in Iraq, right?
Exactly.
So we can agree they're shitheads, but should they still be allowed to make those views and have those views?
Well, here's a bigger question.
They should not be allowed to have a separation of church and state.
No, not even just that. How about the president shouldn't be able to make decisions like that no matter what their view is?
Well, you can't make that law, right? I mean, the bottom line is we're probably at least 40 years away from having an atheist president.
Greece just put their atheist prime minister in office, and I'm glad they did. I'm glad they fucking did that.
I think we've already had a number of atheist presidents, truth be told. I don't think that.
I agree with
maybe
that. I agree. But you know what I'm saying.
They may have been closet.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone.
One second. Who are some of the atheist presidents, John?
I don't think Bill Clinton was particularly. Yeah, I mean, if you're, obviously, like, you know, for publicity's sake, they're not going to go out and say it, right? But I don't think in his heart of hearts, Bill Clinton is a devout.
Johnson, Nixon, Clinton, Obama.
Reagan, I don't think is really sincere in his, you know.
Who cares what the intent is? They are still fucking doing it. Who cares if they're faking it, acting it? Who the fuck cares? They're still putting religion into government. That's fucking wrong.
Well,
according to
I don't. Sorry, we're a largely religious nation. I mean, if you're upset about it, you know, cry about it on a Google Hangout. So I don't know what else to tell you.
Explain that. We're a nation founded on religion, is what you're stating, right?
No, I said we're largely religious.
That's irrelevant.
So I don't know what we're founded on. Whatever. That's
I don't know. I mean, you guys have no problem. You guys have no problem.
You can flaunt your history degree at me again, I guess.
I mean, fuck. Let's have a theocracy as long as a person ruling the theocracy doesn't legitimately believe in the fucking, you know, Bible shit. Let's just go for it anyways. Why not? Because, you know, they're using it as a smokescreen in a theocracy, right? Over in fucking Saudi Arabia, you don't really believe.
Come on, man. Yeah, of course they are.
Really believes that shit, man. You know, they're drinking alcohol, they're doing cocaine. It's okay to have a theocracy as long as they're using it for a smokescreen, right?
What about the checks and balances in our government? If one person, even the president, says something, I don't think he can just get passed like that. You know,
he has gotten a pass because we're a Christian nation. That's a fucking logic that you want to fucking use.
No, we're not. And even if we were, it still has to go through the checks and balances, right?
Yeah, Jefferson said we weren't, right?
I don't think it matters because things can change over time, and they have. So, even if it was, maybe it's not anymore, or.
You know, I don't give a fuck what nation you want to say we are or are not. The thing that hasn't changed over time is the separation of church and state. That has stayed a fucking constant. You want to fucking debate me on that? Then go right for it. Tell me how I'm fucking wrong for stating that our country was founded on a separation of church and state.
Well, that was a letter written to the Danbury Baptists about there being a line or a separation. But I don't think it had anything to do with a securing of or separation from, you know, the influence in government. It was more of a.
Talk about that stupid ass letter. The fucking Supreme Court has already ruled on this shit. On this.
But who cares? Who cares what they ruled? We can change, right?
Who cares what they fucking ruled? That's a law of the fucking land. I care what they rule.
What if the law of the land changes?
Well, it has
actually down. So Scalia disagrees with you, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if Roberts disagrees as well.
Okay, what's your point?
That it's still up for grabs, unfortunately. I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Fucking Supreme Court cases from the last 100 fucking years, moron.
Well, so no. Hey, don't call me moron, but the bottom line is there's court precedent, and court precedent suggests that no, if according to Scalia, if we wanted to make religious laws and the people were for it, we could do that under the Constitution.
No, we couldn't do that. Sorry.
Well, in certain states like California with Prop A, you know, the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court, and then later the district court agreed with you. But under our rule of law, the way it is organized, they could make that decision.
And they have in the and be fucking Nazis. I mean, who the fuck knows? Let's not play this fucking dumbass
Well,
game.
I agree with you, and this is the problem. Is it comes down to a popular opinion that is politically informed by 9 people on the Supreme Court, and that's fucked up. I agree.
The Supreme Court has for the past 200 fucking years, they have not ruled that these public schools can fucking teach kids about the Bible and shit. Okay, they've not ruled on that. It's in the context of world religions. They've not ruled that people can evangelize and do all this shit in public schools. They've ruled against.
I think a lot of that is still up for grabs. I'm on your
It's
side.
not up for grabs. Look at the Supreme Court decisions, for fuck's sakes.
Well, there are court precedents, that's for sure, and they seem to be moving towards the idea of a true secular state. But I don't think it's ironclad by any means.
I don't know if they're moving towards a true secular state or not. I'm stating the past precedents. I don't know what the fuck they'll do tomorrow. I have no idea. I can't predict the future.
Yeah, but you understand where I'm coming from, right? I mean, the bottom line is that they will continue to defend certain things like, let's say, Moses and the 10 Commandments on the Supreme Court building, right? And they'll say, oh, that's historical. And it has no business there. Fuck it. Erase it. Get rid of it. Get rid of God on the currency. Get rid of the God in the Pledge of Allegiance. But we're still many years away from doing that. So I'm on your side. I understand where you're coming from, but the bottom line is the Supreme Court is, pushed back against some of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty concerned about the 10 Commandments on the Supreme Court building as well, and they should fucking remove that.
I agree. Get rid of Moses. Get rid of the 10 Commandments. Get rid of "In God We Trust." Amen, man. But those are fights that are for the future, and like the Michael Newdow case, right? With the "In God We Trust" or the Pledge of Allegiance, and that guy got shut down by the courts, and it was a political decision. I mean, it has nothing to do with justice. It has nothing to do with the truth.
Okay, anyways, this whole conversation got started because some fucking Nimrod was stating that religion is not a big influence in government, and that's bullshit. Sorry, it's bullshit.
Okay, I agree, and that still is happening. But so my question was, blue laws, which are supposedly the religious laws, and how many states they still occur in. And I know that is still going on, right? So we have a long way to go, but we're winning.
I don't know if we're winning because the number of evangelicals in Congress has not gone down.
Well, fair enough. And they are fucking morons, for sure. And I agree with your earlier points about the contemporary science versus, the stupidity of interpreting traditional Christian religion literally and historically. And it's amazing to me. I mean, we were, to a degree, I just feel like it's almost like we're living in a dark age, the Middle Ages. It seems like we're so close to advancing progressively. So if you talk to old people who were alive during the First World War and the Second World War, they really thought that, hey, we made the world safe for science and democracy and moving forward with progressive politics, and yet we're still dealing with all this mythology, that is outdated.
Well, I don't really know. Mythology might have caught up with science. I really don't know.
In what way? I mean, science superseded the cosmological principle, and the traditional mythologies of the planet are dead in the face of science, and there's nothing to fill the gap yet. So people are struggling, right? We have a real existential problem with understanding our place in the world and trying. So the biggest problem for humanity is trying to ascertain, what is our place in the universe. And unfortunately, science continues to underscore this sense that we have no real meaning, existential meaning. We have no real existential purpose, and we have a kind of existential angst that is unfulfilled. So the birth of consciousness on planet Earth is a kind of tragedy. And this is what has led me to antinatalism and atheism, right? And the earlier religions of Hinduism and Buddhism essentially asserted the same thing. They said, well, wait, something's wrong with the nature of reality. As soon as you have consciousness in play, they're saying, oh, well, there's a lot of bad things. I mean, if we're just going to be logical about it, there's a lot of problems with reality, and we need to escape it. And the Western world has
hold on a second. Go talk to Matt Bell. Okay, the first question he'll ask you is prove you're real. Okay, play those fucking mind games. They're fun.
Well, I don't understand what you mean exactly.
Talking about the fact that you have fundamentalists, theists, whatever, and they want to play these fucking word games and mind games with what's reality.
Well, I'm not trying to do that with you right now. So I understand the question of prove you're real. Okay. So the fundamental question would be, how do you know what you know, and how do you know that is real? I agree with that.
Why do you gotta even ask that question though? It's a known that I'm real and that you're real. Why the fuck waste the time on even dissecting it? It goes nowhere.
Well, I tend to agree with you, but it's still a fundamental question, right? So so the question, the conclusion would be either you're having a solipsistic experience, or what you're experiencing is real. And most people assume that, the idea that you're just having a solipsistic experience is ridiculous. So most people will assume that, no, what we're experiencing as consciousness is real and valid. It is subjective, it is relative, but we can still we can still ascertain certain truths. So you and I can have a conversation and say, we're sharing a certain reality, and that establishes or further establishes the individual idea that what we're experiencing is real.
They use that logic though to state that, well, because you can't prove you're real, that means that God exists. That's the logic they use.
Yeah, that's all a bunch of crap, as you know. I agree. That's just a bunch of crap. So it just depends on how you want to define God, right? So if you want to say that God is everything, and everything is codependent, and all things are a manifestation of the universe, and that's God, well, fine. How can you deny that, right? It's like, oh yeah, we're all God, we're all a manifestation of the universe is God, whatever. I mean, it just depends on your definition. But I wouldn't say that's intelligent. I wouldn't say it's a personal God. I wouldn't say there's any, purpose or meaning. But I would say even 100,000 years ago, humans were they were just as smart as we were, and they were faced with the same questions. They just didn't have the science to try to make sense of their universe. So they used their senses as they were to try to do pattern recognition, and they came up with, two modes. One was to deny that life was purposeful and meaningful, and not, unfortunately, an accident and cruel. And the other side was, oh yeah, we're the chosen ones, or life does have meaning and purpose. So psychologically, for survival instinct, what do you think people would choose? They chose God. They chose to say, we're the chosen people of God. They chose to view the universe as something they could make sense of and be somehow, unified with and find peace with. But the reality is, that's all a bunch of bullshit.
I don't know how it advances science at all, even 400 years ago, to believe that you were created by God. I don't follow that.
Well, in terms of how it advances science, we could just say, well, look at the way humans have historically enacted science, right? So from the earliest age before modern science, there were people like Aristotle that were analyzing, phenomena and trying to make sense of it. And it's just been a continual process. And it's only recently that we've gained, what we consider the empirical method and all this technology.
Anyways, religion has impeded science for hundreds of years, thousands of years. It's been a detriment to it. Okay. Right.
Yeah, in general, I would say that's absolutely correct.
And it's still doing that today.
I'm not sure. And so certainly in terms of politics and social engineering, that's true. But in terms of whatever science is going on, I'm afraid that science has gone off the rails because it's become so politicized, right? It's so influenced by money. So that science itself isn't really pure and probably hasn't been for a long time. But that doesn't mean that the scientific method and pure science and the understandings that science comes to aren't true.
Patrick, are you still there?
Hopefully he'll come back. Sorry if I'm boring you, man. But I don't disagree with where you're coming from. And I don't disagree with your hostility toward, in the United States, the kind of, all the politics that are informed by religion and evangelicals and basically ignorance, right? It's sad and sickening.
I'm not going to sit here and twiddle my thumbs and finger my ass over philosophy, okay? I want to know the fucking reality of the world, and I want advances to continue to advance. Philosophy is not going to create a faster rocket to travel out of our solar system.
I understand. I agree. I think philosophy is totally bankrupt because while philosophy as a whole has certain elements that allow people to gauge and ascertain certain points of view that are logical, in general, both Western and Eastern philosophy have entered to a dead end. They've hit the brick wall. They are paradoxical, and they've become very specialized. So you can have, for example, somebody in post-structuralist semiotics suggests that everything is just a concept and linguistically based in the mind, and thus is purely subjective and relative and based on neurolinguistic kind of phenomena. And so they deconstruct all meaning. And you can have people like Derrida go along that and deconstruct all meaning from any concept that one has. And you can do the same thing from other ontological points of view within philosophy, from the more existentialist, absurdist points of view, etc. And the same thing is happening in Eastern philosophy. And I don't necessarily think that they're totally wrong, with their conclusions that, you know, their own methodologies lead to this absurd position in which they deconstruct the phenomena of nature and consciousness itself, but it's a dead end. And so we know that we're having an experience, and we know that suffering is real, and yet they could suggest that, well, your experience is subjective and suffering is an illusion. And I say, fuck that.
I have to agree with Hazy, except that I want to let everybody know here that 150 years or more ago, 150 years to 2,000 years ago, philosophy was science at one time, and it has evolved. And there are many scientists, or I should say, the philosophy. The funny thing is that you can actually say things like the philosophy of science and the philosophy of philosophy nowadays is that philosophy was the child of science, but that doesn't mean you can't still use the word philosophy. For example, my philosophy on things, quote unquote, is this or is that. For example, I follow Sam Harris, so I feel that his philosophy on ideas of life and morality. So the word philosophy has evolved. What philosophy meant? What philosophy meant 100 years ago is not what philosophy means today. But that doesn't mean philosophy is dead, because philosophy is a valid discussion.
So Patrick, how do you feel about the topic of antinatalism, and what do you think that Sam Harris would propose in regards to that topic?
I'm not sure what you exactly said, but
antinatalism is the idea that it's morally wrong to procreate.
No, I don't think that Sam Harris ever said anything like that. I happen to be a subscriber, as they say, to Sam Harris. I think he taught me a lot. I probably give Sam Harris at least 90%, probably 95%, depending on which lecture he was at the time. But I'm not sure what you're trying to label him as.
Well, so there's a long tradition of what is so-called pessimist philosophy, which I would call realist philosophy. And the idea is that recently, like I think 2004 or something like that, a South African philosopher named David Benatar proposed what he called an asymmetry. And the asymmetry was supposing that there's no need to procreate. There's no existential purpose to procreate in terms of a moral proposition. So that, and that ultimately there is a risk proposition. It's a risk management equation in which to propagate means that there's a potential for you to have a negative outcome to your procreation. And that in general, human beings have, poor lives and have suffering, and they have inevitable death. And that there's no
wait.
There's no intrinsic.
What you're doing is you're giving me some other person's philosophy.
Well, hold on 1 second. So there's no intrinsic need for a life to exist. So the idea is that in bringing a life forward, you're taking on a risk in which you can't guarantee an outcome. And we know that there's inevitable suffering, inevitable death in life, and that a certain number of people will have very bad, in terms of utilitarian terms, negative utilitarianism, there will be inevitable negative outcomes. And there's no intrinsic need for them to exist. So there's no intrinsic need for anybody to procreate.
The problem I have with you is that you're talking about a totally different person, and you're telling. First of all, I don't agree with anything you said, but the point is that you're talking to me about some other African philosopher that has nothing to do with Sam Harris.
South African, yeah, he's a white guy. He's a white guy, a South African professor of philosophy. He's
Whatever. I specifically heard you say South African, so I use those words. Doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't give a shit. But the point is that you're telling me about somebody that you were listening to, somebody of South African, of his philosophy, and you're trying to equate that with Sam Harris. I don't get it. I'm talking about Sam Harris, and you're talking about whatever his name was.
I understand.
They have nothing to do with each other. They have nothing to do with each other.
No, I disagree. I distree, and this is why.
Wait. I muted my microphone listening to you. Can you mute your microphone, listen to me?
Yes.
All right. I listened to what you said, but everything you said had nothing to do with Sam Harris. Sam Harris has his philosophy, and I admit that I subscribe to Sam Harris's attitudes and his philosophy 90-some-odd%. But what you told me was somebody else, and maybe you subscribe to him. I don't know. But the point is that you tried to make a connection between him and Sam Harris, and I'm sorry, but there's no connection. There is absolutely no connection.
I understand.
There is absolutely no connection to what you're telling me about this person and what I'm talking to.
I disagree 100%, and this is why.
I mean, you can tell me about this person.
I will.
Let me finish. You can tell me about his philosophies, and I can either disagree or agree or partially agree. But you're deliberately trying to make a connection between him and Sam Harris, and there is where I draw the line. I'm like, I'm sorry.
I understand.
Sam is Sam, and your person is your person, but
I understand
no
what
connection.
you're saying. I sympathize. So I appreciate Sam Harris. I'm a fan of Sam Harris. I have read Sam Harris. Okay.
Okay,
so
but there's no connection.
I'm on your side. I'm not
him and whatever person you're telling me. I can listen to you about whatever person you're telling me,
Patrick.
but please stop trying to make a connection between them.
Yes, Patrick. Okay, I understand what you're saying. So, I'm with you. I'm a fan of Sam Harris myself. I sub to his emails. I've read his books, etc. I watch all his videos. And this is why I think it is interesting to connect those two people, personally. So Sam Harris came out with his book on...
Okay, well, in that case, I disagree. I
feel
that there's no connection.
So Sam Harris came out with his book on the moral landscape, right? And he is supposing that science could reach an objective morality. So he's suggesting that we could describe a kind of moral landscape which could give us prescriptive treatments for the ills of humanity.
Yes, I agree. You probably have have somewhat of an accurate description. But what I object to is that you are deliberately trying to connect this other person that I forgive me for not knowing this person, but you're trying to connect his philosophy. Wait a minute. You are trying to connect his philosophy with Sam Harris, and I totally object to that. In other words, you can tell me all day long on how you subscribe to that person that you're talking about, and I can tell you all day long about how I subscribe to Sam Harris. But when you start trying to connect those two, I totally object because they have nothing to do with each other.
Oops. Looks like I lost my connection. I'm sorry.
If you didn't hear anything I just said, I refuse to repeat it.
That's okay. I'm sorry. I'm talking to you right now. It looks like
did
I
you
lost
hear,
my
did,
connection.
did you hear anything I just said?
Yes, I did, but I'm sorry. I lost my connection. So,
All right. I'm gonna summarize for you. I object to your connection between whoever it is that you're talking about, who I'm sorry that I don't know anything about, and you're trying to connect it to Sam Harris. I object the connection. In other words, I may subscribe to Sam Harris, and you may subscribe to that other person, and we may both believe that we subscribe to their ideals, but I object to your connecting your person to my person. That's what
yeah, I think that's totally absurd. So the bottom line is that this is my personal critique of Sam Harris, in that he does not go far enough in his view of what an objective morality is, right? So the bottom line is that there is a risk entailed for anybody who chooses to procreate. Do you agree or disagree?
No. I disagree that you are.
Okay, so what I'm saying.
No. Wait a minute.
I was trying to give you some background on my view, but if you reject that, that's fine.
You asked me a question.
I can still assert for myself right now that it is immoral to procreate because of the risks involved. Do you agree or disagree?
I'm trying to answer your question, and I'm trying to say that what you're saying is not what Sam Harris is saying.
I don't care. I'm not saying that's what Sam Harris says. I'm saying
that is what you said. That you said.
What I'm doing is criticizing Sam Harris. What I'm saying is he does not go far. What I'm saying is that Sam Harris does not go far enough. He has not addressed antinatalism. Do you understand?
Listen. You said that you were trying to assign my admission to something that Sam Harris never said, and you insist that Sam Harris said that, and I'm trying to say that that's not what he said.
I did not say that. All I said was that Sam Harris wrote a book on objective morality called The Moral Landscape, and you suggested that, yes, you follow Sam Harris and generally agree with his views. And I said, Sam Harris does not go far enough. And here's my example. David Benatar says that according to this objective moral landscape, essentially, we should not be procreating. It's immoral because there's a risk involved. And I'm asking for your opinion on that. Do you think that when you have kids or anybody has kids that there's risk involved which we don't know the outcome, and that potentially it poses a moral question for people who procreate?
And I'm saying I'm confused because I think that you're assigning some attributes to Sam Harris that I don't think he ever actually said that.
I agree.
I'm
problem. The problem is I said earlier he does not go far enough. So I'm asking you personally, Patrick.
Maybe he doesn't.
Do you think there is any moral hazard for having kids?
You're assigning thoughts to Sam Harris that I don't feel that is appropriate.
No, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Forget Sam Harris. I'm asking you, Patrick.
Hey, listen, if you're not
do you think there is a moral hazard to having children?
If you're not going to let me talk, then you're just assigning.
Patrick, you're ignoring my questions.
I'm not ignoring your question. I'm trying to figure out what your question is.
Okay, I'm asking you personally, Patrick. Patrick, stop.
No.
Patrick, stop.
No, you stop. You stop. I'm trying to answer your question, and I'm trying to figure out because I'm not totally understanding your question. I'm trying to answer you, but you're not allowing me to answer you, and you're not allowing me to try to figure out what you're saying.
I'll tone down. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I honestly don't understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to figure it out, and you're not allowing me to do that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I agree. It is a complicated topic.
Yes, it is. It is a complicated topic, and you know, you may not agree with my concept of it, but you're running over me. You're like you're fucking bulldozing me.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know you're a smart guy. I apologize.
All right. I don't agree with your assessment of what Sam Harris is saying.
I as I told you earlier, I don't think Sam Harris is going far enough. So this is a critique, a personal critique of Sam Harris.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's perfectly agreeable. You don't agree with Sam Harris's, but what I'm saying is that I think you're assigning concepts to Sam Harris that I don't think that he ever actually said.
That is my
fair. It's not fair to Sam Harris, and I'm certainly not the genius to.
No, Patrick, this is why it's fair. It's because I think he is purposely avoiding those questions.
No.
So I'm saying that he's
totally
not. I'm saying that my critique is that he is avoiding these specific questions and not talking about the specific point.
I totally disagree with that. And I'm not smart enough.
What is your evidence to give you the evidence? Otherwise, what is your evidence to say that Sam Harris has addressed the anti-natalist question?
I don't know what that means. I'm not smart enough to.
So you don't have any evidence. You don't have any evidence, and let me explain.
No. I'm not smart enough to understand what the fuck you're talking about.
You are smart enough. Come on, but I agree that it is a complicated discussion, and we're probably.
Listen. I have respect for Sam Harris because I believe that he is a fucking genius.
Me too.
And I listen to him, and I don't agree with him 100%, but I do agree with him 90-something%. But what you're doing to me smells of avoidance, and it smells to me of conspiracy. And I can't go any further than that because I just don't have the IQ. I just don't have the IQ what Sam Harris has. Okay. Wait. But Sam Harris has an IQ of about 100.
Okay, but Patrick, I don't understand. What do you mean smells like a conspiracy?
You are deliberately trying to fucking corner me.
No, it's not about you.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And
no. Okay. Well, we can just stop then. We can just stop. Let's change the topic then, because that's not what I'm trying to do, honestly.
Well, it seems to me that you are.
No. It has nothing to do with you personally.
To make a joke. Okay. I'm like Harry Potter, with the sneaker scope. Somebody gave me a sneaker scope. My sneaker scope. The dark detector, my sneaker scope is whirling and whistling, and it's telling me something is wrong here.
Okay, so Patrick, I would just suggest that this is just new information for you, and that's fine.
Okay.
And
Sam Harris is a genius.
Okay, that's fine. I agree.
And you can legitimately argue with me about what you disagree with him, but what you're doing is just throwing me some other tangent of some other subject, and you're avoiding the subject. Sam Harris is a genius.
No.
He tells you what
are
he
wrong,
thinks
Patrick.
is,
that is wrong.
And it's okay. It's okay to disagree with him, as I do disagree with him sometimes. But what you're doing is avoiding his subject.
No, I disagree totally. So I specifically said this has to do with the question of the moral landscape and his idea that we can arrive at an objective morality. Are you there?
Yeah.
You understand?
I agree with him. I think
okay.
I think that science can talk about morality.
Okay.
He didn't give a specific answer. He doesn't pretend to think he knows the answer. He is trying.
Well, how can you say that it's objective?
He's trying to start the conversation.
Okay, that's fine. I agree with you. But how could you truly say that that is objective if it's just like willy-nilly, let's think about this?
It's not willy-nilly. It's not willy-nilly.
Well, then it's objective. So give me
it's not willy-nilly. He's talking about
an example of an objective
things
principle.
like throwing acid in girls' faces is not moral. It's like, that's obvious. That's what he's talking about.
Right. Well, you're getting to it, and so let's be patient. Let's calm down. I appreciate that. I agree. So the idea is that an objective morality would mean that science could prove that there are rights and wrongs for human beings, and he uses the term, what is it, like human? What is it? Not nurturing, but something to that end.
Yeah.
And my idea is that if there is an objective morality, and I'm asking you, Patrick, whether you might agree with this,
what you just said agrees with Sam Harris, and therefore, since I agree with Sam Harris 90-some-odd%, I have to agree with you.
Okay. So, and I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm not against you. I'm on your side. So this is very important to me, and I'm trying to ascertain this myself personally. So my idea is that if there is an objective morality, what it might be is that any undue or unnecessary harm to a sentient being is bad. And the question is whether science can prove that, and whether it is separate from the idea of human emotion and empathy and compassion. It's just a fact of science. So it would depend on essentially a hedonic mechanism that we see that sentient organisms are either, attracted to or repelled to different states of being, and that we wouldn't impose any kind of morality on that. We would just say this is a positive or a negative state. So that, once again, an objective principle would be that any undue or unnecessary harm of a sentient being is bad. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, see, I want to stop you like a few sentences ago, because I'm not an English major, but I want to tell you that that's exactly what Sam Harris is trying to address.
Yeah.
In other words, there is obviously good and bad things. I mean, it's obviously a bad thing to fucking throw acid in some girls' faces. You know what I'm saying? This is what he's trying to tell you, and he is asking the same questions that you're asking me now.
Yes.
He's asking, isn't it obvious that science should not just have the possibility of morality, but shouldn't science say we have an obligation to show these assholes? You know what I'm saying? This is what Sam Harris is coming from, and you went too far because I'm not an English major. I can't articulate. You know, I wanted to stop you like a sentence and a half ago. The point is that you're right. Sam Harris is trying to tell you that science can, in fact, not just can, but is obligated. Science is obligated to slap these fucking people in the face.
Well, we were on the same page, man. That's exactly the point that I'm coming from. That is what I'm trying to ascertain. And so I would go a step further, though, and this is why I mentioned that guy from South Africa, the philosopher. He actually has like a logical analysis of the idea of risk. So, for example, if you were to have a child, there's a certain amount of risk that something bad would come out of that. And the question is it moral to impose life on somebody when you don't know the outcome? Because we know that a certain number of human beings are going to commit suicide, or they're going to be born with their brain outside of their head, or, whatever. They're going to become drug addicts, whatever. So that it becomes a very utilitarian kind of question.
I think the person you're talking about is talking about specific things, like the real life. There it is in front of you, like my sister or your brother. Sam Harris is not talking about that. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't even know this person you're talking about, but it seems to me.
That's fine.
It seems to me that you're trying to equate what Sam Harris is talking about on a grand scale to like equivalent to like watching a soap opera on TV. You know what I'm saying? In other words,
well, isn't life like that?
You're trying to make it specific to a specific case, and it's just not. It just doesn't work that way.
I disagree. So what do you mean? Give me an example.
I'm trying to say that this person you're talking about may have valid what's the word I'm still looking for? He may have valid bitches about what's going on in his real life.
Yeah, no.
Sam Harris is not talking about. Sam Harris is not talking about Patrick Festa and his problems that he has in his life. You know, my life. I have problems I can tell you about. With the person you're talking about, it seems to be focusing on a specific case. Sam Harris is talking about.
No.
Sam Harris is talking about a very wide, futuristic thing about morality, and you're
Yes.
focusing on one particular life.
No, that's not right. It's exactly the opposite. Respectfully, I don't mean to be contrary, Patrick, but respectfully, it is the exact opposite. So
No, contrary is fine. We're having an intellectual discussion.
Yeah. And so I know it's a hard subject to wrap your mind around, and it is something that people don't like to think about. But the bottom line is that there have been a very long line of pessimist philosophers who suggest that the fact that life feeds on life is a negative thing. Schopenhauer said that life is something that is immoral on its face and that it should not be. And the idea that every time any human being has a kid, there is a risk entailed that, it couldn't turn out so great. So the question is a very utilitarian kind of question, as in terms of the idea that if humanity is to continue, we will have to endure a certain amount of suffering. And is that suffering justified? So the question is yes or no. So do we want to say that life is bad and it entails risk, or do we want to say that there's something special about life, that human beings are special in any way? And I'm guessing that because you don't believe in God, that human life isn't special. There's no intrinsic need for us to exist, so we should stop procreating. Because every time we have a kid...
No, you see, you committed the crime of jumping from one subject to another. You actually, I was listening to you, and I kept my microphone muted because you were interesting. And all of a sudden, you're talking about, well, therefore, no, wait a minute, back up a minute. Repeat what you said about 3 or 4 sentences ago. You were making sense, and all of a sudden, I didn't know what you were talking about anymore. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I'm drinking too much to remember exactly what you said, so I can't even repeat what you said. But you started to flow. You started a great subject, and then you just went on to change it to. You assumed that what you said 5 sentences ago was true. Instead of waiting for somebody to ask you what you meant by that.
Okay. Hi, Helena. Helena Handbasket has joined the group. So I'm not exactly sure where I might have lost you, Patrick, but it is a complex topic, so maybe we can rediscover it. And we could talk about it some other time. If you want to talk about something else, that's fine.
Hazy, do you think it's worth it?
No. That is the question, for sure.
Well, how can you know that the bad outweighs the good every time?
I can only gauge that subjectively, and it's not just based on my own personal life, but on our best estimate of an objective reality. So when I look at the entire universe and I see the accident that is the human race, which is life that on planet Earth, which has lived for billions of years and then all of a sudden became conscious, is that a tragedy, or it certainly seems to be a kind of accident, and whether it has intrinsic meaning and what is the ultimate purpose of it, and I don't see an intrinsic purpose to it.
Okay.
That said, I mean, who ultimately knows, right? So we can all subjectively gauge our own lives, and many people, even the Elephant Man, John Merrick, said that he thought his life was worthwhile and he was glad to be born. But we have to put that into context, essentially, of what is the belief system that informs that.
To me, it's the problem I have with is the quote belief system unquote. First of all, why does it have to be a purpose? There does not necessarily have to be a purpose.
I think that we all agree, at least for now, that there isn't a purpose. So we don't have to argue about whether or not there's a purpose. Let's just assume the argument that there isn't one. And let's move on from there.
No, wait, all right, that's fine. I'm just saying does not have to necessarily be a purpose. But what I'm trying to say is,
Hi, Dean.
You want to suddenly hone in on some of these geniuses' statements to forgive me for honing in on Sam Harris, but what Sam Harris is saying is that in his moral landscape idea, which I totally subscribe to, is he's not saying to you this is the solution, he's not saying to you this is the way to go, he's asking a question. He's asking you what can we do to let all of living creatures, and he focuses on humanity because we are humans, to raise ourselves to the peak of one of those high peaks of the moral landscape, and for every living creature, or as he says, he's focusing on humanity. There is peaks that are different for each of us, but the point is that the flow of the road to the higher peak, for whatever if your high peak might be different than mine. The point is that he's trying to say that there is a road to a higher happiness.
Well,
okay,
but
how
can that be?
Hold on, Hazy. Let me just try real quick.
Go ahead.
None of us are saying anything against Harris's premises or even his conclusions. But so let's just take everything Harris says for granted for the sake of argument. That perhaps once science gets good enough, we'll be able to measure all these things, and we really could know objectively, right from wrong or that kind of thing. The question is, he's not questioning at all whether life itself or humanity, the existence of humanity in and of itself, is moral. And so if you take his extensions even farther than he is suggesting, we have to wonder, with all this harm, perhaps it's better to quit having kids, period, and just end humanity. And then for sure, there'd be a lot less harm. People wouldn't have wars if they didn't exist on the planet.
But see, you injected this having kids thing. He never said anything about them.
That's the criticism. He's not going far enough.
He didn't say anything about that. He is simply trying to figure out.
That's not true, Patrick. He talks about having children in his lectures very often.
Okay, I read the moral landscape, and I watched a video which was an hour and a half long about the moral landscape, and that's not what he's saying.
It's not. Let's just agree that it's not what he's saying. But so let's just take what he has given us and let's speculate now. So that what we say isn't necessarily criticizing him or his idea of objective morality or anything. But let's continue. Let's continue on. Let's extend it a little farther than he was willing to go in that book. And let's think about the implications of what he's saying. That's all. We're not saying we're not necessarily.
That's what I'm saying. The implications are he's asking the question. He's asking, where can we go? How can we reach this? How can we reach this peak?
Avoiding the question.
I just let me finish. Just let me finish. All I'm saying is that he's asking the question, how can we reach?
Begging the question.
Wait. Yeah, he's begging the question. How can we reach this peak?
Well said, Helena. That's very good. God damn it.
The science is killing me. Okay, I'll take this few moments to go smoke a cigarette.
All right.
But that was the last question was, how can we? Wait, I don't even remember what I said. I'm too drunk. I'm sorry.
No,
I'll go smoke a cigarette.
Thanks for your patience, Patrick.
Oh, this is a really tough question. A really tough question.
Yeah. It is so antithetical to most people's thinking.
Well, I mean, Sam Harris is a genius, and I don't pretend to even come close to his genius. I just happen to subscribe to his ideas.
You don't subscribe to whose ideas? You don't, or you do?
I subscribe to Sam Harris's ideas. I don't pretend to be the genius that he is.
Well, nobody here is. You know, we're just speculating and trying to make extensions and explore implications and things like that.
Yeah.
Right?
In other words, I learned a lot from Sam Harris, and I subscribe to his ideas, and this is what this discussion is about. And I apologize because I'm actually drinking tonight, and I'm a bit buzzed. So I'm gonna mute my microphone, go smoke a cigarette, and I'll be right back.
Love you, Patrick. No worries. So yeah, I consider myself an agnostic atheist. And Ben, no, I'm not interested in committing suicide.
He's asking a much larger, more theoretical, philosophical question than should he personally commit suicide? That's not even part of the issue.
Exactly.
The question is it immoral to continue to have children, given all the suffering and harm?
And the risks involved. So we know
the risks. Yeah, the risk analysis I wanted you to explore some more. Tell me a little bit more about the risk analysis, because it's impossible to do one before you have a kid. Or, you can retroactively, that was not a good risk. But beforehand, you're saying that perhaps the risk is too great?
Well, we know that a certain number, the outcomes will be that a certain number of people will choose to commit suicide or have addictions or, suffer the consequences of life, whether it means prostitution or being molested or these kinds of things. And the question really is there any intrinsic need for anybody to exist? So, for example, Benatar's asymmetry suggests that we can avoid harm. So, for example, by not bringing somebody into existence, you're negating a potential negative. And that there's no negative that is incurred by not having somebody that will incur a positive. So, yeah, we can guess that if there were Martians that lived on Mars and they invented McDonald's and Disneyland, they could be having a good time. But nobody worries about their lack of enjoying, McDonald's and Disneyland on Mars. And the same thing can be true with any non-existent human, so that there's no need to produce a human that is experiencing happiness on planet Earth. And especially when we know that any human that is born is going to be consuming resources and at risk, at harm. Inevitably, they're going to suffer, and inevitably, they're going to die. So that is the asymmetry, is that we know that preventing a negative or preventing a harm of a human is a good thing. But there's no reason to suppose that, me willy-nilly going off and producing 100 kids in hopes that they might have a good time is a worthwhile endeavor.
Isn't there a thing about that humans value potential negative consequences more than they actually exist? Like, if you take a bet, you're going to bet way more for your own safety than is reasonable objectively, so that you're going to take way less risks than an objective analysis would recommend.
Yes.
So taking that into account, maybe that's what's happening with the
exactly. So this is the bottom line: is that all life on Earth is hedonic mechanism, and it's all derived from the idea from genes replicating. So the evolution of genes replicating has driven this pattern of seeking pleasure and avoiding pain, essentially, as a survival mechanism.
Yes.
And that human beings themselves, even though we have consciousness and self-awareness, are just like all the other animals in that regard. And so we are driven to replicate. We're driven to find certain aspects of other humans as sexy or whatever. And we are constantly seeking pleasure and avoiding pain, just like all other animals. But we have this added consciousness that, in fact, is more of a burden than a positive in some ways.
Right.
It has driven, that consciousness has driven our success as a species, but it also, there's no guarantee in terms of the evolutionary strategy that our intelligence is going to connote to us surviving. So within 150, 200 years, whether it's a meteor or global warming, humanity could be wiped out just like 98% of other organisms that existed on the planet Earth.
Yes.
So when it comes to the idea of us replicating, that is basically just the genes informing us. It's genes and memes saying, let's replicate, let's replicate. And we have this consciousness that can question that and say, is that really moral? What is morality?
Right.
Is that right? And that is the weird, precarious element of human beingness.
Absolutely.
So, and this is the key question that has faced mythology throughout time. So basically the question is, life feeds on life. We see that, and human psychology is trying to deal with that, and it deals with it in two ways, either for it or against it. And so in the East, you essentially have like, no, life is bad. We should, cultivate some means of escaping from it. And this is the idea that you can achieve nirvana and not reincarnate, versus the idea of, no, we're going to some heavenly abode, and that the sacrifices and pain of life is worthwhile and something that we should keep sacrificing for. So we keep feeding the fire, essentially. And this is in the psychology of human beings. And now science is adding to these things and saying, now we know that planet Earth, just goes around the sun, and that human beings aren't anything special. We're just another animal, and we evolved in a certain way, and we're just one of trillions of planets that are out there in billions of galaxies, And so that in essence, the human character continues to be questioned in terms of its intrinsic meaning and intrinsic value to the universe, in terms of its purpose and what it can achieve and whether it's worthwhile. In the face of, the bottom line is a utilitarian scenario of, we know that as people replicate, a certain number of people are going to suffer and suffer terribly. There will be children who, because, it's totally unjust, but they will have bone cancer and they will die. Now, is that worth you going to McDonald's and seeing a movie and, humanity continuing when there's no intrinsic, obvious purpose to that existence? And that's the question. And it's antithetical to, our own psychology towards surviving, and it's a relatively recent question on planet Earth. But as a pessimist, so-called pessimist philosophy, which I view as being a realist philosophy, it goes all the way back through human time, where we're questioning what's our purpose, what's our meaning, is life worthwhile, what are we doing? And, all the way back to Aristotle, he suggested that it's better to have never been born. Schopenhauer, life is evil, it's better to have never been born. Buddha, life is suffering, there's a way out of it, it is non-attachment.
My problem is this question of purpose. I don't think there is a purpose. It's just it is what it is.
Yes. So what is it?
I apologize. I was smoking a cigarette while you were talking, but I heard the point of the purpose thing. There is this seems to be this need to find purpose, and to me, purpose is like, why is there this thing? Why people think there has to be a purpose? There is not necessarily a purpose. You make your own purpose. Like in other words, my purpose personally is to try to educate and to tell people that the purpose to me is to stop the lies. Why does it have to be a lie? Why do you have to insist that if we don't understand this, therefore it's God? In other words,
Patrick.
In other words,
my answer to that is that it is a strategy to replicate, and that's bad.
In other words, this invented purpose. There is no purpose. They're not necessarily. I shouldn't say there is no purpose, but there isn't necessarily a purpose. I mean, my purpose, my agenda, is to try to tell people, this is the truth. But if you're gonna sit there and tell me that the Earth is 6,000, just to, don't mind me. I know that you don't. I know that you don't subscribe to this. But there are these people that insist that they have to tell you that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. To me, that is the lie that we have to fight against. We have to say, fuck you. That's not true. You just have to throw that away. And this is a problem for me because this is what they're trying to do. And what we're talking about, Sam Harris and stuff, it has nothing to do with that bullshit. In other words, it's
Patrick, I agree, but
trying to say
why replicate? Are you against replication? You think that people shouldn't have kids? Why not?
No, that's just like nonsense. It's like It's like we do that. We do replicate.
Yeah, but why? You're saying we need a purpose.
Why does it have to be why? Why does it have to be? I love sex. And sex ends up in sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes it turns into procreation. But the point is,
do you think you are responsible for the outcome?
Say that again. Say that again. Hello?
Was there any meaning or purpose to their life?
To whose life?
Your child. If you had a child, what is the meaning or purpose of having a child at all? You're saying there's no intrinsic meaning. Why then would you impose life on an innocent child?
The thing is that when listen, wait, let me make sure I got your name right, Hazy. I mean that night that you had mad sex with that girl that you totally enjoyed, and it ended up being that you impregnated her.
Oh yeah.
Is there a purpose to that, or is it that, or was it that just that you and then after that fact, did you take responsibility? Like, oh wow, she's pregnant. You know what I'm saying? In other words, why does it have to be this question of meaning? Why does it have to be this question of there's a purpose of this? It just happened. And
are you insane? Are you
and
kidding
you would
me?
take responsibility.
You're telling me that you are an introspective, intelligent person, and you're not taking responsibility for your procreation?
No, I'm asking you. No. On the contrary, I'm saying to you, I'm trying to answer your question. In other words,
I think it's completely absurd.
Whoa. There are times when that happens, and then
no.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished. There and then when it does happen, you do take responsibility.
No.
No?
I agree that people have sex and they do it selfishly.
Wait. You're telling me that no, you don't take. Wait a minute. You're telling me that you don't take responsibility?
No, the opposite. I take responsibility.
That's what I'm trying to say. It does happen, and you do take responsibility. Because
no, that is not correct. That's not the correct analysis. What I'm saying is that when people are driven to have sex, it is selfish. They are following their hedonic mechanism, and when childbirth is the outcome, there is a risk entailed. And anytime there is a risk,
yes,
the individual who is responsible for it has moral culpability for the outcome, no matter what.
Absolutely.
So there is a risk, and you never know what the outcome will be.
Of course.
Exactly.
I agree with you 100%.
Why take the risk? Patrick, why take the risk? It's only selfishness. It's only you getting pleasure from a moment of orgasm.
What to coin to repeat a coined phrase, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China? The point is that yes, it is about pleasure. It is about all those things. But when you do take responsibility, you are doing the right thing.
Yeah, but many people don't, and the outcome.
I know that.
Bottom line, Patrick.
That's not what Sam Harris is talking about.
Patrick, the bottom line is there is a risk entailed. You never know what the outcome is going to be.
Of course there is. Of course.
You are imposing life, and you can't guarantee the outcome.
That goes without saying. That goes without saying. But what does that got to do with what we're talking about, Sam Harris?
Oh yes. So is that moral or not to do that?
It's a moral standpoint for you to take responsibility, which
no, that's not my question. My question is the act and the outcome. Is it moral to procreate?
The act is animalistic, and sometimes it entails, depending on who it is.
Murder and rape are animalistic. Somebody is their hedonic needs are being met when they do those acts. Consider them immoral.
It's the act of taking responsibility that is the problem.
But you cannot take responsibility ultimately for the outcome of any child you have because you can't guarantee the outcome. That's why. You can have a child that has cerebral palsy. I have seen that.
I'm going to be blunt.
You could have a child that becomes an addict. You could have a child that becomes a rape victim. You can't guarantee those outcomes.
Listen, we're not talking about rape. We're not talking about.
No, we are. We are.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
No, we are talking about.
We're not talking about that. That's a whole different discussion. That's a whole different discussion. No. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You are wrong.
No, let me finish. You're talking about you. You're talking about me. You're talking about you.
No, Patrick. I'm talking about statistics.
Rape is.
I'm talking about statistics. So if you have a child, you cannot guarantee the outcome.
I can't do this conversation. I can't do this conversation if you're going to jump around on different tangents.
Patrick, you are not being honest. I'm telling you right now.
I am being honest. You're jumping tangents.
Okay, I will let you.
I'm saying you. Hazy. I'm saying you, Hazy. You asked. You specifically asked me about having sex and the enjoyment of that, and then you jumped to some fucking weirdo fucking scumbag who would rape somebody. That is not you. You're talking about you. I'm talking about you, and you took responsibility, and then you jumped to some fucking rapist, and that's a whole nother subject.
Okay, Patrick. So I would interject and say, if I had a child, I would want to be a loving father to that child. But yes. I could not guarantee that child wouldn't get bone cancer, or wouldn't be molested by a teacher, or wouldn't have some other tragedy befall them, right? So I can't.
What does that got to do with your responsibility? What does that got to do with you?
Because I am imposing life upon the unborn. I am creating a life when there is no intrinsic need for that life to exist. Wait. Let me be clear.
This has gone far beyond.
No. Let me be clear. There is no intrinsic need for me to produce a life that has risk entailed for its outcome, and we know that you and I could have kids, whatever. I could have kids.
But
and
I lost the subject.
Chances are 98% that they might turn out great and have a great life. But there are going to be that 2% that are going to suffer, that are going to get the bone cancer.
Yeah, but I lost the trail of the subject. You're jumping so far. I don't even remember what the fuck we're talking about. I mean, where are you coming from?
Okay.
So let's
back up. I'm sorry. Let's back up.
All of a sudden, you're saying that your responsibility, and then when I pinned you down to your responsibility, you turned around and said, "Well, what the fuck do I know what's going to happen in the future? Nobody knows what's going to happen in the future."
I think only stupid people reproduce.
Okay, I agree.
Okay, whatever. I guess my mother and father are stupid.
Only stupid people reproduce.
Okay, I guess your mother and father are stupid.
All right. Well, let's be calm and take it a step back. So I understand where you're coming from, Patrick, and my point is that even if it's a very rare occurrence, right? Let's say 1%, there's still going to be 1%. Let's say, what's 1% of 100,000 people? What's 1% of 1,000 people? What's 1% of a billion people? That's a significant number of people that are going to suffer. They're going to either suffer.
You're going off on tangents.
That's not a tangent.
We're talking about reality here. We're talking about the moral landscape. We're talking about
that is a reality.
You're going off on tangent about what the possible future is. I'm not.
Patrick.
I'm not a prophet. I'm not a superstitious
I
astronomer.
understand, I know, but the bottom line is that there are going to be people that are going to get the shit stick in life.
Of course there are. Of course there are. We're
Okay,
talking
how
about
do you
we're talking about
justify that,
reality
Patrick?
here.
Patrick, you said
We're
there are
talking
some
about
people.
happiness of
Patrick,
general.
you said there are some people that are going to suffer this terrible tragedy in life. How do we justify that? Is there any intrinsic need for them to exist? Is our life worth?
Are you gonna do this?
suffering?
Are you gonna start this asking me a question about what's gonna happen in 1,000 years from now?
No.
Like you're
No.
asking me to be a fortune teller.
No, I'm not asking
No,
that.
you're not fair. You're not fair. You're asking me to be a fortune teller.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not.
are. Yes, you are. No, that's not fair. We were talking
Patrick,
about something.
Patrick,
we
you
were
already
talking about something realistic. We were talking about something scientific.
Patrick,
we were
you
talking
already
about
said.
we were talking about ideas, and all of a sudden you threw this superstitious bullshit at me.
No, it's not superstition,
Yes,
Patrick.
you did.
Statistically.
That's it. I'm done.
Okay. Well, you should probably leave because, Patrick, I'm asking you very specific questions that are statistically
You're
meaningless.
asking me a question that I'm supposed to know the answer to. What the fuck? Do I have an IQ of 375? I mean, the fuck are you asking me? I don't know these answers.
He's not asking you.
You're asking me a question that I'm supposed to know the answer to. You're asking me a philosophical question that we were talking about the possibilities and things like this.
Patrick,
we're
you
having an
already
intellectual conversation, and all of a sudden you nail me down to like, I want an answer to this question.
He's not, Patrick, listen, he's not asking you specifically, personally, you. He's asking the question in a philosophical way. He's not demanding things of you, the person, Patrick.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Right.
so I mean, it's
I
okay.
felt that it was
Take a step back and analyze and look at things.
I felt that he was
in a detached way.
Patrick,
I felt that
we
it was
can change the subject,
Yeah,
Patrick.
it wasn't meant personally.
Well, I felt that it was demanding. That's what I felt.
Patrick, I'm sorry. We can change the subject. You picked the subject. Let's move on.
I felt that it was demanding.
Okay, I'm
what's her
sorry.
name? I'm sorry. Helena. I felt that it was demanding. He seemed like he was demanding me to explain to him the life, the universe, and everything.
Well, I didn't mean to do that. You can pick the next topic if you'd like, and we can just move on.
We were talking about Sam Harris and his ideas, and it's not like he's set in stone. We were talking about how intelligent it was for him to talk about these things, and all of a sudden you seem to be nailing me down. All of a sudden I have to tell you I have to tell you all the answers of the life, the universe, and everything. That's the way I felt. That's the way I felt that you were doing tonight.
I sympathize. I'm sorry. I'm I can be pretty direct and hard-assed, and I'm very sorry, Patrick. So let's move on.
We're asking the questions. If you're asking the questions of the universe, and I got to tell you, I'm flattered. I'm flattered that you think that I know these answers. But for you to demand, but for you to,
I wouldn't go that far, Patrick. But I appreciate.
I've got a question for Patrick. So you were saying about when you have a child, you have a responsibility for the child. So how can you guarantee that you will be alive for that child? So the risk is also.
Leora, I can't understand you.
Yeah.
You said you have a responsibility for the child. So how can you guarantee you will be responsible for the child until it dies, like in old age? So how can you be responsible? You can't. So that's what I'm saying. There's no responsibility after procreation. The responsibility is before you procreate.
Why are you?
What that seems to mean, Fleora.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
It seems to me.
I'm pretty sure you're sticking up for me and everything. That's great, but I'm having a difficult time. I think everybody here is having a difficult time understanding your audio.
You just have to concentrate. If you concentrate, you can understand it. I mean, I can anyway.
No, I'm talking about her specific audio. Fleora's audio
I am too.
Is weird.
I know. That's the way he's doing it. He left. Maybe he's going to come back. He said, how can we guarantee, as an adult, that we're going to remain alive in order to help our children?
There's no guarantees. There's never any guarantees.
I agree. There's no guarantee. So that seems to speak towards what Hazy was saying. If there's not even any guarantee that you can help your own kid. So what are you doing having kids?
We're talking about morality.
Yeah.
And how I admitted that I subscribe to Sam Harris's ideas, at least 90%, probably more than 90%. And that's what we were talking about. And all of a sudden, you know, I'm flattered to think that somebody would think that I have the answers, but I don't have the answers. I'm not that smart.
He's not expecting you to have answers. He wants to have a discussion about it.
It sounded like he did. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but yeah, maybe it sounded like it did, but I know for sure that's not what he was meaning to say.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't meaning that either, but I'm just trying to explain to him that he was portraying that I needed to answer him. Like, excuse me, I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that.
He wants you. No, he wants you. No. Hold on, Patrick. He's not asking you to answer. He is asking that you consider these questions rather than not be open to them at all.
Of course I consider the questions.
I mean, these are really tough questions, right?
Yes, they are. But
what's the point of having children?
He seemed like he was pinning me down to answer the question. I'm like, excuse me, I don't know the answer.
Yeah, but let's speculate on the answer, right? Because if you speculate on the answer, that's for sure evidence that you're considering the question.
That's why I'm talking about Sam Harris, because I'm speculating.
But Sam Harris doesn't go there.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he goes everywhere.
And he doesn't talk about whether human life in and of itself is moral or not moral. He assumes that human life is moral.
He is actually asking those questions. That's why I'm a subscriber to Sam Harris. He is asking those questions.
So do you think that he would conclude that
those questions?
Do you think he would conclude that I don't know.
He doesn't conclude.
Do you think that he would conclude if someone asked him? Do you think he would conclude or say that it's probably immoral to have children? Or do you think he would say it's moral
he doesn't
to have
even
children?
go there. He's not even talking about that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, he doesn't even go there.
No, he's asking questions. He's specifically, intelligently, and intellectually talking about what morality is. But for you to say, well, does he think that this is what this is? No, that's not what he's talking. You're like going off on a tangent.
It is a tangent. It is a tangent. I agree. It's a tangent. But let's go there, because then at least we're thinking about that.
But you're not talking to him. You're talking to me.
Okay. Are you willing to go on a tangent?
If you want to ask Sam Harris that question, you're going to have to find a way to talk to Sam Harris.
Okay. I don't have Sam Harris in front of me, although I'd love to.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're pinning me down to like. I mean, I'm sorry that I happen to subscribe to Sam Harris for 90-something percent.
Patrick, I love Sam Harris.
If you're going to ask
Patrick, why should I listen to you? Why don't I just read Sam Harris?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is that if you're going to ask me a question that you want to ask Sam Harris, I'm flattered that you think that I speak for him, but I don't speak for him.
No, I brought it up because you were claiming that Sam Harris does go there. And then when I said, oh, really, what does he say about it? Then you said, oh, he doesn't even go there.
No, listen, I subscribe to Sam Harris 90-some-odd%, but it's not fair to me for you to ask me a question that you expect me to answer for Sam Harris. I can't answer for him.
I'm not. I was trying to make a different point. I was trying to make a different point, which is that if I ask you what's Sam Harris's position on this issue, you go, oh, you know what? He doesn't address that issue.
No. I don't know what his position is. I'm just saying I subscribe to him. I subscribe to his at least 90-something%. But if you're going to ask me a specific question as to what would Sam Harris say, I'm sorry, I can't speak for him.
Exactly, because you don't know what he says because he doesn't address that issue.
I just don't speak for him. Period. Don't add anything to it.
Patrick, think for yourself, brother.
Yeah, what do you think? We're not asking you to answer like you're God. We just want to know. We're trying to exchange opinions, right? This is a really heavy issue, right? I mean, how heavier do you get than is humanity worth it, right?
I just felt like you were asking me to speak for him, and it's just not fair.
Okay, I wasn't. I was trying to say that Sam Harris doesn't go this far at least in that one book that I've read. Right?
I agree.
He assumes that humanity is worth its existence. But Hazy is going, hold on, that's kind of an assumption, isn't it? What makes us think that humanity is worth this planet, right? Maybe this planet would be better off without humanity. That's kind of objectively true. So what are we all doing, living by our instinct and having children just because we want to?
Okay.
Right? So that's the question now. Is it wrong to have children just because you want to?
No, it's not. As my opinion.
Okay, so how come?
That has nothing to do with Sam Harris, though.
Okay, well, let's forget.
Justify your opinion, Patrick, please.
I mean, we are animals. You know, the sex is a good thing. You know, like we all like to fuck each other's brains out. But the point is that you know, taking the responsibility, responsibility for what you did. You know, that's my moral standing.
So you're saying it's okay to indulge in the desire to have children. Forget the sex part, right? Suppose you can separate the sex from the children, and you decide you want to have children because it's what you want. You're saying that as long as you can take responsibility, that's all that matters?
I don't know if that's all that matters, but I think that it is a moral standing to take responsibility.
I agree with
whether or not, I mean, like we've all done things, and I'm guilty. I'm more than guilty than indulging in my desires. But once that actually happened, and the child was actually imminent, I took responsibility.
Right, and I think that's really admirable, and everyone would agree that that's the moral thing to do. So, but does that mean that we should only have children if it happens by accident? I mean, can we purposefully have children and say that we're moral?
Oh yeah, absolutely. No.
Okay, how come?
I don't see that's the problem I have. You know, people seem to put this plus and minus thing, this black and white thing. No, there are dozens of circumstances. You know, there are pregnancies that happen because of the heat of the situation, and it's total fucking animalistic sex. Oh God, she's fucking beautiful. I want to fuck her brains out. It happens. That does. Let's admit it. That does happen.
Oh, that's fine. I admit that.
You know what I'm saying? But there are also
when you decide to have children. When you actually decide to have children.
Yeah. Okay. There are also times where it's planned, but that doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't, you know, the man or the woman or both shouldn't take responsibility for whatever the circumstances were. That doesn't mean they shouldn't take responsibility for it. You know,
agreed. I agree with that 100%. The question I'm asking is, if you do decide to have children, is that a moral thing to decide?
Sure.
That's the question. Sure. Why? What's moral about it?
Well, I wasn't one of those people, but these people are trying to make a specific decision, like making things. Should we have children? That's all well and good. And they're just as valid. They're just as valid, you know. And they did it, and they're actually more controlled than me.
They are more controlled.
Because what I did was an animalistic thing, and what they did was more of a cognitive thing. You know.
Yeah, it was a cognitive decision to have a child. So the question is, when you make a cognitive decision to have a child, are you being moral? Is that a moral decision, or is that in fact an immoral decision?
Why shouldn't I? Why should I disagree with that? Why should I have any objection to that?
Well, the objection would be that it causes objectively causes harm That's the objection I think Hazy is kind of making, or at least there's a risk that it could cause harm, a risk that you cannot beforehand test whether it's a good risk or not a good risk. So you're making a decision to bring about a potentially very, very harmed, pained, hurting.
I think you're going off on a tangent.
Okay, how come?
These people that decided to have a child and tried to have a child deliberately did a better thing than I did. I'm the less moral person because I just fucked my mate's brains out and we made a child, and I made the moral decision to try to take responsibility for it, while they actually planned it. So
well, why do you think that planning it is more moral? I mean, what makes you think?
Who am I to judge them when they made a better moral judgment than I did?
What makes you think that planning it is more moral if what happens when you bring about a life is that you induce, is that when you bring about a life you induce more harm into the world.
But you're looking into the future. You're being a crystal ball seer or something.
Well, Hazy is saying you can't know.
I'm admitting
odds are against the child. That's what he's saying.
No. I'm admitting my lesser moral standards because I think that they made a better moral decision to plan it than I did when I just, in the heat of the moment had sex with some girl. In other words, I may have taken responsibility, but they were morally trying to decide whether or not they should bring a child into life. They were more intelligent than I was.
Sure, they thought about it more and stuff like that. But what we're wondering, what
I'm the idiot who's
pointing out is that
I'm saying to you, I'm the idiot who just fucked each other's brains out and ended up creating a child and decided to take responsibility for it, while the person you're talking about actually planned it. So
right.
They're
so
better
what's
than
better
I am.
about having
They're better than I am. So what are you saying?
So what did they plan exactly? Did they plan the child's life to the detail? What did they plan?
Fleora, I really love to hear what you're saying, but your audio is fucked up.
Yeah, there may be a deficit there. That may be the only way that Fiora can speak. So let's give him some breadth and some understanding and some generosity.
I totally want to hear what that person's saying, but I'm actually saying that I can't understand them.
Okay.
It's
Try
okay.
again, maybe.
Try logging in again. I'm sorry.
No, I don't know. Maybe change your mic or try different software or something. I totally want to hear what she's saying or he's saying, but I can't understand it.
Okay. So the ultimate question that Hazy's bringing up is, in the group, forget the people that do it by accident. Let's talk about the people that plan a child. The people that plan a child, and the people that have financial means to plan a child even, right? Because we don't want to go down the road of, well, only rich people should have children. Let's just assume we have a rich couple in the West, blah, blah, blah. So all of the things that could get in the way of us thinking about just this one particular issue are all handled, right? It's all on purpose. They decided, they talked about it, they agreed, all those things. And they decided that it's moral to have a child. Hazy is saying, what about that is actually moral? That's what he's saying.
I applaud their thoughtfulness.
Okay, why? Maybe they made the wrong decision.
Because they consciously thought about it.
Yeah, they consciously thought about it.
And it makes them, and to me, and I have to be humbled. To me, I'm the person that in the heat of the moment, and my sex drive, in my just desire to have sex with a beautiful girl, created a child, and I may have taken responsibility for it, but the person like you're talking about who actually tried to consciously think about having a child, to me, is a better person than me. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm actually making him an asshole.
Well, I would say that the person who purposely has children. Is my mic better?
Yes, you're actually perfectly
So
clear now.
the
Yes,
person
and as
who
long
plans
as
it,
you speak reasonably, we're not going to be upset that you're young. So don't worry about that. We
Let her
like young
go.
people.
I can't believe that she's actually clear now.
Don't worry.
So I don't
Just don't be an
understand-
idiot, and you're fine.
well, I'll try. I'm not going
You're
to say
fine.
that
You're
I'm
fine.
smart.
We want to hear what you have
But
to say.
I'm a bit confused about this idea of somebody planning it and somebody not planning it. How there's a difference in morality. Like, hello?
Yeah, Fleora, you are perfectly clear right now, and like I'm glad that you're here now. Before we couldn't even hear what you were saying. I was berating myself to make a point, whereas where Helena was making the point of the person who planned it, and the morality thing was that I was very blunt. I was very blunt about the sex. In other words, if I were to and it has happened, have this sexual desire, and we just to bluntly put it, fucked each other's brains out, and ended up impregnating a girl, and I took responsibility and tried to do the right thing, and Helena was saying, how is that different from two couples who were, I guess, of the upper class and decided that they were going to have a child, and they planned it, and I was telling her that to me they're better people than I am because I may have taken responsibility, but what is wrong with she seems to I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Helena, but she seems to have a problem with them planning it, and like I don't see anything wrong with that. In fact, I felt that they were better people than I am. In other words,
right. So my point was I was trying to kind of get across what I think Hazy is trying to say, which is forget the accidents and all the sort of trivial problems that come into it. Let's start with an assumption of people that are planning it, and let's ask: is it actually moral to plan to have a child?
Yes.
Given the risks, given the harm we know, given that, just as a simple thing, that kid's going to die, right? So are we actually being moral when we have children? Under the best of circumstances, is that moral? Or could it possibly be immoral, given the risk and the negative consequences that we do know about? That's the question he's asking.
Maybe the question you're asking, but it's not the question I'm asking.
No, it's the question
you seem to have a bleak idea of what the future is.
Well, wait, I don't agree with him, all right?
It's a realistic but proposition.
I want to hear what Rihanna, I'm going to try to pronounce her name. I want to hear what Fleora says because this is the first time that she's so clear that I can actually hear her.
Yeah, and she's young too. Let's hear what she says. What do you think about it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, well, it's a very broad topic. I think that in any case, planning it or not planning it, it's still immoral either way. So it might be, I don't know, I can't see a difference really. I think procreation in both cases is immoral because there's no guarantee of the outcome, and then of course that person's going to die, and it's just a blink of a moment in time, and it's sort of like it doesn't need to exist in the first place, and then you have to count in all the harm and suffering caused by that person and all the harm and suffering experienced by that person.
I find that I find that really negative. I find that terrible. I find that depressing.
Well, you have an optimism bias. You're not realistic. You're overly optimistic about the reality of life. and human beings.
Me or Fiora? Who's talking?
You, Patrick.
Oh. Who is that? Is that? I'm sorry. Who's addressing me?
It was Hazy.
Oh, Hazy. You're saying that I'm overly optimistic?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every human life is going to take its toll on the planet in terms of consumption.
Yeah, I know, but what? I mean, do you have any children, by the way?
No, purposefully.
Okay. That's fine. I'm just trying to figure out. It just seems so negative.
No, realistic. I think you're optimistic, overly optimistic. I'm realistic.
I find it negative, and those philosophers are called pessimists. But as one, Hazy is saying, I'm not pessimistic, I'm just realistic.
I would contend that having children is moral in the sense that they are the ones that would care for and work to provide things for us when we get older, as well as perpetuating our species.
So that's very utilitarian, Mark.
Mark,
it's very selfish. It's very selfish to suppose.
No, but you can't guarantee. You can't guarantee that.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to. I didn't say that from a selfish point of view. I said us as a species is that we have children.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even as a species, it's a selfish point of view that we would have caretakers to look after us.
Hazy and
we would use the progeny to use them.
No, I didn't say it in that way. I meant as in children.
Excuse me, Hazy and Flora, you're both talking like why the fuck should we even bother? Let's just all die. That's the way you sound to me. And Mark,
well, that's fine. But my question is, what is the intrinsic meaning of humanity? Please answer, Patrick.
We're talking about morality.
Patrick, what is the intrinsic meaning or purpose of humanity?
No, we're not.
Why have a child?
We're talking about morality. You see, you don't necessarily always have to be a why.
Yeah, the reason to have a child is
always there. Sometimes it happens.
It's just the procreation.
You do the moral thing.
It's just genes replicating itself through humanity, just as it does through every other animal species, and there's no guarantee that humanity will continue.
That doesn't
Chances
matter.
are, like 98% of other life forms, we will go extinct very soon.
You're talking like, why don't we just stop making each other again? Why don't we just die off and get it over with? Why don't we just slit our wrists?
Well, we're going to die. First of all, we're going to die off anyway eventually. And the question is, should we do it gracefully or not?
What?
Eventually, we're going to die off.
How do you know?
No, I disagree. You both Fiora is knowing what Hazy has elaborated to, and unfortunately, Fiora is like totally making it on a projection screen and in our face. I'm sorry, but like you're both talking like why don't we just fucking stop making babies and just like die?
Patrick, you know what you sound like? You sound like a religious zealot. You sound like there's some special purpose to humanity.
He's not saying that. What I've been listening.
How many more people do we need?
No, I'm not saying how many more people we need, but you both sound like why don't we just die and get it over with?
Well, that's
the purpose.
The question is, do we do it gracefully or not? That's the question.
What do you mean by do it gracefully? What does that mean?
I have a problem with that question. I have a problem with that question.
Die. All life forms die. That's the reality.
Yeah, but no one's denying that, Hazy. No one's denying that.
And 98 or 99% of the life forms on planet Earth have gone extinct.
So what?
It's 99. It's 99.
The fuck what?
It's 99.8%.
Yes.
I don't care if it's 99.
So that's irrelevant. Yeah, Patrick, that's irrelevant. The fact that we have that innate drive to perpetuate our genes.
What is that?
I don't
drive, Mark.
But can I finish?
Let's go ahead.
That's the reason why we have children in a base at a base level, isn't it? Because we're driven to do that to perpetuate our genes.
Well, there's lots of drives, Mark. There's lots of drives. So sociopaths are driven potentially to kill or rape or do whatever. Is that okay?
So, say that again, sorry.
Why are you asking these questions?
Say that again, Hazy. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Well, I love you, Mark. You're a brilliant guy. But what I'm suggesting is that just because we have a genetic drive, all that supposes is that we have genes that are attempting to replicate through animal organisms.
Yes, I said that. Yeah, I said at a base level.
And so there's no intrinsic. So there's no intrinsic meaning or purpose or reason for that to continue.
Well, there is a reason. As I just said, at a base level, we are driven to perpetuate our species like every other.
But there's no intrinsic meaning or
if you're not going to let me finish, we can't have a conversation, can we?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
At the base level, what we do, what every other species does, is perpetuate themselves by passing their genes on, and so on. As we are higher-minded animals, we add other reasons. We want children for all sorts of reasons, be they selfish reasons or because, mainly selfish reasons. We want our children to. Some people live their own dreams through their children that they weren't able to do. Some people have them for company. Some people have them for all sorts of reasons. But
ultimately,
no reason at all.
Yeah, or no reason at all, purely by an accident of.
So you're okay with everything that's bad in the world? You're okay with it, and you're willing to perpetuate?
Where did I say that? Where did I say
you're
I was
willing to
okay
perpetuate? You're willing to perpetuate crimes?
No. That's a massive straw man. I didn't say anything of the sort.
Of course I'm
not happy.
Our children will make it better.
Mark, you didn't implicitly say so, but by allowing the continuance of generation, that there's a risk, inevitable risk of harmful outcomes will be the result. That's the bottom line.
So you're trying to say that.
Why don't we all just shoot ourselves in the head right now and just end it all?
No, I'm not willing. Flora, you cannot say that I support rape or murder or pedophilia.
You're willing to accept the horrors of existence.
No, not at all. No, there's not.
Because of pleasure. That's the
absolute rubbish.
Fleora, why don't we just all shoot ourselves in the head right now and just get it over with and stop perpetuating the human race?
By having a child doesn't mean I accept. I want to perpetuate the bad things that happen in the world.
But you accept the risk, Mark.
Accept what risk?
The risk that your child will have bone cancer or will become a.
Of course, we accept the risk.
And I also accept the risk that my child could be the person. I also accept the risk that my child could grow up to be the person that cures cancer.
Yes.
We don't want a cure for cancer.
Don't we?
We don't. Because if there's no people, why would you have a cure for cancer?
What?
There's no person with cancer. There's no disease. Why would you have a cure for it?
I say this in a totally facetious way, and I don't actually mean this. But why don't you just shoot yourself in the head right now and just get it over with?
I heard you the first time.
But what is your point, Flora? What is your point?
I'm saying that it's not right to gamble with somebody else's welfare just because.
So did you ever have sex?
So what you're basically saying is it's not right to have children.
Exactly. It's not fair on them, on the person being born, because you don't know.
How do you know? Are you a parent?
No, how do you know that they won't inherit some disease or become homeless, or there might be a catastrophe, global warming? How do you know the outcome? Because you can't control the experiments. It's immoral. It's
not immoral.
Oh wow, Flora, I have to ask you, how old are you?
So perhaps when you are a parent, if you choose to be a parent, then
I
will understand.
I won't have children because
Flora,
I
have to ask you before I go any further. I have to ask you.
Okay, well that's your problem to deal with, not everyone else's. People have children for a myriad of reasons. I have 2 children. They're wonderful human beings. It is a privilege. It has been a privilege for me to share life with my children and to share in their lives, and they have taught me a lot about life, about myself, and about and they've made me a better person and a better man. for having me. And I would, you know, and I'm trying to help them lead a wonderful, fulfilled life. We're here for a very short. We're here for a good time, not a short time, not a long time.
Excuse me, Mark. I have to ask Fleora something. Mark, I agree with you 100%. But Fleora, I have to ask you, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. 35. I gotta tell you, I thought you might have been younger, and I had to ask you because you sound like a teenager.
What is it, Fleora, that has given you this very pessimistic outlook on existence?
Because I've experienced and seen very bad things in my life, and I just think that it could have been prevented. The harm could have been prevented, and it could have not existed if people would stop perpetuating this horror slaughterhouse that is evolution and killing each other. And
evolution is a slaughterhouse. Do you?
Yes, it's a war, killing each other.
Fleora,
evolution's not a war. What are you talking about?
Fleora, I'm 55 years old, and I don't know where you're coming from, but I think.
Well, we can see life feeds on life for sure, right?
Yeah, I appreciate you. There's some bad things have happened in your life. Yeah, that's life. Like bad things happen.
I can assure you.
I'm saying that because you can't guarantee the outcome, because you don't know if that person is going to live happily until the day they die in old age and whatever, because you won't be around when they're old, so you don't know what the future's going to look like. So they might be happy now and they might have children, and you don't know how much their children are going to suffer, or the following children after that. So because of that, because you don't know the outcome, why would you take the risk and gamble?
I think you need to seriously look and think about what life is actually about. There are no guarantees in anything. So what you're saying is, why bother actually living because you can't guarantee a wonderful outcome? Well, sorry, but life's not like that, and you've got to get used to. The main thing I teach my children, have taught them, is that the biggest lesson is life is not fair, and the sooner you get used to that idea, the better your life is.
If your children were raped, cannibalized, and killed, hey, sorry, bad roll of the dice.
Of course not. Of course, that's a ridiculous thing.
No.
I would be devastated if
that is happening
to children
on planet
Well,
Earth.
I mean, Hazy, if you're just trying to put emotive things in my head, that's a bit pointless. But of course, if my children were raped
you're out of line. Mark is speaking very intellectually, and you just basically hit him in the head with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. Trying to put emotive things in my head is pointless. Yes, terrible things happen in the world.
I didn't mean it as a personal attack.
You're willing to accept the terrible things. You're willing to accept it for what reason? Why is it acceptable to you?
I accept life. That encompasses terrible things and good things.
Because you're having a great time. How can you guarantee?
Who said I was having a great time?
Well, whatever, because you.
No, you're assuming that nothing bad has ever happened to me or my children.
Well, you accept life, but how do you know that your children are not going to suffer in life and not accept life?
I don't know. That's life. I do my best to ensure that their lives are as fulfilled.
Why do you accept it? Why do you accept that that's life?
Because the alternative is we might as well not be here.
Please, Mark, I love you. You're brilliant, but I have to tell Fleora something. Fleora, you're talking like a freaking 13-year-old. You're 30 years old.
But Patrick, it is. I think you've got to take into account that Fleora has said some terrible things, bad things have happened to her in her life, and that's coloured her view of life, which is, I understand that. That's what happens. And as Michael Ann has said, it would appear that Fleora is suffering from some serious low self-esteem as a human being for whatever reason. Which is probably understandable.
With those. I know, Fleora, I disagree with those statements. Let me say that I'm 47 years old, and I've seen a lot of tragedy in my life that hasn't touched me personally. So I've had a blessed life. But I've known somebody named Jennifer Dewey, who was a friend of mine in high school, who was kidnapped, raped, and killed. I knew a child from a coworker of mine who was kidnapped and was never seen again. I've known people who have, died young in tragic accidents. So there's no guarantee and there's no necessity for any of those people to have been born. There's no end result. You can say in the universe that their life had true meaning or intrinsic value. There's no reason or purpose for them to have existed for the first place.
In your point of view, simply because
procreate,
it doesn't work like that.
You cannot say it is anything other than a selfish act of procreation.
Rubbish.
That's it.
Rubbish. No, simply because bad things you've witnessed. I've seen bad things. I've had bad things happen to friends similar to yours. I've seen friends die in war that I went to school with. But that's life. And
so you're saying that the cost of those people is the suffering of those people is worth our pleasure, and that's a very utilitarian value.
No, not putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that in the slightest. I'm saying that is all bad things and good things. That is what life is. Bad things happen.
But there's no intrinsic reason to create new life.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
There is.
You automatically assume that all of a sudden that's what you think, that this is appropriate. No, that's not what we're saying at all.
You can't go through life having a 100% guarantee.
That does happen. We're not saying that we appreciate that. We're not saying that we
No, I disagree
We're
with
saying
you
that we really realize that shit happens. But you're like making like, oh, okay, so you agree with that? No.
No, what Hazy's saying is because bad things happen, we shouldn't have any more children.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is we have to ascertain the fact that suffering and shit happens. So there are kids suffering in cancer wards right now.
Yes, I agree with you.
And so the question is there suffering? Is there suffering? Is there suffering necessary? And is it worthwhile?
It's not necessary.
No, you're looking to blame something. You're looking for a blame.
No, I'm not saying blame. I'm not saying putting blame on anybody. I'm saying, is it necessary and is it worthwhile? What's the big picture? Are we accomplishing anything? So by human beings procreating, we know a certain percentage are going to suffer and die in cancer wards, even as their children. So every child in a cancer ward, you would have to say that, it's worth it. And I would say, no, it's not.
No, you're trying for a gotcha sentence. I wouldn't say it's worth it. I would say that these things are terrible and it's awful that people suffer, children suffer, babies suffer, however emotive you want to make it. But that's life, and life goes on and on. And
No. Hazy,
intrinsic meaning for their suffering doesn't need to exist.
What you're trying to do is like promote every freaking manic depressant out there saying, why don't we just slit our wrists right now and just die?
That is not right, Patrick. That is not it
Patrick,
at all.
you've said that a few times now, and we've heard you, but that's not the question. We're asking whether or not procreation is fair on the person being born. Is it right to gamble with their welfare?
No,
you're not gambling with their welfare. It's a malformed question. It's a ridiculous question to say, is it fair to have children simply because they might have something terrible to happen?
You're here.
In their life.
Mark is here. I'm here.
No, I'm saying they might.
Here. Okay. You want to ask your mother?
You're willing.
If it was fair for you to be born?
No,
you want to ask your mother that?
You take risk every day.
Mark said his child might cure cancer, but what if I'm not going to say like your particular child.
Ask your mother the question.
The next child being born might be the next serial killer, or might be the next rapist, might be the next molester, might be the next priest.
You can't live life on the basis of what if.
So no, it's not a what if. It's statistics. It's the truth. It's the reality of existence.
Ask your mother if it was fair for you to be born.
It's not fair.
Okay.
Because there's nothing of value for me. There's nothing of value for me.
You are a manic depressive. You stop.
I don't care what you label me.
Right now.
But you won't even let me speak. You're just saying the same thing over and over again. So who cares?
Patrick, let us finish.
Who cares if I'm manic depressive or bipolar or whatever you want to call me? I don't care. But what I'm saying is,
fucking animals that we have.
but at the same time, it's not fair to have children. I just don't agree with that.
Well, that's your opinion, but that doesn't make it the case.
So what you're saying is it's not fair that you were born.
Well, the question is whether we can ascertain that it is immoral to have kids based on some semblance of an objective morality.
I'm sorry. I have a problem with Fiora's, because she's basically she doesn't realize that she's saying that it's not fair that she was born.
It's a philosophical question, isn't it? But
it is, obviously, yeah.
It's a loaded question.
So the bottom line is, there is, no matter what, we have to admit that there's a statistical risk involved in procreating, right? So we can't guarantee the outcome. So the question is that an imposition?
That's the way it was before we even were able to write it down. Just before internet even was invented. Of course, there's a risk.
Yes. So you're saying the risk is worth it. Why? If there's no God, if there's no morality, what's the intrinsic meaning or purpose of bringing?
No, there is a morality. And for you to interject that is ridiculous.
Patrick, I said an objective morality. So so we can assume that there may be some created morality.
We can't assume anything. We can't assume anything. We're animals.
Okay, so
what you're trying to sort of wedge, what you're trying to wedge in there is, well, it would be okay if there was an afterlife.
or some semblance of justice. Yeah.
Aside from everything else, I object to Fiona's depressive freaking attitude. It's like she doesn't even realize that she was.
I don't care. I'm not the one gonna have children. You're the one who had kids. I don't care what you think. I'm not the one who had kids. I'm not the one who had kids. You're the one who has to explain to your children why you had children in the first place. What's the point?
Flora, you're trying to impress your opinion as fact, and now you're trying to blame people for having children.
Fact. I'm saying you can have as many children as you want. You can have the whole entire planet to yourselves. I don't give a shit. But what I'm saying is that there are people out there like me who think it's unfair to have children, and we might be the next child being born. We might be the next. We've been around. People like me have been around for ages, and we think that it wasn't fair to impose life.
What do you mean ages?
It's not fair to impose life, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's your opinion, but go and ask many people who are enjoying their life, and they'll disagree with you. So
yeah, but I don't care.
Well, if you don't care, what are you talking about?
The point is that there are people who don't appreciate life. How many people who don't appreciate life have been born?
It's not something you can quantify, is it?
Well, I'm saying that.
So, Mark, you're okay if your child commits suicide. Do you think that was a worthwhile endeavor?
Well, of course not. No, because it's my child, and of course I would be devastated if my child committed suicide. This emotive
that's
garbage.
Contrary to everything that you're telling Flyora, right? I mean, we know.
No, that's not what I'm telling at all.
We know statistically a certain number of people will be born with, depression and kill themselves. They will see the equation is not worthwhile, and they will opt out.
For them,
and that's tragic.
In your opinion, it's tragic. Well, what about all those?
It's not an opinion.
It's a one-sided argument. You're not taking into account the others. You're not promoting a balanced argument at all.
I'm taking into account. I'm saying that there's a percentile. So we can say 99% of people will die happy and say, yeah, life was worthwhile. But we know 1% will say, I'm opting out. Life is shit.
Yep.
Or I'm suffering too much, I can't bear with it anymore, right? So the question is there any intrinsic reason or purpose for any of those people to exist at all from the get-go?
There was at the start, but obviously people didn't know.
No, you said there is from the start. What's the intrinsic purpose of a life then? You're suggesting essentially that there's justice or God or meaning. There's none.
Well, in your view, that there's none. But
well, okay, I'm assuming that you're an atheist. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but
yes, I am.
Okay, so then what is the intrinsic meaning of a human life? Is there any intrinsic purpose for us to procreate? Why not, create hundreds of thousands of children apiece. You and I create tons of sperm. Why not create endless children?
Are you seriously asking me what the meaning of life is?
Excuse me, gentlemen.
No, I'm suggesting that there's no intrinsic meaning or purpose to any human life.
Same thing.
To exist.
Excuse me,
And we know that a certain percentage, even if it's only 1%, are going to opt out and suffer, right? So the question is, we know there's a risk of that. Is it moral to impose it when we know that even 1%
How are we imposing it?
will opt out because they're having a shitty time?
Excuse me, gentlemen. I just got yelled at for making a lot of noise. It's here in the eastern side of the United States. It's like 20 after 8 in the morning, and I was like yelling. I encourage you to add me to your circles, and I would love, and Hazy, was it Rayora? Please add me to your circles, and I would love to yell at you some more.
Okay,
but apparently I pissed some people off in this household, and I need to leave. So forgive me. Good night.
No worries, brother. I enjoyed it. Thanks.
Someone better than me has said, I think it was Stephen Fry that said some people think that there should be a single meaning of life. They think that the universe was created for a purpose, and that human beings were part of some larger cosmic plan. They think our meaning comes and is written into the universe, where humanists do not see that there is any obvious purpose to the universe, but that it is a natural phenomenon with no design behind it. Meaning is not something out there waiting to be discovered, but something we create within the lives that we lead. And although this vast and incredibly old universe was not created for us, all of us are connected to something bigger than ourselves, whether it's family, community, tradition, or an idea or cause looking forward to the future, or the beautiful natural world in which we were born and our species evolved. So that way of thinking means there is not just one big meaning of life, but that every person will have many different meanings throughout their lives.
I understand that. So another way of viewing it is that either life is a tragedy, and it should not be because it is, immoral on its face, or that we should have to come to terms with it. And you seem to be trying to come to terms with it and make sense of it.
I'm quite happy with life. We are born, and then we deal with whatever circumstances we have to live with.
Yeah,
some people
lucky you, right?
Yeah,
but we
yeah,
know
exactly.
that there are others that have a much more tragic existence.
Yeah.
And you're suggesting that their suffering is worthwhile for you to have your happiness.
No, not about worthwhile. I'm not saying that my lucky, happy life, isn't it great that it was at the expense of someone else, and it's I've got the life I've got, and I live it as best as I can.
Yes, it's a crapshoot. I agree 100%. But you could be end up being the person who has the
Yes,
the
but
bad roll of the dice.
we could spend weeks saying, what if I was this? What if I only had one leg? What if
We don't have to say that. We have the statistics. We know that there's tragic occurrences.
Yes,
and
they are probably outweighed by the.
The question is whether there's an intrinsic meaning or purpose for those tragic existences to be.
They're the same as everyone else. You start off.
Let me try this. What end justifies that means?
Exactly. None of it. So our positive experiences, Mark, don't mean anything. They don't have any necessity to exist.
Well, to you, they might not.
Excuse me?
To you, they might not. To other people.
Well, we can make it up, right? But are you saying that there's an intrinsic purpose or meaning to life?
Well, as I just explained, there isn't a particular purpose. Why should there be?
I'm not supposing that there is, and that's exactly why I'm questioning why there is a necessity to bring new life into existence if there is no necessity that is obvious.
Well, as I said, I mean, I don't see. I would agree with Stephen Fry that I don't particularly see.
Well, what you said earlier was we're just driven to do so selfishly.
At a base level, yes, we are driven to perpetuate our species through.
Well, even at an intellectual level, you can say that people find, meaning or purpose for procreating because they want to create a child. It gives them meaning and they're replicating themselves, whatever. It's not just necessarily, the grinding of the organs together, right? So the bottom line, though, is that it is selfish and there's no intrinsic meaning for it to occur.
Well, as I said, we don't know, do we? We don't know. And there may be some big meaning at the end in 1,000 years' time for the species. Yeah, I said there's no obvious
meaning.
We all find our own. We all find our own meanings.
Right. So what you're saying is that those children who are dying of cancer in cancer wards, there's some meaning to their suffering. Okay, great. So let's just keep.
That's not what I said.
Well, that is what we can suppose based on what you said, is that potentially there's some meaning for that. All suffering has some meaning.
I didn't say that. I said we all find our own meaning as we move through life. For some people,
well, in terms of finding our own meaning, that is quite different from the idea of an intrinsic meaning, which we can say has existential purpose. And there's none that is evident in life for anybody.
I agree. There's no obvious purpose. It doesn't seem to be at the moment.
Finding your own meaning as you move through life is a luxury of.
So exactly, and so the idea that human beings selfishly procreating, we are taking a risk in imposing life, and we don't know the outcome. We can't guarantee the outcome, but we know that there is going to be inevitable suffering and death of those life forms that come after us. And potentially 99% of them might say, oh, yes, I was happy to be alive. But 1% or less will say, this sucks. I have depression, or I have cancer, or I am suffering immeasurably and want to die. And you're saying that, well, our happiness justifies their suffering, and yet there's no intrinsic meaning. There's no intrinsic meaning or purpose to our existence, and the only reason we have kids is for selfish reasons.
I'm going to interrupt you if you keep putting words in my mouth, because I didn't say that one justifies the other.
Fair enough.
All. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
I'm sorry, I respect you. I apologize.
Bad things happen.
I know. I've seen.
And should we just dismiss and do away with just stop people having children on the basis that 1% suffer badly? No.
Okay, that's a utilitarian decision. Wouldn't you concur?
Okay. Yeah. I'm not saying I agree with suffering. I'm not saying it justifies.
Okay, but would you say that's a utilitarian conclusion, that their suffering is worth our progression?
No, I wouldn't say worth. I'm just saying that is the case. That's what happens.
I know that. I know that, but you're justifying it. I'm asking you as an intellectual.
No, I'm not trying to justify it at all.
Well, I know that happens. People procreate. I mean, life goes on, right? I'm not suggesting that we can assume that anything otherwise will take place. I'm just suggesting that by any moral point of view, it is wrong. It is an imposition.
Possibly.
Yeah. And I do respect you, Mark, and I
do. Yeah, I just don't know. Sometimes we're just looking for. Too busy thinking about what a lot of things rather than just getting on and living life. However that
well, look, life is ugly. The bottom line is life feeds on life. That's what it does, and that's what humans do.
As I said, that's the biggest lesson I try to teach my children.
Yes.
The first lesson is life isn't fair.
Right. So we can either try to overcome that and say yes.
Yeah. As many people.
Yes to life or no to life. Right.
Exactly. Look at the Paralympics, where people with those disabilities and with disadvantages still strive and still live a full life, despite everything that's been thrown at them or the circumstances they're in. And I think you're dead right. You've got the choice. At the end of the day, you either want to be here and you do the best, or you don't.
I mean, I chose not to have children, but certainly to put it the way that Fiona does, or whatever, Flyora. I mean, seriously, to impose life, I mean, that's pretty harsh.
I don't think so, Michael, in respect.
Hang on.
I know, I understand, as she was saying, as Nadia has said herself, it was obvious that Flyora, as she said, has had some something that's terrible that's happened in her life.
I
And
know
that
Flyour
has,
personally, and I can say that she is informed philosophically on the topic.
yeah,
It's not just
as she said,
emotional or personal
of
experience.
course, yeah, as she said, some terrible things have happened in her life. Maybe that has coloured her view on it. But to say that that people that have children are in some way doing something wrong, and that means I agree with all the terrible things that happen, that's just wrong. I don't agree. I don't want to perpetuate paedophilia or murder or rape or torture or theft.
Well,
or,
nobody does. I mean, seriously, it's implied.
The argument. Hang on.
and having children
Mark.
isn't saying that's what I want.
Mark.
Sorry.
I mean, there's kind of a Horatio Alger's getting floated. You just floated. Oh, we can't have music. Yeah, actually, you're making a whole lot of noise. Whoops, I think we had clashing on or mutes or something. Okay.
You're very faint, Nadia.
Oh crap. I can't really scream.
I'll turn you up on my end. Just turn up my volume. Go ahead, sorry.
I just wanted to build in my you're floating kind of a Rogers thing here. The one exceptional individual for creating and so on.
Nadia.
Therefore, my okay.
Yeah, we can't.
You're
We
getting
can't
a
hear
lot
you.
of echo now. Sorry.
The other one?
That's better.
That's good.
Okay. I was just switching between the internal and the headset. Okay, so you're kind of floating a Horatio Alger thing, which is that. Well, Horatio Alger gave these rags to riches story, or a bunch of them. You know, and it's kind of like a big line. Everybody can be J.D. Rockefeller, come up from the dirt and dust and whatever. I guess back then they didn't call it homelessness, and be Rockefeller, a billionaire. And someone can overcome all those. Julio Iglesias is an example of someone who overcame a spinal cord injury. Apparently was at least paralyzed for a time by it, but with enough, I don't know, some kind of homebrew physical therapy and everything else, he actually managed to be walking again. Julio Iglesias, Spanish language singer. Well, you're going to tell everybody in a wheelchair, Julio Iglesias did it, why can't you? Same story gets charted out. And there's a cost-benefit analysis that's getting dodged in a way, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I think unfortunately, I mean, if you're going to counter it, we have to really go through it.
I think to answer, I mean, Flyora's question earlier, I would agree it would be immoral for me to have children if I knew for certain that their lives were going to be awful. So for argument's sake, if I knew, I think this is like Dawkins' argument about if I knew my child was going to be born terribly disabled and in a vegetative state, then I think it would be immoral to go through with that pregnancy, possibly. Knowing that there would be no chance of that child ever having any sort of life. So I think
cases of actual diagnosis of being a carrier of those kinds of diseases and such. Tay-Sachs.
Yeah.
Tay-Sachs is pretty horrific, right? Okay.
So I think that would be, you would have a case for it being immoral to having a child, or if I knew in advance that my child would suffer at the age of 15, then yes, it probably would. I would maybe agree it would be immoral to have that child if I had foresight like that or knew the future. But I don't think. Yeah, or carrier of some hideous disease, knowing that my.
Oh, go ahead.
I think like the one that's in recently in this country where we voted. I mean the mitochondria one we spoke about earlier in the week.
Fibrosis, I think.
Yeah, where we've given the go ahead to alter embryos, etc. The so-called three-parent child.
Well,
so,
with Tay-Sachs, at least, you don't actually know for certain how the child eventually created will be will actually be a sufferer of Tay-Sachs. You only get a percentage chance.
Yeah.
It's a pretty high percentage chance, though, and the only people who are really at risk for Tay-Sachs, I think, are some, like, Ashkenazic Jews or whatever. It's not like a particularly...
There's some micro-ethnic group in India, too.
Oh.
Yeah. But those two are pretty much the ones.
So I can see the case for it being immoral in that way, but in quote unquote normal circumstances, all being well, then I don't think it's immoral to have children, just because they might end up being in a war or the victim of a war, or might end up destitute or homeless.
Devil's advocate here.
Well, yeah, I mean, would you say your parents were immoral because of what you've suffered in life?
And if we stop procreating, where would we be?
Well, maybe so, actually. Do we hold drug drivers responsible even though they didn't intend the outcome?
Yeah, well, that's slightly different. But I mean, if your parents, as I said, could see into the future and knew that you would suffer in some way or shape or form, and they still went ahead with your birth, then maybe there would be a case. But that wasn't the intention. Every parent's intention is to have a wonderfully healthy child that will do the best they can in life and enjoy it.
Well, why does intent matter? I mean, vehicular manslaughter is rarely intentional.
Yeah.
So we still put people away for it.
Well, yeah, but I'm just trying to focus on the question: is it immoral to simply? Is the act of simply having children an immoral act? And I don't think it is.
I'm focused on it. I'm playing devil's advocate for a bit.
Yeah.
That intent doesn't excuse much of anything. And the knowledge is never perfect anyway. You know, like you said, with Tay-Sachs, right, the carriers have some percentage chance. Now the question is, you've just raised sort of a continuum problem. You know, where is your threshold for deeming that risk low enough?
Yeah,
well,
right.
One could ask that similar question, same vein of anti-natalist, right? Like, I mean, to me, the whole position rests on a really weird kind of like moral calculus in which harm is, I think, unduly privileged to really a crazy extent, right? So, like, why is a life with some suffering somehow preferable? Why is no life preferable to? Why is suffering such a horrible thing, really? I mean, I guess you could. That sounds, you can phrase it that way. Like, well, sure, everyone suffers a bit, but most people seem to go through life and don't kill themselves, and most people report a fairly high degree of satisfaction and happiness with their lives. So, why should it?
If it was such a bad thing, we wouldn't be here anyway, probably.
Well, those are all very utilitarian points of view, right?
No, it's the anti-natalism, which is I think the whacked out utilitarian. It's like some sort of bizarro world utilitarianism in which, well, we want to minimize harm, so the best way to minimize harm is to have no agents that are capable
whacked out. So the question is, do you value suffering? Do you think that suffering has a value or not?
Yeah, but I mean, other things have value too. Pleasure, joy, fulfillment, human flourishing, these things all count for quite a bit in my worldview. So, I mean, if you're basically saying all of that pales, in comparison to.
Do they have no?
Sure,
I wouldn't say that they pale, and I would say that the majority of humans
but
have.
they do. They do. If you're an antinatalist, then yeah, then.
No, I disagree. I am an antinatalist.
On the whole, I wasn't done. On the whole, yeah, it's non-life is preferable to that for most people across the board. That's what it is by definition.
Yeah, I think life is a wonderful thing because the alternative isn't so hot.
Well, in your personal experience, but if there's 7 billion people on the planet, are you sure that they all connote to that? And what are the
for the most part. I mean, how many antinatalists are there out there?
I've tasted the alternative 100 times. I'll tell you that nothingness is vastly preferable to gender dysphoria.
Yeah, I was just talking on a purely personal level. I enjoy my life.
Yeah, the real question.
And I accept that shitty things are going to happen to me, and they have. But I've come out the other side. I've been lucky, and that I have a pretty good life. That's not to denigrate people that are not enjoying life for whatever reason. But I mean, the answer is, as the antenatal bit, it's just simply okay. Well, bad things are going to happen to a lot of people. So what we'll just do then? We'll just not have any more children. The human race will die, and then, well, I can't see people will be happy because they'll be dead anyway.
Well, there will be no more harm. There will be no more.
There's actually people advocating that. The rich elitists are actually advocating that. They want to cull humanity by 90%.
No, they don't. And
yeah, they do.
Whatever.
Well, they wouldn't be very rich if there wasn't many people to take money from, would they?
Bill Gates said this live on stage. Okay, so it's not in question.
So he's going to say he wanted to cull humanity by 90%.
So did Dr. Eric Pianka. So did Jay Rockefeller, a senator in the U.S. Congress. So yeah, there is people out there saying that, influential people saying.
And what possible benefit would there be for those
Prince
people
Philip?
in culling the population?
You'll have to ask them. I don't advocate that shit. You have to ask
you remember the fact they said it, but you can't remember why.
Do they need a reason?
Yeah, somehow having a worldwide catastrophe in which
it's going to make
rich 90% of people is going to be so great for the wealthy.
They didn't say worldwide catastrophe. They said they wanted their population culled. They believe in their mind that the Earth is overpopulated, which it's not.
Georgia Guidestones.
And so they are going to be benefited. How if there's nobody to work and pay taxes so they can make money? How is that beneficial to them at all?
They don't need your money. They're already multi-billionaires. What do they need your money for?
So they're doing it for okay, whatever.
If there's no people to make the goods for them to buy, if the purpose of having lots of money is for argument's sake to have 10 Ferraris, but there aren't people around to make the Ferraris, then the purpose of having the money would be what?
They don't.
They just want to. They want to thin the herd. They don't want to take it all out.
Right.
They talk about overpopulation all the time. It's a constant theme.
That's right. And they say it publicly, and with no reservation. In fact, Dr. Eric Pianka got a standing ovation and an award for advocating the culling of 90% of humanity. He got an award for that shit.
90%.
Does anybody have Palm blocked in here? She's asking.
I have no idea. I might have. I have no clue.
I don't think so. If you're in Palm, you're good to go.
Yeah, obviously, if you're in here, nobody gets blocked.
She's asking who's got her blocked. Not me.
Well, I mean, it's all well good. Then, you really got to tell. Well, can you really tell the person in the wheelchair to get up and walk? Well, how many times did I have to get raped, and for what end? How many years of gender dysphoria? How many? That's never been free. rehab for a second. How many years homeless?
Yeah, I've great sympathy, and I wish I could help out all the people that are suffering in the world if I could, but they're just not. But I don't think it's a reason just to end the human species, because I just don't.
Why
And unfortunately, it's relative, isn't it? Because that's easy for me to say, because I enjoy a relatively comfortable life and I don't have fantastically bad problems. So yeah, it's easy for me to sit where I am and say what I'm saying. I may well have a different opinion. Should I be a teenage African boy who's, or a 13-year-old African boy who's picking rubbish out of a rubbish tip to feed his family? But I'm not, and all I can do is live my life to the best of my ability and do as much good as I can, which is what I try to do, in the short time that I'm here. I don't see what else I can do.
Well,
if I could relieve people's suffering, I would do my best to do so. But I can only live my life in that way.
No. Well, there's a evaluation of various decisions you can make, sort of based on those ideas. And I mean, you've heard of Rawls's theory, right? Of the sort of law and such should be such that you would, your ideal observer would like the law that way, even if they're sort of like on the worst end of the scenario the law sets up.
Mark, do you believe in free will?
Partially. I don't think we're complete. I don't think some decisions we make are free. Whether we might think they are, but I don't think there are some things that we have no control
over. Why not? Why not?
Well, I believe what I believe. I don't think I can't suddenly become believe in Allah. I've got the will to, you could say, well, I'm free to choose to believe in Allah or God or the biblical God or any other God, but I don't think I am free. I can't force myself. I can't decide tomorrow. I believe in God, because I don't.
But why? So I don't believe in free will, and I don't believe because of I view everything as being a causal process, and even if there is unconscious or random events or causa sui events, that something out of nothing events, I don't view those as being part of free will, so that everything is a causal process.
I can choose what I have for dinner to an extent.
You can, but your choices are presented to you by causes, and your choice itself is causal. So it is causally determined what you will choose
by
the universe. From the very beginning of the universe, everything is a codependent phenomenon, and it arrives at that point in space and time in which there are certain choices available to you, and there are certain things that inform your choice, and those are all causal. So you have no free will.
Don't know. I'd agree with that, but you're assuming that the universe had a cause.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, everything in space-time, in terms of events that formally occur, is cause.
Well, we don't know what caused the
No, I'm not claiming that we have a knowledge of the prime cause, the first cause, the prime mover. All I'm saying is that everything in space-time, as an event that formally occurs, is cause. So all events have causes. So when you make your choice for dinner, your choices, whatever they are, it could be an infinite number of choices, they appear before you, they have been caused. And when you are you yourself are caused, and the deciding process, all those calculations in which you say, I like this, I don't like that, whatever, those are all caused as well. There's no escape from that. And if there is, it would be either an unconscious process or a causa sui, which is like magical, something appearing out of nothing, or some kind of randomness. And we know that on the micro level, some randomness in the universe does occur, but at the macro level of cognition, it doesn't appear to be so. But even if it does influence your decision, you can't call it "quote-unquote" free will. It's caused.
But does it matter? I'm having Chinese for my dinner tonight because I like Chinese on a Friday night. So I don't really care.
Does it matter? Yeah, it matters. I would say it matters, don't you?
Why does it matter?
In terms of it formally occurring in space-time, it has a consequence.
So what's the consequence?
So I wouldn't say that ultimately, intrinsically, it matters, but I would say that there's no free will, and that your choices matter because they have an effect, and that I'm not saying that there's a predetermination that takes place, that everything is, that it's predestined. But I'm saying that people's choices do matter.
Yeah, I can't see how me deciding to have Chinese for my dinner is going to make any difference to.
Well, maybe not, but maybe whether you turn right or left on a certain street or decide to go, go out your door in the morning could make a difference in terms of the outcome in a causal way. So we don't know the repercussions.
Sure, but then I'm not going to live my life on deeply thinking into every small decision I make.
There's no way we could. There's no way we could. But what I'm telling you is that there's no free will.
Hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'd like to hear if you have a different point of view, I'd like to hear it.
I can understand what you're saying. I wouldn't go that deep into it. I don't know. I'd probably be unfair of me to. I haven't thought about it that much, really.
Well, let's look at the idea of an intrinsic meaning or purpose in a human life if there's no free will, right? So, if we can say that an individual has no free will, then what is the true intrinsic meaning or purpose of bringing that person into existence, knowing that we're just going to create a cause and effect experience for them in their life?
Yeah. Well, I'd have to think about it a lot more as to whether I'd agree we don't have free will or not.
All right. So you want to meet up tomorrow and talk about it some more?
I think it might take me a bit longer than that.
All right.
I have some things to do. It's the weekend tomorrow, so. Yeah.
Well, those questions do trouble me, but not on a day-to-day basis. So
I'm probably the same.
They're just philosophical questions. So, and I would say that those kinds of questions we will never have an answer to that will be satisfying. Probably.
Yeah, which is probably the reason I'm not deeply into philosophy, because I don't day-to-day life. I don't think it's.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'll just get on, and I'll be too busy sleeping in tomorrow morning to worry about it. Talking of which, I have to go and pick up. I'll be AFK for us. Kick me out if you need a space, but I've got to go and. I'm interested to listen more, but I've got to go and pick my son up from school, so I shall be gone for 20 minutes, half an hour. But obviously, kick me out, Nadia, if you need the space.
We'll be fine. Take your time. Drive safely.
Nice little public service announcement.
Maybe. As you cover the sort of 4 lines of argument, sound like Flyer was covering mostly philanthropic, throwing a misanthropic now and then, and you're going mostly teleological. Is there any coverage of the ecological?
My dogs are going crazy, so I have to stay muted.
Not sure if Hazy walked away. Actually, what percentage of people are satisfied with their lives? Let's see. Americans are most unhappy people in the world. Happiness index, only 1 in 3 Americans are very happy. Yeah, apparently, they claim financial and personal hardships can be a catalyst for greater happiness and well-being. Really? Well, I've got a lot of catalysts. Been raped a lot of times, a lot of years homeless, a lot of agony and death, plenty of times, 100 times. What did that catalyze except, well, where's the little eviction notice? Oh, more homelessness. Or agony of death. Except it doesn't actually end. Okay, get your butt through it. You got it, you got it. Most people don't really have to die once. You serious?
Based on my experience, you'll be back. You'll be back. You get to try again. And you keep trying until you get accomplished whatever it is you're supposed to accomplish. I've been back so many times I lost count. I don't know
Reincarnated?
what... Yes, absolutely I do. The vast majority of ancient writings talk about reincarnation. And they don't make no bones about it either. So, you'll be back. You'll be back.
So even actually dying.
Yep.
I'm just brought back in.
No, I don't mean brought back as in... No, I don't mean brought back as in resuscitate. I mean actually dead and gone. You'll be back in a new body as an infant to do it all over again.
Yeah, so I can get raped more and more times. Spend more and more years homeless.
Now, wait a minute now. You're making a lot of suppositions there. Just because you come back as another infant doesn't mean you're going to have pain and anguish. You might have a good life next time. It just depends.
Well, that's lottery odds. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's a lottery. Yeah, it is. It's a lottery. This particular life I'm in now sucks balls. When I was here during World War II, it was fucking, or World War I, excuse me, it was great. This particular lifestyle sucks balls. The Roman Empire sucked balls. World War I was great. You know, it's a lottery. It's a crapshoot. You know, you come back, you try it again. World War I was fucking awesome. I was treated like a damn king because I was. Well, I wasn't a king, I was a baron. But anyway, point is, it was great. The Roman Empire, I was nothing but a foot soldier, a slogger, and I fucking died. I was impaled. That kind of sucked. Okay, you know, so it's a crapshoot. But you'll be back. You'll be back to try again. Whatever it is we're supposed to accomplish. And then hopefully, next time you come back, you accomplish what you're supposed to accomplish.
You're raped, beaten, put out on the streets, and repetitively die 100 times for every lifetime, or more.
You'll be back. Don't worry. Next time, it'll probably not be so bad. Hopefully, you'll remember bits and pieces of what happened before. You'll be able to correct those mistakes. The problem is that what I understand of the white tunnel is that is basically a mind wipe. And according to Robert Morningsky, you don't want to go through the white tunnel because you get mind wiped.
Memories of the horror of what I've been put through.
But Nadia, you don't even believe that consciousness is real, right? Ultimately. So there's not only no free will, there's no self, but consciousness itself is a delusion.
Mm.
Well, in a way. It attempts to refer to things for real. But as a concept, it's well grounded. It's ontologically incoherent. So that's how it fails.
Yeah, well, I ain't exactly doing so hot in this particular incarnation either. Of course, like I said, it wasn't as bad as when I was Roman and got impaled. You know, but you know, yeah, this one pretty much sucks balls. Not as bad as Rome, but it sucks balls. But you know, I get to come back.
Do you believe in karma?
Do I believe in karma? Absolutely, I do.
So how
I do. I don't know. I must have pissed off a Roman emperor or some shit. Who knows? You know, I don't know.
If it's karma, what did I do to deserve this?
It's untelling, man. Hopefully someday we'll find out. You know.
I mean, was I Hitler in my
Well,
life?
So I'm wondering how karma works.
Karma is payback, man.
Yeah, but how does it work? So
karma is a direct result of your actions. If you
so how is that information stored?
So you're telling me I was Hitler in a former life?
I have no idea. I don't know how karma. I don't know the full gist of how it works, but I can see it. I can see it in everyday application because I've seen karma react to people that have done shit that they shouldn't have done. I've seen it react to them.
Well, I see karma in terms of cause and effect, but I don't see metaphysical karma where there's some metaphorical or metaphysical, you know, justice happening. And I don't know why it would make sense that, for example, whatever wrongs I've done in my life, I would be reborn and, you know, subject to those karmic seeds and the injustice that I created in my past if I couldn't conscientiously be aware of what's happening and make amends for it.
Well, like I said, according to Robert Morningsky, if you go through that white tunnel, you get mind wiped. You won't remember shit.
Well, why? How does that happen? What's happening? So you're supposing that there's some element of consciousness that transcends, you know, our physical reality.
Energy is never destroyed. It can be changed, but it's never destroyed.
Okay.
And if we are a walking battery, which basically we are a walking battery, we've got electricity flowing through us, right? So we're basically a walking battery. We're a body of energy. That energy is not destroyed. It's not. And so I have to believe, therefore, that, you know, me my energy self, my spiritual self, if you like. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, I totally disagree with that. I don't see any evidence of a self. I would say that there's information, and we can break it down and say that, yeah, we could essentially reconstitute you. But if you die physically, I mean, what is it that is your quote-unquote self? And how does it get, quote-unquote, wiped, and why?
I don't know the answer to that. If I did, I'd be
That's all a bunch of bullshit. I mean, there's no... I'm sorry, but...
You're asking me the answers of the universe, and I don't know them. If I knew them, I'd be God.
Well, but you're telling me that we have a self, we have a soul, and it gets wiped, and I just don't see any evidence for any of that.
Do you have a concept of who you are and what you do and how you live your life? Do you?
Yeah, absolutely I do.
Okay, and that is yourself. That is who you are.
No, so when you say a self, I think that that is a process and that there's no intrinsically existing self. So I would say that moment to moment our self changes, and that self is like a mixture of, you know, our neurosynaptic capability and ability, and our consciousness and our unconsciousness and our perceptual awareness.
Again, though,
that's every microsecond. And when we go, we go. There's nothing left.
If you're willing to believe that energy is never destroyed, why then would you say that the energy that makes us up would just suddenly go poof? Why?
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that whatever we suppose is a self is a delusion, and that the energy that we're talking about is just the energy of the universe, and that the same energy that exists within my body exists within the table that's next to me, and exists in, you know, galaxies that are 1 trillion miles away, right? So, and we're all manifestations of that same energy, and when we go, there we go. We just dissolve. That doesn't mean that whatever makes us up is totally destroyed. It's just you know, dissolved into the universe.
I don't know.
I'm saying that no intrinsic self exists, and that the same
what mechanic causes my energy to just dissipate and go back to wherever it came from? What mechanic is there that causes that to happen? It would seem to me that it would make more sense that my energy would remain intact than it would be to disperse and go everywhere.
Well, do you know anybody who's died, and what has happened to their bodies and their minds?
I'm not referring to their body. I'm referring to the energy within us. The energy within us continues. Energy is not destroyed.
So you believe in a soul or some kind of special psychic energy that is a consciousness, and fair enough if you do. Most people do believe that. Most religions
when you put your hand under an electron microscope, do you not see a blue energy emanating from it? Yes. Okay, well, where the hell is that energy coming from? It has to come from somewhere. We have electrical energy pulsing through our bodies right now. We are basically a walking battery. Okay, well, that energy has to go somewhere.
No, there's no evidence for a soul that lives on after death.
But why would you be so quick to assert that that energy is just going to disperse into nothingness? I would think it would remain as cohesion.
Well, there's no evidence otherwise. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe so, but it would make more logical sense that that energy would coalesce and remain its cohesive self than it would be to disperse into nothing.
Would you say the same thing is true for every animal that has ever lived? Do they have souls?
Why not? I know stories, right? I could tell you stories right now.
So every animal that has ever existed has a soul, and they continue.
Everything is comprised of energy. Everything is comprised of.
But there's a difference between saying energy and a self. So I would say that there are lots of life forms on planet Earth, and there have been, you know, lots of species that have existed before humans, and there are plenty of other animals on planet Earth that exhibit intelligence and culture, but there's nothing that indicates that we have a soul that lives on after we die. But we could say that, yeah, life is mysterious and that we're all part of some kind of manifestation of the universe, but whatever's happening here on planet Earth is probably happening in hundreds of billions of other galaxies all across the universe. And I don't see anything necessarily special about people or the Earth.
I think the only rational and intelligent people here are the antinatalists, because they are at least consistent. I mean, Mark, you say I value life. Well, where the heck is this value coming from? There are no values. There are no intrinsic values. So the rational rational stand is antinatalist stand. You can defend that, and if you love logic, then go by it. Of course, then you can, of course, excuse yourself with, well, I'm selfish. And that's a good excuse for me, at least. But still, yeah, if selfishness is a value, I don't know, but you seem to put a value on something that there are no value on, no intrinsic value on. And it don't help that you find value in it.
There isn't any value to these pieces of paper in my wallet, but I still use them, don't I? I mean, come on, man.
Conventionally, but not ultimately, right? So we know for a fact that before human beings existed, those papers didn't exist and they didn't have value, and they were just papers.
All right, since we don't have any intrinsic value, let's just all do a Jim Jones and fucking drink the Kool-Aid.
I'm not saying that.
No, wait a minute. You said we don't have any intrinsic value. We don't have any lasting meaning. Okay, why don't we all just pull a Jim Jones and just all fucking off ourselves? Because that's what you're telling me. You're telling me that because I have no value, I have no afterlife, I have nothing meaningful, there's nothing to this life at all, so let's just all fucking pull a Jim Jones. Right?
No, I never said any of it.
No, we either have value, sir, or we do not. Which is it? It can only be one or the other.
Yes, I agree with you. We can either assume that life has value or it does not. So what are you choosing and why? That's my question.
I believe.
And if I'm assuming that if you assume value, you must justify it. So give me your evaluation.
I think, therefore I am. How about that one?
Well, that justifies the fact of consciousness. I agree, but that doesn't mean it has intrinsic value. I would say that's an accident and a tragedy.
It's an accident?
Yeah.
It's an accident?
Well, you explain it then. Otherwise, I would say that in the evolutionary terms, it is incredibly rare and bizarre that consciousness has evolved from life forms on the planet Earth. Yes.
I get that you're saying that it's an accident. What I don't understand is you're saying it's a tragedy.
Yes. So there's a couple of reasons to say it's a tragedy. First is that we must assume that life, as we know it, feeds on life. So to human consciousness, there is a kind of existential crisis and moral question that arise from that fact, because it seems immoral in its face, right? It is a monstrous, inhumane, unjust, tragic world that consciousness is aware of that, and aware of death, and aware of injustice, and aware of suffering. While other animal forms, even though they suffer as sentient beings, aren't aware of that fact.
Okay, so
we become aware of the negative things that you're focusing on, but we also become aware of positive things.
What are the positives?
Pleasure, love, all that kind of jazz.
Do they have intrinsic meaning, or are they just subjective experiences that are essentially
even the negatives
promoted by evolution itself? For example, all those things are hedonic. So they exist on a hedonic treadmill of positive and negative experiences.
Right. Well, the negative experiences.
And we honestly wonder why there's young girls throwing their babies in Dipsy dumpsters today. It's trash like this, which is why women are out there throwing their damn kids in Dipsy dumpsters and flushing them down.
I don't think that they're influenced by
this shit right here is why women are killing their damn babies. Oh, they don't have any value. They don't have any meaning. We're just a bunch of blob of chemicals. We don't have. There's nothing to us. And now we got all these young girls out there killing their babies babies because they have no value. They think in their mind they have no value, and so they're just tossing them in the fucking trash. It's garbage like that that is causing the decline of the human race. Mark my words.
Vaughn,
Mark
find your
my
horses
words.
and hold them for a second. Because I don't think that these people, that those girls are being influenced by antinatalism, and arguably they're being more influenced by hedonism. But the negatives, the point that I would make in response to what you just said, Hayes, is that the negatives that you're talking about have kind of the same not value. So is there a response to that, or because I kind of lost what we were talking about, and then because Vaughn kind of jumped in.
I think Helton make a good point, because I think antinatalism is very interesting. I have been following Emendham and so on. I think it's very interesting to see this kind of phenomenon popping up. You know, that people are like, and he's propagating, pushing the red button. If he had the chance, you know, and that tells me what happens actually when you believe in evolution. I also believe in evolutionary theory, but on another in another kind. But if you really go around and make yourself clear that we are chemicals, and then we have intrinsic value, and then you take away any transcendence, dignity of the human beings, you just get that. And if you have no transcendence, we will finally only judge each other. What kind of education do we have? How much do we earn? How good are we to others? You know, you can only judge people after their what to say usefulness to society, and that's a very, very scary idea. And I think many atheists, they are not conscious of it. They don't want it, but I think it's a possibility in the future, because I cannot see any that we will have a okay, we don't have a totalitarianism, but at least we only judge each other by our usefulness, and that is terrible.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Absolutely right.
That's so terrible. And you are not far from eugenetics or fascism or communism. You can go every direction. You know, why did the communists put people into prison? They were not useful members of their society. I'm not talking about Marxism. No. Marx have nothing to do with communism, but how it went. And okay, we take away transcendental value. Well, what have we then? I would kill myself if I had no transcendental value. Perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
What does transcendental even mean?
Yeah, because I cannot say if we don't have any religion, because then, oh, it's such a terrible thing, and it's so immoral, and it's so terrible history, and it destroyed us, and we are immoral if we are religious. But fuck. All of us come from a Christian moral background, and it's not obvious that we would have had this moral impetus that we have in the West if we hadn't had Christ, the scripture of the New Testament. But you take it as an of course. But look at the Vikings, look at the Romans. It's not an obvious development.
Do you know what transcendence means?
No, I'm sorry, I get it. But it's really like this. You have to use your language. That's why I say transcendental, because then people can perhaps accept it. But if you say something about Christ or religion, then it's wow, that's the root of all evil, and it's such a radical and denial of rationality and history and
well, Yeah, I can see that one hurting pretty badly. Yeah. He's probably getting error number 9. He's having connection problems. Well, as someone who's been raped enough times, I can tell you, they can take your dignity away. So, your, I don't know, whatever fantasy of the soul you're playing with, it's not going to recover dignity. As a material basis. And frankly, yeah, that transcendence, that non-contingency, is already, made. It's oxymoronic for something like a soul or whatever to be non-contingent. Has to be at least contingent upon a person. Oh, well. So much for Balthasar.
Somewhere there will be a chronicle written. This was the human race. They offed them fucking selves. Some alien culture is going to come along and they're going to find what's left. And they're going to look at what America and what Europe and Asia had become. And then they're going to read where we offed ourselves because we totally lost the fact that we mean something, that we have value. And then they're going to smile and they're going to laugh because we were too stupid to understand that everyone and everything is important.
Well,
When
Hazy
something
was
has
saying.
value. Go ahead.
Hazy was saying maybe somebody like that wouldn't laugh. Maybe they would say we were wise and moral to off ourselves. That's kind of what Hazy was getting at. How is it moral to have children in this world?
Well, and if you value something so much, you don't want to rub it in shit and smash it.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but I don't like to quit. I am not a quitter. I mean, look how many years I've been facing trolls and haters. Almost 20 years of my life I've had people that hate my guts, that have tried to destroy my life, tried to destroy my family. Unfortunately, they succeeded, sadly. But these assholes exist. Do you think it's going to that's going to stop me? You think I'm going to just throw my hands up in the air and say, oh, fucking well, I've got all these haters against me. I've got people destroying my family, trying to destroy me, trying to ruin my life. I'm in financial ruin. Everything around me is falling to hell. But you know what? I'm not going to quit because I don't believe in that shit. I think quitters are wimps, and I'm not going to quit.
Well, I have been defeated. The trouble with defeat is that, it occurs in defiance of your volition. You have all your intentions, all your efforts, all your.
Nadia, I don't care. I don't care if Poseidon himself rose up out of the fucking ocean and told me I was going to die. I'd flip him the fucking bird and say, bring it, motherfucker. I don't care. Because I am not a quitter. I do not know when to quit. I don't know when to give up. And I'm not going to let anything or anyone, not even the gods, stop me from doing what I want to do.
The Odysseus school of thought on the gods.
I won't quit. I don't believe in it. And if that means I got to go to Valhalla and face Odin himself in order to get my happy ass back here, and then that's what I'll do. Now, more than likely, I'll probably end up at a statue for all eternity and have pigeons shitting on me for all eternity. That may happen too. But if there's a way, I'll be back. And when I come back, I'm coming back with a sword in my hand. And I'm going to kick some major ass. That's just the way it's going to be, man. You know? Because I don't quit. And I'm sure as fuck not going to let a bunch of fuck-ass trolls on YouTube let me quit, make me quit, force me to quit, whatever. No fucking way.
We understand that you don't understand helplessness.
I don't believe in defeat. Defeat is for my enemies, not for me.
So you don't think that you have any fallibility, that you're not imperfect and you won't die?
You didn't hear a damn word I just said, did you? Did you?
Actually, I heard a lot more, I think, than you said.
I mean, I'm a laughing stock. You want to talk about dignity?
Well, I just think it's classic that.
I'm the one they point at, saying, "Oh, look at the tranny, look at the female." You know, and their 5 friends around them are laughing. Yeah, my defeats and so on. That's no dignity.
Well, I didn't mean to demean or negate any of Van Helton's words. Maybe I caught half of that, but I think it's fascinating because I think that is exactly the psychological predicament of Western civilization, which is that under the pagan and the Greco-Roman view, they could give a shit about the gods. The gods were very human fallibilities, and if the gods didn't, connote to whatever humans wanted, then they would say, fuck you, gods. But in the Levant, it was all about submission and God's will. And we have this weird dichotomy between those two elements of how the human being, whether we ennoble humans and say that we are our own God, or whether we submit to some supernatural power. And it's pretty clear that Van Helton is suggesting that essentially he's his own God. Why not both? Well, that is exactly what we have, Tom. So so we have this history of heresy within the Christian realms, and ultimately heresy won. So heresy of the Protestantism overthrew the state, the government, and allowed the individuals to choose what God's will was. And so we have this weird kind of quasi-state, this psychology in the West and in the U.S. with, on the one hand, obedience to God, and on the other hand, no, we're the ones in charge, and humanity is going to will its way, and whatever we do is God's will. Whatever the U.S. chooses is God's will.
I don't believe in a no-win scenario. I don't. I believe that everything has an Achilles heel, and I will find that Achilles heel and exploit it to the best of my ability. That's what I believe.
But you know that people suffer cancer and die, and that they don't deserve it. Like kids, children, right? And there's no apparent reason for it. It just sucks. It's just a big shit burger we all have to eat.
And then they come back and try again. and hopefully this time succeed.
Well, says you, there's no evidence. I would agree with you, my friend, Von Helden. I would agree in that we're all a manifestation of the universe. You and me, we're all born of the same universe. I mean, my sense of self is the same as your sense of self. We might have different experiences, but in the end, we're the same. And we're the same as every mouse and insect and every other particle in the universe. And as soon as we develop this sensitivity as a sentient being, that selfhood, that sentient ability to suffer is the same. But I wouldn't say it has meaning or purpose, or that there's any justice in the world. I don't see any evidence of that, and I've looked for it for a long time.
It's interesting, because most of you know my hesitation concerning the Bible. Yet even the Bible says, to those who will not falter, to those who will not faint. All right? What does that mean? That means don't be a tard and just throw your fucking hands up and quit. Don't be
there's 4,200 religions on the face of the planet. Why should the Bible be special?
No. You misunderstand me, sir. It's not just in the Bible. There are plenty of pagan writings that say the same damn thing. Don't quit. Don't be a quitter. Don't be a quitter.
Well, this gets back to our earlier question. I agree. This gets back to our earlier question, which is there's two ways of looking at the world, right? One is that, yeah, keep going on, it's worthwhile, and the other is, no, we should escape. It's a bad deal. Life sucks, so let's find nirvana.
I think one is more healthy for life, though. And to kind of piggyback off of what Vaughn is saying, even though I disagree with you on a lot of things, Vaughn, but I kind of agree with you on this one. That when in the Norse religion especially agrees with you, and that its view is that there's glory in pain, and that there is that surmounting suffering is something to be valued very highly because it contributes to your enlightenment.
Surmounting suffering? What is surmounting?
The good and the bad.
So you think children who are suffering of bone cancer and dying of leukemia, that's cool?
No, I would say that sucks. I was talking about...
It sucks. All sentient life that suffers, I mean, this is the question, is how do you value that? Is it an illusion? Is it Maya? Or is it real and does it suck? Does it have purpose or not?
It probably does not.
Deja vu.
Well, what does that mean? Deja vu, yeah, we see it all over the place, that's for sure. So life is suffering, yes.
No. I mean, I just got deja vu over this very discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I understand.
Look, it boils down to this. Do I exist? Am I relevant? Am I important? Do I have meaning? Am I worthy or worth something? The answer, in my mind, is absolutely yes. And if I see somebody out there that's suffering, I will do my damnedest to help them if I can. I don't always succeed, but I try. And I've been doing that for years.
Yeah, I think we're all in the same boat, my friend. That is the ubiquity that you were talking about earlier. That is the human experience. We're all in it together, and we're all brothers and sisters in our own suffering and our own tribulations and triumphs and our own pain, and we all end in dust. The question is the meaning part, whether there's any intrinsic meaning, any big picture. I'm very doubtful.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
Well, you say that, but how will we know? There's no intrinsic self. There's no free will.
I don't know, actually. Because, see, in my mind, my mind's already made up. All right, I've seen way too much supernatural shit to ever even harbor a thought like that. I've seen supernatural things that would make the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
Okay, fair enough. There are a lot of different religions and belief systems and individuals, and I've had my own weird experiences that I can't explain. I can't make sense of that either, but it seems to me that once again, there's no intrinsically existing self. There's no free will. We're just a manifestation of the universe perpetuating itself. And there seems to be no intrinsic purpose to our suffering, but we know all sentient beings suffer. So it's just, like Schopenhauer said, by any moral standard, life is something that shouldn't be. It is just feeding on itself, and it creates a lot of suffering. And in terms of all the pleasures and satisfactions and creations we have, they seem to amount to naught. And when you look at just the human race on planet Earth, it seems infinitesimal in terms of the big picture of the universe.
So, if we are created from the dust of the universe, and the universe is God, wouldn't we have the power of God flowing through us? Wouldn't we be able to use that power to make a very real, tangible difference in our lives?
Well, if you want to define the universe as God, that's fine, but where's the evidence for having any intelligence or ability to wield power in an intelligent way? It seems totally unintelligent. It seems like it's just, happenstance. It's just a wrecking ball.
Well, there's these people called ascended masters all throughout human. They existed, and there's
tell me.
Well, it's really easy. Nadia, it's easy to dismiss.
Power of God, so it's not enough to depend on rapists.
Right, but it's easy to dismiss things, okay?
Well, Vaughn, yes, we have a lot of religious belief systems throughout history that have tried to say, yes, life is worthwhile, and we're going to try to make sense of it, and here's the way it goes. And, life is a journey, and it's a learning experience, and your soul exists, and, you go through reincarnation, whatever, and you can become an ascended master. There's plenty of traditions that connote to that kind of thing, but I'm saying that's all a bunch of horseshit. That's one perspective psychologically, and that is that, yeah, life is worth living and it's worthwhile, and we should keep perpetuating it. And, human beings have only been around for a few 100,000 years, really, right? So this is the best our consciousness can do, given the facts of life. But there's a certain other element to our psychology that says, you know what, life sucks, it's full of suffering, so let's create another spiritual belief system that says, oh, we can escape this and get out of it and have nirvana, have heaven forever after. And they're equally absurd.
Well, I don't know. I'm striving for something more. If you want to give up and quit, that's your prerogative. But I'm going to keep striving for something more. You want to call me a bulldog because of that? Go right ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to connote that. And I think we should, this is the bottom line is, so Van Helton, my thought is, do no harm. That's it.
That's true.
To the best of our ability, help others, do no harm. That's the best we can do.
Do as thou wilt, but harm none is the whole of the law. Yes, that's correct.
Amen, brother. And I'm right there with you. And I'm with you in your suffering, and I'm with you in your hope. And I'm with you in the idea that we don't know. I'm also equally perplexed and amazed at the mystery of the universe.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hazy, when I finally unlock Chi and get it to working for me, I'll look you up the first thing. How's that?
Right on, brother. I appreciate it.
Because I'm going to unlock that shit. You watch. I'll unlock it. And when I do, watch out. Because I will use it. To better people, of course. I'm not going to use it necessarily to, start strife or anything. But I will unlock it. I will find it out. Because like I said, we're energy. All right? Well, if we're energy, doesn't like draw like? Yes. So if we're energy, shouldn't we draw energy? Yeah, I would think so. So, because like draws like, remember? So, if we can draw in that energy of the universe and tap into it, then we should be able to utilize it for things, yes? Right?
Yeah, Do no harm. Try to reduce suffering.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But by the same token, don't be a pushover for fools either.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that as well.
Yeah. So I see. I see blame the victim coming here. Yeah. Oh, I just didn't wield the power of the gods skillfully or wholeheartedly enough to head
Nadia.
off the rapist. I didn't. I
Nadia.
guess I won't be summoning those power of the gods.
Let me tell you something.
Well, faithfully or wholeheartedly enough when
Let
those
me tell
cops come to throw me out.
Let me tell you what I believe.
Like the Saber says they're going to do.
Here's what I believe. I believe that a lot of information was kept from us. All right. And one of those things that was kept from us is A, who we really are, and B, just what kind of power we really have. I believe those things were intentionally and willfully kept from us because if certain groups knew that we knew who we really were and what we were capable of, they would run in terror because they would know they would have no more control over us. You follow me? And so they intentionally withheld that information from us so that we couldn't grow and manifest into what we need to be.
This hangout's about to fall off the air. We need to. This hangout's about to fall off the air.
We're going to another one? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll stay connected to it once to bring Mark over.
Helena, I just wanted to apologize if I touched too close to home. So obviously, I mean, I didn't intend to, bring up any sensitive topics.
Yep. Well, so it'll be going on the air shortly. Hopefully everybody else comes over too.
Thanks, Nadia.
Prom Jam, our prom night dumpster baby. Oh, wait. So Hazy, it sounded like you were covering mostly teleological, and Floyara was, I guess, focusing on philanthropic and kind of mixing in misanthropic now and then.
Yeah. Well, it's a very distasteful topic, and it's one that is often avoided but danced around by so many popular Campbell or Sam Harris. They keep seeming to lead back to it on occasion with these questions of objective morality and the meaning of suffering and ultimately of religious belief systems and how they make sense of life. But there's plenty of other topics to talk about.
Amor Fati is kind of my big pet peeve. Let's see.
As you've seen, I mean, I don't need to incite your hangouts, but it is very contentious kind of issue. It really, rises hate, errors.
Oh, that's fine. Send an internal invite to Ocean.
Say what? Oh. There's that.
Yeah. We're
Modifier.
opting out.
Got it.
He was just AFK for a minute. He's on his way in. Yeah. I'm aware.